Okay,
Try
please.
to mute you
Fine.
here. Let's see if that's how it is to be. Jonika, come here.
Ramsir,
Yes, ma'am.
You're
can you
muted.
please call Irshad sir?
Irsad sir is also
Francis,
connected
don't be
with us.
muted once.
Oh, is he? I can't see
Yeah.
him.
He's connected with us.
Good morning. Shobha here.
Oh, good morning, ma'am.
I some problem with my camera today, so it's okay. But
No,
by
I told you
tomorrow I'll be
Yeah,
able
yeah,
to.
unmute
yeah.
yourself.
Okay.
Nice to see you,
Definitely.
Saraswati.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, I'm
Nice to
in.
meet you, ma'am, after a long time.
You
Oh,
muted yourself from Google Class. In Google Class.
आ रहा है ना लाइव ओके वन मत चलाए
Unmute yourself.
आओ
Oh, no, huh? So I can like. That's okay. Those are unmuted only. I'll mute. No.
सो दिखा रहा है
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Shubha ma'am.
hi,
Thank you
Abrona.
for being with us.
My pleasure always. Hello,
I'm very
Ram.
glad to have you.
Hello, ma'am. Good morning.
तेरे
I,
स्क्रीन
I can see there are people from outside the university. We welcome you, Oishi Banerjee, and I can see some more. Ajanta Ray, Deblina,
कहाँ पे चार्ज
Shanti Ranjan Singh, Shankani Chaudhary, Lakshmi Das. We welcome you to this online meet. We shall be starting in a while,
our speaker is off
so please bear with us while we wait for all our dignitaries, our guests, and our presenters to join.
man did you bring the
And we
charger of
hope
this
that you will have a very good day ahead.
Francis and Parvinder, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
yes ma'am
Yes, ma'am.
Francis, people check if other people are trying to enter. Just let them in, admit them, okay?
yes yes
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Because VC sir might try to enter, and we haven't sent him the link, as so we haven't added him actually. So if he is trying to enter, admit him.
okay ma'am
Okay, ma'am.
so let me try to disconnect
Disconnect नहीं होगा तो that's why I'm like too confused to
no I want to stay in one place
sit. Oh, that's why you can sit out in.
that's what no I
Have you reached? He was just not picking up his phone. I'm calling him again. I have not sent him anywhere.
I'm so क्या बना है
Are
Good morning, sir.
Lucky got
Good morning, Irshad sir.
what? Lucky got it from Wabi already. कहाँ है वीरा फिर? चल तू झूठ मत बोलो ना seriously. Why would I send him anywhere?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. You are audible.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, good morning. Morning.
Really? For what?
मैं कौन सा सुनूं लाइव का सुनूं या वाइव का सुनूं वही तो डिफरेंट है इसलिए एक तो मेरे को हटाना
I'm recording you. You
ये
don't
गुड
have
टू
like
नो
that.
मतलब पता चला क्या हो रहा है मेरा
So why did you
इससे
go
भी
out?
ऑन आ रहा
Did
है
you
इससे भी
get
ऑन आ रहा है
told
जब कोई स्पीक कर रहा
That you don't remember.
है टू
एक को
ऑफ
म्यूट करना
किसको मिलने गया था ऊपर?
कैसे मीट करूं एक को
उसको गूगल मीट को नहीं बताओ
हाँ मैंने तो मीट कर दिया उधर से बात कर रहा हूँ
नहीं यू कैन ऑन मैंने ऑफ किया है तो ऑलरेडी
Ishad sir, you are here, right? Good morning, sir. You can hear us, sir?
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah,
Can you,
okay, sir.
can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I can hear you. Okay. Okay.
इंद्रजाला करेगा. You are what?
Good morning, Professor Avinash Khare is here with us. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor has just joined. Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir.
हम लोग का आवाज आ गया यहाँ पे.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Hey, it started. VC has come.
My mic is on. Namaskar to all of you. Good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good morning,
Morning,
sir.
sir. Good morning. Good morning.
ये राम भवन यादव जी
Yes,
नमस्कार.
sir. Good morning, sir. Pranam, sir. Pranam.
So this is a 2-day conference, is it?
Yes, sir. It
Yes,
is,
sir.
sir. It is, sir.
So 2-day conference from 10 a.m. to what time?
4:30, sir. 4:30 in the
4:30.
evening.
And consisting of presentation by students also, or they would only listen?
No, sir. There are 30 paper presenters of mostly students from across the country, and we have 3 plenary speakers and 1 keynote address.
So how many people from outside the Sikkim University are participating approximately, in case you know?
Sir, around 25 students from outside Sikkim University, sir.
That's very good.
Okay.
And how many from Sikkim University?
So we have around 5 to 6 papers from our students.
How many?
5 to 6 papers from our students, sir.
But student participation, the number, I was just interested.
Participation, so we have received a request from around 370 students for participation. We will be joining us through live stream on YouTube. I was telling you the number of paper presenters who are like 30 paper presenters.
Very good. Very good. I appreciate.
Thank you, sir.
Should we begin?
Yes.
In 2 minutes, ma'am, it's 9:57, so we'll wait 2 more minutes.
All right.
Professor Anzur Rahman has just joined in. Welcome, sir. Welcome, Professor. We are indeed honored to have you here with us today.
Thank you very much. Looking forward to your lectures.
Thank you for coming, sir.
Hello, Irshad Sahab, how do you do?
Sir. How do you do, sir? Thank you.
Evening. Shashwati, how do you do?
I'm good, sir. How are you?
Fine, thank you. Ramwan,
Yes, sir. Sir, good morning, sir.
good morning. Hope you are all well.
Yes, sir. We are all right.
Thank you. Pleasure joining you all.
We're very happy that you could come, sir.
Namaskar, Anisur sir.
Oh, thank you so much. How are you?
I'm good, sir.
Good to see you, Shobha. Long
Yes,
time.
sir. Same here.
We are making good use of this time by connecting
Yes, sir.
in webinars and other ways. Wonderful.
Yes,
Mr. Vice Chancellor is here. Good morning to you, Mr. Vice Chancellor.
Good morning, Professor Rahman. How are you, sir?
I'm very well. I have visited your place so many times since the inception of the university.
Oh, really? So you are
Yeah.
the old timer here, is it?
It seems.
So when is your next visit due now? Of course, after the.
I don't know. Let's see.
But when did you visit last?
Last was about 2 years ago. I think the Department of English had 2 seminars, and then I came for Board of Studies. Quite a few occasions. I was on the board for 3 years and all that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for helping us out.
No, no. This was a very good topic, so I thought I will join and learn something from you.
No, no, I think it will go a long way in encouraging students in these very
Yes, yes,
difficult
yes,
times.
yes, yes, yes. I've met the colleagues in the English department. We have wonderful lots. They will do a good job.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I can see that they are trying their best to come up with
Yes,
activities apart
yes,
from class.
yes.
So it's 10 o'clock. Shall we?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, you can check your
Now it's 10 a.m. now.
This is the Google Meet.
Abrona, we should begin now, I think.
Yes.
Our Honorable Vice Chancellor, all the
Um, Abrona, you are not audible. Um, can all of us mute ourselves so that we can hear one person? Yeah. Abrona, you can start.
with the permission of our patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Avinash Khare, all dignitaries present here with us on this online platform, we wish you a very good morning and we welcome you to this two-day national level online student seminar on interrogating literary theory. We wish you a very good morning indeed, and we also want to express our gratitude towards all of you for taking out time from your busy schedules to be with us today, despite everything else, despite the pandemic, despite internet constraints, so on and so forth. Without any further ado, I would now like to welcome one of our conveners, Ms. Sashwati Shah, to kindly explain to us the concept of the seminar. Thank you. Over to you, Sashwati.
Thank you, Abrona. Good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Avinash Khare, Professor Anisur Rahman, sir, my respected colleagues from the Department of English and from the College of Nar Bahadur Bhandari Degree College, my paper presenters and participants, and my very dear students. Thank you all for joining us. The Department of English, Sikkim University decided to organize this two-day national seminar on interrogating literary theory to cater mainly to students and research scholars in the field of literary studies and to bring together young minds to discuss and debate on the need of literary theory in studying literature. Literary theory is a mandatory part of the curriculum of English literary studies, which has enabled students and scholars to read literary texts using multiple lenses and thereby altered reading experience significantly. Literary theory provided a conceptual framework to comprehend the potential meaning of literary texts and forms the backbone of literary studies, telling us how to read what we read. In the online seminar, we will interrogate the relevance and importance of literary theory in studying literature today. We will re-evaluate the paradigms of textual engagement and will question the heavy reliance of literary studies on theory and the consequent theory fatigue. The online seminar will question whether using literary theory as tool of textual interpretation take away the innocent pleasure of reading and appreciating creative works. Are literary theory's pretentious impediments in appreciating literature? Should art be read and enjoyed for art's sake? Are theories superfluous and are not essentially inevitable as scholarly works on literature make them appear? Some of the topics that we will be discussing over the next 2 days of this online seminar includes relevance of literary theory today, impact of overindulgence of literary theory, risk or bliss of reading literature without the aid of literary theory, the impact of literary theory on the pleasure of reading a text, the concepts of after theory, post theory, revision theory, future of literary theory in India, use of literary theory in reading vernacular literature, the applicability or inapplicability of using Western literary theory in reading Indian literature. We are delighted to inform you that we received an overwhelming response from interested paper presenters and participants from across the country. Due to the limited number of slots available on the online platform, we could only shortlist 30 papers, which will be presented in the 6 technical sessions. The selected papers, quite interestingly, deals with diverse aspects of using literary theory and challenges that are posed thereof, and engage with almost all the genres of literature, including poetry, novel, theatre, and even films. We are fortunate to have with us eminent resource persons like Professor Irshad Ghulam Ahmed, who will be delivering the keynote address and engage with the overall topic of the online seminar. Our distinguished plenary speakers include Professor Paramita Chakraborty, Professor, Department of English, Jadavpur University, who will interrogate the use of literary theory in reading feminist texts and challenges faced thereof. Professor Sachin Ketkar, Professor of English, the Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, whose lecture will discuss the use of modern literary theory in India University, who will question the nature of theory and aestheticism in reading literature. We will have two very intellectually stimulating days discussing these very important aspects of studying literature. Since this pandemic has created a physical distance among us and has prevented us from meeting in the space of a physical classroom, we hope that our endeavor will be helpful to the student community and will enable them to rethink and reconsider the ways in which we read literature. Thank you, and I welcome all of you.
Thank you, Sashati. Thank you so much. Before we go on with the microphones off throughout the uh, course of this seminar to facilitate easier and better transmission of the audio. Now, it gives me great pleasure to welcome our dear ma'am, Dr. Rosie Chamling, our head, under whose guidance we've always been working as a family. And now I'd like to welcome you, ma'am, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Over to you, Rosie, ma'am.
Rona. Good morning. On behalf of the Department of English, Sikkim University, I would like to welcome all the guest speakers of the day and participants for this two-day national online student conference on this very vexed issue, but very pertinent issue of interrogating literary theory. Firstly, I would like to welcome the patron of this event, our very respectable, honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, Professor Avinash Khariji. And I would also like to welcome here the plenary speakers of this event, Professor Sachin C. Ketkar from Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Professor Paramita Chakravarti from the Department of English, Jadavpur University. I would also wish to thank particularly our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, under whose patronage we have been able to arrange these kind of programs for fruitful engagement of the minds of these young students amidst these debilitating pandemic, which has disrupted the normal modes of teaching and learning inside the classroom. Now, coming from the Greek word theoria, meaning speculation or contemplation, I earnestly hope that these 2 days, during the course of these 2 days, as we interrogate literary theory, of its uses and abuses, will prove beneficial to all the participants who are here with us. Thank you, Professor Anisur Rahman, for joining with us, and all the participants. Wish you all luck for this event. Thank you. Thank you, Abrona.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for that warm welcome address. Now, I would like to give this time to our patron and our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Avinash Khare, to kindly deliver his address. Over to you now, sir.
Thank you, Madam Drona L. Eden. Professor Irshad Ghulam Ahmed, Madam Saswati Shah, and Madam Adrona L. Eden, and Ram Bhavan Yadav ji. Let me say one thing with your permission, that though I'm a man of science, I'm not a stranger to English literature. I've always been interested in English literature right from my early years. I studied in a Protestant school, and we had an English theatre there, and I always made it a point to attend whenever there was a play staged right from my early childhood days. And then I was in Delhi, I was in Ahmedabad, and I am a theatre enthusiast, so whenever there were plays in English, I always attended that. And I also spent some time in Oxford after my PhD, and Oxford University used to stage weekly plays by famous English literature persons, and I always attended that. And let me also add, maybe it will be slightly humorous, that out of my respect to Shakespeare, I visited Stratford, the place in England where he was born. So there's a house there, and they have made a museum of that house has now become a museum of Shakespeare. And every year on his birth, on Shakespeare's birthday, there's an international parade of all the English-speaking countries. So representatives from different English-speaking countries come and there's an international parade. I participated in that. So that sort of indicates that though I'm a man of science, but I love literature. At the outset, I would like to congratulate Department of English for organizing on the topic of interrogating literary theory. Amidst the scare of the current pandemic COVID-19, when teaching and learning has assumed a new dimension and form, adjustment to this new normal for the student community can be quite unsettling. However, learning must continue, and it is under such circumstance that the organization of such conference, seminars, symposia, and workshop through online mode can be a good initiative to bring the students together. The use of technology to reduce classroom barrier and facilitating teaching learning irrespective of physical distancing is a part of the new normal. Sikkim University feels strongly against intellectual isolation of student community, and we have adopted a number of ways to keep up the spirit of student community in these low times. And the organization of national webinars specifically for students is a part of one such initiative. Pursuit of learning and bringing together students spread across India to deliberate on interrogating literary theory through such online conference is really commendable. I appreciate the efforts of English department to put this into action. I wish to appreciate the students who have joined this conference from different parts of the country and wish them my very best. Although I'm a man of science, physics to be more precise, but literature and literary appreciation cannot be considered to be the absolute domain of humanities. Appreciating literature, literary writing, and using literary theory to understand these literary texts in a better and deeper way seems to be the core argument of this conference. I'm sure in the coming 2 days, the students will be able to interrogate literary theory in better ways by presenting their arguments through papers and fruitful discussions. Students will also benefit from listening to the keynote talk and plenary speakers. I wish to thank the keynote speaker of the event, Professor Irshad Ghulam Ahmed of Sikkim University, and plenary speakers, Professor Paramita Chakravarti from Jadavpur University, Kolkata, Professor Sachin Ketkar from Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda, Dr. Ram Bhavan Yadav from Sikkim University. These teachers have taken time out from their regular teaching assignment to be a part of this student initiative is praiseworthy. Once again, my best wishes to the Department of English, Sikkim University, who are organizing this national level student webinar, and the participants too. I attended last year. I attended the play which was staged by Sikkim University, Tempest, and I really enjoyed that, and that effort was commendable. And I appeal to the department to organize more such plays. If you can find time from your busy classroom schedule and other engagements, I would love to see such plays being organized more often in the department. So thank you. Thanks a lot. Namaskar.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. It is indeed a great privilege to be hearing these words of encouragement from you, and we're really happy that you are also a connoisseur of literature, along with being a very eminent scholar in your own field. Thank you, sir. Now we shall proceed with the keynote address by our distinguished professor, Professor Irshad Ghulam Ahmed. We are indeed very glad and privileged to be listening to you, sir. And now I would like to give this time over to our dear Professor Ahmed. Professor Irshad.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Professor Avinash Khareji, Professor Paramita Chakrabarti, Professor Sujin Garkar,
We know the name.
Professor Nusir Rahman, sir,
What do you want?
Dr. Rambhavan Yadav,
What should we order? We get
Head of the Department,
go and tell me.
and all the research scholars, students. A very good morning to one and all. It's a privilege for me, in fact. It's an honor
They'll pick nicely.
to get this opportunity to deliver the keynote address on a topic which is so vast, and it is so difficult, in fact, to define the range and the domain.
It will be too much for me. Samosas.
Literary theory, if you look at literary theory, it has an intriguing history of over 2,000 years. But here we are to interrogate literary theory. Interrogate, of course, and the seminar is mainly for the students, so I will have to focus a few basic things also. So, I have to pitch my talk in the middle somewhere. Interrogating literary theory. And as all of us know, interrogate means, of course, a very critical examination, even aggressive. It is not just plain questioning. And it is a kind of revisionist thinking, revisionist stand that we take, re-looking at something, re-examining things that have already been said, things that we already discussed and studied, to be rephrased, to be looked at again in the light of the contemporary situation. Every seminar of this kind has to have a very practical purpose. Is it just a way of indulging in some kind of intellectual gymnastics, an onion peeling exercise where you look for the core and we just get the peels? No. A seminar of this kind has to have a pragmatic angle, a pragmatic basis, a pragmatic orientation, and students in particular, all of us, should be able to take home something at the end of the seminar. The seminar was triggered off by a very strong sense of purpose. Interrogating theory, literary theory rather, but this kind of interrogation has continued for ages. All the scholars have been interrogating each other. Theoreticians have been interrogating each other. I must say that, in fact, Aristotle was the first critic, philosopher, to interrogate literary theory of Plato. If you turn to the Greeks, we find that this kind of questioning, this kind of interrogation was so important part, so deeply ingrained in the very fabric of Greek civilization. And the tradition continues. Literary history is a pattern of movement and counter movements. movement and counter movements, reactions, responses, counter responses. It goes on and on. There have been major theories, and there have been their detractors. There have been poets. There have been people who are detractors of poetry. So this is the very intellectual takes it for granted that in order to remain intellectually alive, we must question. Now, why interrogating theory at this stage? We all remember that, see, different theories have been interrogated at various stages. Feminism has been interrogated, Marxism has been interrogated, historicism has been interrogated, we got new historicism. Theoreticians themselves have interrogated their own theories at different stages and shown even some kind of disillusionment. But that is different. But I told you this is the journey of ideas, the progress of ideas. Simply implies that this kind of questioning must go on. When you look at all the theories, in fact, the theories starting from, say, after 1960, because before 1960, we are more in the humanist phase. Humanism had a profound impact, and it has a very long history. And scholarship was of a certain type. But after 1960, we find there is blossoming of theory, and we enter a very crucial decades of theory because there were socio-political and cultural upheavals all over the world, and particularly in Europe, that shaped the human mind and even approaches to literature and literary studies. Now, theory, as we all know, comes from the Greek word, as Dr. Roger Chapman suggested, theoria, Greek word meaning contemplation, speculation, sight, looking, observation, all that. And it is very difficult to say that there is no theory anywhere. Theory is everywhere, in fact. All the domains of knowledge are grounded in theory. They proceed from some kind of hypothesis or some kind of theory. The major actions, policies result from a theoretical angle, theoretical basis. So theory is there. And literary theory, now we come to literary theory, and not just the theory in general. We are here to interrogate literary theory. We're not here to interrogate theory, because theory, as I said, is everywhere. We start something with a set of assumptions, with certain principles, without which we cannot start. We cannot, in fact, formulate any policy or anything. It has to have a theoretical basis. So we're not questioning theory in general, just theory or interrogating theory. We're here to interrogate literary theory, because theory, enters into a dialogue or into a combination with the text. Here we're talking about literary text. Now, what is at the center is the literary text. Ideally, theory should be a corridor to the literary text, through which the corridor through which you can enter the literary text, which I said should be at the center. What prompted this kind of seminar is that.
There's a
This
statement
corridor
on YouTube.
is growing
Isn't it?
darker and darker.
36.
We lose sight of the text.
You don't.
What you find is, what I find personally is that after having taught literature for 39 years,
Can you send it to me also? Because
that
tomorrow का तो अलग होगा ना.
the text is getting more and more alienated. Now, this is what has bothered me. Alienation of the text. Text getting camouflaged. The text covered with a thick blanket of theory, jargons, and you find that instead of creating scope for readers to understand the text in all its clarity and beauty and splendor, theoreticians create jargons and obfuscate, thereby
This is for today. I'm telling you.
make the understanding of the text difficult. And what is getting lost in this process is appreciation of the pristine beauty of the literary text, enjoying the text, reading the text for its own sake. But now we find too often that it is theory for theory's sake. Theory has become a mark of scholarship. It rather is a condition now that if you're not well grounded in theory, you're backward, you lack somewhere, your scholarship is limited, and you are even looked down upon. If you don't drop names in your papers, if you don't quote from critics, right? You don't have impressive footnotes and endnotes, your scholarship is supposed to be poor. You're asked all the time to talk about your notes, your references and all that. It means that you cannot approach a text on your own. You have to have, take help of others. You have to invoke other authorities. That you have no right, in fact, to have your own personal opinion, which should be appreciated for their own sake. And this is something that I find very, very disconcerting, in fact. Why should it be like this? I remember when I was a student. I was a student of poet Mr. Musical. And he taught Waiting for Godot. Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot. I liked the play so much that I told myself, I'm not going to read any critical book on this play before my examination. I'll face my examination. I'll answer questions on Waiting for Godot on my own without allowing any critic to distort what I want to say, to color what I want to say. And I read Martin Esslein's Theatre of the Absurd long after I passed that examination. The joy of approaching a text, reading a text for its own sake, undisturbed, insulating ourselves against these pressures of the critics, their language, their ideas. But doesn't mean, I don't mean to say that theories are absolutely useless. No, theories can be very helpful, very useful. But theory should be used at the most as a walking stick and not as a crutch. And these days you'll find theory has become a crutch without which scholars, students, even teachers cannot proceed. I was invited to deliver a lecture in Central University of Tamil Nadu once. And I met a group of researchers. All of them came to me. And I entered into some kind of interaction with them. I wanted to know what they were working on. And some of them said, well, they have taken some Kashmiri authors, some said they have taken authors from Northeast. But sir, we are facing a basic problem. I said, what's that? We're not being able to find a theory. So we're not being able to start our research. I said, what? Yes, sir. No. I mean, you need a theory. If you want to start your research, you need a theory, right? I mean, how do you start your research? I said, is that so? I didn't know that. Okay. Which comes first, the literary text or theory, right? You here take a ready-made frame, triangular or hexagonal or square, and then you push the author into that. It's so bad. I said, no, it's wrong. You select your author, select your area, select your topic, and then if the topic demands a certain kind of theoretical approach, you use. And of course, a topic or a subject or an author cannot be, an author grows, an author evolves, and in the different stages of development, different theoretical approaches may be helpful. So I personally prefer critical pluralism, and not just creating one frame, pushing the author or text, into one particular frame. You can't go outside it. See, with very, very rigidly defined parameters. No. So I told them, and of course they were taken aback, because all along the way they were told that no, you have to start your research, and with some theory. But now we have landed in this post-theory phase. Post-theory, which means there is definitely some kind of disillusionment with theory. And in retrospect, we find that. What have these theoreticians done? If we classify these theories, we find theories based on content, like Marxism, feminism, right? And then theories based on form and structure, okay? Deconstruction, structuralism, post-structuralism. Okay. And what I realize that, or all of us will realize, that there has been so much of recycling of ideas. The famous example, of course, the famous concept of defamiliarization of Russian formalism is an echo of what Coleridge says. Coleridge says, in the preface and then Biographia, to give the charm of novelty to things of every day. When he's talking about the poetry of Wordsworth, to give the charm of novelty to things of every day. Novelty part, that is defamiliarization. Right? And we find that Aristotle talks about imaginative reconstruction of reality. It is representation. We find T.S. Eliot talking about the depersonalization theory, depersonalization of art, how the poetry is escape from personality, not escape into personality and all that. Then that is, immediately after that we find Roland Barthes' Death of the Author. The author doesn't matter. Right? So what you have is that, see, what theoreticians have done so often, they have recycled in many cases, but they have added a few ornaments. They add, they make it more sophisticated, of course, and then they proceed. See. We find postmodernism, post-structuralism. Now, see, how many posts can you have? Now, the moment we use the word post, this suffix post, it means that there is some kind of interrogation. Postmodernism has interrogated modernism. That's why there is postmodernism. Post-structuralism has interrogated, in some way, structuralism, although the same critics are at some stage, Barthes and all, they are same, at some stage they are structuralists, and later on they are post-structuralists. Right? Feminism, you have post-feminism. Then after that, what will happen? How many posts can you have then? And we find that we have to stop somewhere. And now, one blanket term, that is post-theory. It's all over the Philippines now, away from theory. That is, we find that these theories somehow have turned out to be quite rigid. More than the theories, those who apply these theories have become more rigid rather. So theories, in fact, they provide useful lenses. These theories are, they provide and use theory in the right dosage. But we can overdose, in fact, at times, and you find that the text is lost. But if you use theory in the right dosage, maybe, right proportion, then yes, theory can be useful. Now, when you come to the 1980s, which is, I must say, the decade which celebrates theory, decade where you have grand efflorescence of theories, blossoming of theories. It's a theory decade. You find two major theories developing. One is new historicism, and the other one is eco-criticism. And these theories are unique in the sense that they interrogate the whole idea of constructionism and or linguistic, let's say, constructionism and social constructivism, okay? Because it was said that it's all language that matters. It is all language. Essentialism was seen as something pejorative. Construct, everything was a construct, linguistic construct. All of us became a construct. Nature became a construct, a woman became a construct, a child became a construct. That's all in the language. And outside the language, there is nothing. Outside the text, there is nothing. Construct, and all that. Then whatever the objective reality then, the actual nature, the actual environment. Right? And in this decade of what you find that there is again a return to some kind of essentialism, interrogating constructionism. But then everything is not a construct. In fact, as Kay Soper, in a famous book, What is Nature, says that the hole in the ozone layer is not a hole in the language. It is there. It is there in the environment. It objectively exists. There are many things which we have to be cognizant of this phenomenon, fact, and we cannot just dismiss them as being linguistic. So say, gender is a construct. Everything is a construct. There is nothing in reality. So what we find here now, when you come to this decade, is that there is, I find, some kind of interrogation of the whole idea of constructivism and constructionism. And return to some form of essentialism. And of course, these two theories, there is new historicism and eco-criticism, I see them as being pragmatic studies of literature. It has been the sole prerogative of other disciplines to address objective reality, to address the environment. Right. Literature, well, poets and people who wrote stories or people of literature, they were supposed to be confined to their own cozy world. Little to do with reality, little to do with the day-to-day problems, little to do with our environment. And you find that we are having this environmental crisis for over maybe 100 years, but there's no literature written about it. Okay, other disciplines like science or political science, sociology, anthropology, all of them, law, they did grapple with the issues of the environment, but literature was always silent. If you look at the newspapers, you find that literature all the time is filled with environmental pollution, threats, okay, the problem of nuclear waste, this and that. people that issues that are so crucial. Okay, and we find that the very existence of the race is threatened. The planet is facing lakes, and the possibility of outburst of the glacier lake, melting of the glaciers. All these things are there, and this is something which Cyril Glotfelty, who became pioneer eco-critic, in fact, pointed out in her introduction that our environmental crisis. Why was literature silent? And then we find that in TA, Western Literature Association, they got together and they realized that no, literature too must rise to the occasion and can develop an interface with the environment and give rise to eco-criticism or literature and environment. See, and it is this, that's why here we have created a paper, full 100 marks paper in our university devoted to literature and environment because of this, so that literature acquires some kind of relevance, some kind of meaning, that it is not alienated from rest of the disciplines, and literature can be of some service to this planet. And it happened, see, and then we find that in the 1980s, in fact, the discipline began to grow, see, and we find that literature came to have or show an interface with environment and, of course, the objective reality, the basic problem that humanity confronts. So this is the kind of some kind of questioning of early assumptions that it is not the business of literature, in fact, to indulge in these things. Literature should give only pleasure, okay, just fun, but no, literature is a very, very powerful instrument of social transformation, and it cannot be allowed to waste itself, remaining alienated, right? Okay, from the rest of the disciplines. In the same way, new historicism, of course, it was in many ways, I can say, recycling of historicism. There was a major departure from historicism. See, when they tried to retrieve lost history, losing history, suppressing history, even in fact expunging significant portions from texts, from books, is common. See, and new historicists like Stephen Greenblatt and Montreal, and so many others, in fact, and of course Evan Williams from England, the Marxist critic, in fact, they realized this problem, and they developed this very important school of criticism, the new historicism. So what you have here is that these two areas of study, eco-criticism and new historicism, show a pragmatic angle. It was rather old-fashioned earlier, and if you remember famous intentional fallacy of Beardsley, okay, and the intentional fallacy that the author cannot have any intent. You cannot analyze the intention of the author. Critics, in fact, just believed in just confining ourselves to the poem on the page and all that, right? But later we find that no, this is a question. The intention of the author is important. The background of the author is important. Why? Because this way literature can connect itself with rest of the disciplines, and it can enter into a community of disciplines. And of course, because what matters here is that preserving and creating that ecosystem, the ecosystem of ideas. And this is what eco-criticism else. The idea of interconnectivity, interconnection. Everything is connected to everything else. See, so what happens is that, you see, now when you enter this decade, we find this kind of interest being created, in fact, in how things can be interconnected, and of course how our ecosystems can develop, how we can focus more and more on issues which are conducive to our understanding of this world, in fact. And then this gave rise again to another very important development, partly interrogating eco-criticism again, because this kind of interrogation continues. We find geocriticism. The geocriticism in some way interrogates eco-criticism. Why? Because eco-criticism is in some way not oblivious, but definitely not cognizant of the space element, the space factor, the spatial, SPATIL, spatial reality, right? And we have geocriticism, which again, and of course, is interdisciplinary, and it addresses those areas of eco-criticism which were so far neglected in the eco-criticism. Okay, there is the space, and we all know that when you look at literary history, you find that the time is the chief protagonist. We talk about time. So much literature being written about transience or transitoriness, right? But these critics asked, you see, like critics like Bertrand, Westphal, and Mark Junior Telly, and Sojar, that space has been equally important. Okay? Time and space have traveled together. Can time be divorced from space? Can space be divorced from time? Can we think of space, think of time without space? No. But no one talked about space. They all talked about time. See? And you find that in geocriticism, when you come to the geocritical phase, space enters as the non-human protagonist again, along with time. And space is important because space was earlier considered as something passive, a passive entity, something that lies in the background, supplies the backdrop, right? But space or place, you can say, place that has such rich associations. History without space is inconceivable. History of what? Which place? Right? History is not just time. History is also space. It is, we find that it is about a dialogue between space and time and space, where events occur. And so space, which was neglected all these years in literature, space has been there, but no one talked about space. So what developed was a poetics of space and aesthetics of space. We have spatial turn. The critical idiom series has a volume devoted to spatiality. Okay, Bertrand Westphal writes this very famous book, pioneering work, Geocriticism. Okay, Mark Terry Jr. in fact takes up after Bertrand Westphal, and they have just so many other critics now take up the issue of space. So even in although it's very interesting that eco-criticism and geocriticism fall in the post-theory phase, right? Because post-theory phase, I think it ends with, let's say, postmodernism or post-structuralism, all that, right? But can this journey of theory end at all? That's the whole question. Can the journey of theory end? Can the march of theory end? No, theory will continue. See, but what is What is to be interrogated, questioned, is certain theoretical frameworks that we have inherited as legacy from the past, which we mechanically apply and kill the text. Right? But new reality gives rise to new theories, new ways of looking at things, new assumptions, new ideas. They are also theories. They continue to aid our understanding of the text. But as I said, I keep on saying that we must be cognizant of this very, crucial fact, crucial, the reality, that is the text to be kept at the center, and then use all these approaches, all these theories, to facilitate our understanding of the text, so that we do not lose our text. Texts don't get alienated. Now, another reason that we find this kind of disillusionment with theory is that I felt it for a very long time, and that is when you come to, say, indigenous literatures, Indian literature of a particular, any native literature, let's say. A literary text is the product of its culture. Author is there, of course, author writes. The author is just the product of the culture. A text carries the smell of the soil of the culture of that place, the cultural soil, right? We cannot bring a mango tree from Bihar and plant it here. It will not grow. We cannot take an orange tree from here and plant it in Bihar or anywhere. It will die. The cultural soil, this cultural grounding is very, very important. Now, the reason for this kind of disillusionment is that these Western literary theories are sometimes so mechanically applied to indigenous texts, which are culturally so different, and they don't fit in. So what I advocate is that, and I've been advocating it for years, that indigenous writers should also work towards developing indigenous tools of criticism. Those critical tools, theories that have their roots in the local culture. And this brings me to our rich Indian aesthetics. In aesthetics, because when you talk about literary theory, somehow we lose sight of this very, very vital fact that Indian aesthetics is very, very rich. And we do have commendable theoretical resources here as well. Why can't we invoke these theories in the understanding and in the analysis of our texts? That is a sort of fundamental question, of course. The rasa theory and all that, for example, you find that they lend themselves so well to interpreting text, particularly written in India. Even in fact, Western texts also can be analyzed in the light of these Indian aesthetics. It's not that people don't do. There are people who do, of course. It is being done, but it is not common. It is not a common practice. You say theory means Western literary theory. Post theory means, while we are disillusioned with the Western theories, so no more theory. What about this option? Okay, the theory that we have here, the theories that we can develop here, right? And every, in fact, literature, however indigenous, native, has the scope to develop indigenous or native tools of criticism. It's a huge challenge, definitely. And if it is done, then those theories, those tools of criticism will also will carry the smell, the same cultural soil that the texts written in that region, written in the language carry. And there will be wonderful compatibility, and we won't have this kind of disillusionment with theory. Attempts are being made. There are people who have worked in this direction, but nothing should have transpired because Western theories are so powerful. You know, they are, in fact, this is a, I don't know, in the post-colonial phase, this is a deadlier form of colonization. In fact, they have filled our mind, they have filled our intellect, they have taken all the space of our mind, and we think, when we think of literary theory or approaching literature, we just will think of structuralism, post-structuralism, deconstruction, feminism, Marxism, post-Marxism, okay? And then you say, oh no, postmodernism, yes, okay, and we don't go beyond that. Then you say, no, see, and I don't find them very useful, okay, so forget about that, okay? But this is, that needn't be the case all the time. Because, when you find creativity, because what is happening now is the critical has gained precedence over the creative. Scholarship has tyrannized creativity. Creativity has always suffered the tyranny of overbearing scholarship. Towering scholars, great critics, they intimidate us, and many of us don't write poetry, don't write anything, in fact, because we think, oh, I can't write like Eliot. But it reminds me of Missy Musical once, Missy Musical told us in class once, said, well, students, it is true that I can't write like Shakespeare. But it is also true that Shakespeare couldn't have written like me. This is very important. See, Shakespeare couldn't have written like me. That is there. And this is an encouragement to young writers, to students, that we have our unique ways, and all that, and you should not get intimidated. You shouldn't get tyrannized by those towering personalities who hover above us, and we must write and think and all that. And so what we find is that the interrogation of literary theory at this stage has become important. But I said we are interrogating those theories that have created problems in the way of understanding the text. What is also important is that theories have taken away our ability to generate ideas. Right? Generating ideas. We are in an age of transfer of knowledge, transfer of ideas. Ideas being transferred from one place to another, knowledge being transferred from one place to another. But we don't generate ideas. I remember in my literary theory class, I made this statement. I said literary theory should be used at the most as a walking stick and not as a crutch. A student comes out at the end of the class and said, sir, where did you get it? I Googled it, I didn't find it anywhere. I was taken aback. I said, well, yeah, I didn't find it anywhere, sir, on the internet. So where did you get it? I said, you have to get everything that I say. Do you think we get everything? What do you say? See? And, no. So, this is something, that you can say things that are on your own. You can generate ideas. You can come up with original ideas. Now, this is something that is being completely forgotten. Youngsters even don't realize this. It is impossible. How can you go beyond Google and beyond any book? And this is a terrible situation for me. It's a situation. It's a stage of very significant, very discouraging kind of intellectual impoverishment. That we don't think for ourselves. Why? Because there are ready-made thinkers for us. Thinkers. It reminds me of Waiting for Godot. In Waiting for Godot, there are two characters. All of you know, of course, Pozzo and Lucky. And Pozzo says, "Now Lucky the slave. So Lucky thinks for me. Lucky thinks for me. He does my thinking. Lucky, come on, think for me." And Lucky starts thinking. Pozzo doesn't need to think because there is someone to think for him. So we, in this age of this post-truth, and in the age of you have so much scholarship, criticism, inundating the intellectual scene. We find so many Luckies around who do all the thinking for us, and we don't need to think. We can just echo. So our voice is lost, and we have become echoes. We echo what others say. The whole idea of originality is becoming archaic, is becoming redundant. Why? Because there are suppliers. Idea suppliers are there. Okay, there are people who will give you approaches, people who will give you new perspectives and all that, and our minds have become idle. So through this seminar, what I want to tell the students is that please see that you do retain your power, your capacity to generate ideas. Okay. Look at a text, not at the theories. Approach the text first. Discover the joy, the splendor, the beauty of the text. Enjoy it. Let the motive of literary appreciation reign supreme. And later on, of course, if you want, let's see what others also say. You can read a few things, in fact, right? But when you read theory, it doesn't mean that you should agree all the time. It is more commendable when, as students, you disagree with what the critics say and give a parallel point of view. Okay, you contend, you dispute, you debate, right? But see that your mind reigns supreme, your original thinking remains supreme. You are able to think. You don't invoke, you don't look for a Lucky that Pozzo look for, so that he does the thinking for you. If you remain in that situation, then yes, your mind will be alive, your intellect will be alive, and you'll be able to generate, you retain that power to generate ideas, which is so important. I find it very, very disheartening, in fact, this reality. That people just don't think for themselves now. See? That's why everything should be interrogated, in fact. And this process of revising our thinking, the whole issue of revisionism, must continue. And as of course, Harold Bloom, in fact, was one of the greatest critics, in fact, to interrogate it. When he talked about the anxiety of influence. Anxiety of influence. So the interrogation, mind you, just to find fault. Okay, interrogation doesn't mean being censorious. Okay, as Harold Bloom would say, this deliberate act of misreading. You try to misread a text in order to be different. Okay, just to be, in order to be different, you try to misread it. You end up misreading a text. Why? Because you just want to be different. That also shouldn't be the case. It's an extreme case, in fact. It's to be the case of reading, in fact. And yes, what happens is that if you read with a fresh mind, you realize that the text grows with you and you grow with the text. It continues. There's always the eternal dialogue between the reader and the text continues, right? Because but of course, when your mind is not cluttered, it's so much of jargon, so much of theory. The job of a scholar is to make difficult things easy. But unfortunately, what you find these days is the job the scholar has become to deliberately obfuscate, to cultivate obscurity, to make easy things difficult, right? So that you dazzle someone with some certain kind of brilliance, right? And you end up being admired, but not at all understood. That should not be the case. We are all teachers, and you students, of course, you too will be teachers at some stage. You find that you don't dazzle someone just with their brilliance. You're not just admired, but you're also understood. And that's why we need this kind of seminar, and this kind of conference, in fact. And I keep on encouraging my students in class, you must learn beautiful lines, okay? Instead of memorizing quotations from critics and great theoreticians, you learn lines from poems, beautiful poems. I quote full poems in class. I love it. See, and as teachers, when you quote yourselves, profusely from books, from text, you emerge as a good teacher. See, and you become, that inspires. Your knowledge of theory, the abundance of quotations in your text will not be impressive, but definitely if you can quote beautiful lines here, that will sort of really give a better impression about you, a student. So this is the thing, and of course, all of us have. I'm sure I'm going through the papers and the paper titles. I found them very, very fascinating, and new whole horizons will open, new angles, new perspectives will develop, and most importantly, of course, I in all sincerity hope that the text will no longer suffer this kind of alienation. The text and your theories go hand in hand, and you continue to retain your power to appreciate literature for its own sake and not theory for its own sake. I'm sure. And yes, of course, and then and you see the objective behind a keynote address is to stimulate you to talk more than giving you any kind of survey. Usually, to stir you, to provoke you, to enable you, and to enable you to interrogate, to enable you to question, to enable you to debate, with the ultimate objective being that as students of literature, we will now retain our power to understand, to appreciate these great works of literature. Because remember, as Professor Khare just now said, he's a man of science. He's a man of science, but he loves literature. It's very, very important. See, when someone say travels, you may go, by an aeroplane or a journey, you just see whether the person is an engineer or a doctor. What does he do? Read. You not find a doctor reading so much a book on anatomy and physiology, or a scientist reading all the time book of physics. They read a novel, okay, literature, stories, and all that. Why? Because literature gives you so much of joy. And of course, a classmate, a friend of mine who's a professor of English, Bombay University, once told me, "Hey, Irshad, isn't it amazing? We get paid for something that we enjoy. It's a rare privilege that we get paid for something that we enjoy. We get paid for remaining in a world which is so beautiful. But if we just clutter our minds with all these dry stuff and don't maintain the right proportion, the right dosage, the right distance, then we risk we take the risk losing these great works and getting alienated from them, and getting these works alienated from us, and it is a serious loss. I hope I've made some points clear, of course, and this is an area that is really, really vast, and so much can be said, but of course more than me. Now it's your turn, to come up with your ideas, and I hope in all its sincerity that this seminar will be productive to you, and definitely you'll take home something that is going to be useful, and it will alter your way of reading literature, and also approaching literary theory. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Ishad. Thank you so much for your very insightful talk. And Professor Ishad is our senior most professor, and I'm sure uh, all of our presenters and our viewers have greatly benefited from his insightful talk and this very heartfelt and sincere call to deflect the onslaught of theory in our lives, to be able to grow with the text, to be able to deflect the kind of stunting and the kind of debilitating effect that theory has on our lives, where the light of creativity is dimmed by scholarship and theory. So we really want to thank you so much, sir, for gracing us with your presence, for being with us, and just as the department and all our colleagues, just as we have benefited from your scholarship and from your long-standing experience as a teacher and as a mentor, we hope that our presenters have also really benefited from your talk today. Now, without any further ado, I would like to call upon Ms. Sashwati Shah to kindly deliver the vote of thanks. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you, Ishad sir, for that brilliant speech. I will now propose the vote of thanks. First of all, I thank our patron, Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Professor Avinash Khare, to take time out of his busy schedule and join us for the inaugural program of this online seminar. We, the organizing team, also thank him for his constant support and encouragement. I thank our head of the department, Dr. Rosie Chamling, who encouraged us to organize this online seminar and stood with us as a solid support system. I thank Professor Ishad Ghulam Ahmed for accepting our invitation to deliver keynote address in this seminar and also guiding us from time to time. I thank our plenary speakers, Professor Paramita Chakraborty, Professor Sachin C. Ketkar, Dr. Ram Bhavan Yadav for accepting our invitation and agreeing to address us. I thank Ms. Abrona Leap Eden and Ms. Shail Kumari to be with us in our organizing team and by our side all the time and agreeing to host the sessions. I thank my co-convener, Dr. Parvinder Kaur, who apart from engaging in arranging the seminar, have also worked tirelessly in making the seminar possible on an online platform. I thank the system management team of Sikkim University, without whose help and support, the online streaming would never have been possible. Thank you, Anishul sir, for joining us in spite of your busy schedule. Last but not the least, our student volunteers, Francis, Jonika, Rohit, James, Deechan, who have worked really hard to make this seminar happen on an online platform. Thank you, dear students. Thank you, dear paper presenters, for being with us, participants who are watching us online. We look forward to two very exciting days of intellectual engagement. Please stay tuned. Thank you.
Thanks, Sashwati. Thank you so much. And now we will move forward. We will proceed with our 2-day national seminar, online seminar. Now we will begin with our first technical session, which will be chaired by our respective. With the first technical session, I would like to thank all of you who have been a part of this inaugural session. And also, as we are about to begin this session, I want to remind, or I just want to apprise all our participants on Google Meet and our viewers and participants on YouTube that the question and answer section, for that, we will be taking your comments and your questions on both these platforms. So those of you who are signed in through Google Meet can put in your questions in the chat, and all of our viewers and participants on YouTube can place your questions in the comment section on YouTube. And also, please remember to mute your microphones while someone else is speaking. Thank you so much. Now I'd like to give this time and over this time to our respected head, Dr. Rohit Chamlik, to chair the first technical session. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, मेरा हो गया मेरा हो गया
Irshad sir, can you mute your microphone, sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to do that actually.
And I think we have lost Rosie ma'am, and actually we are a little ahead of time. So we'll give like some time for Rosie ma'am to join back, and all the paper presenters for this session. I'll just Shanti Ranjan Singh, are you there?
Yes, he's there.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, ma'am. I'm there.
okay. Pratiksha Pradhan and Sangeeta Sharma,
Yes, ma'am. We are here.
Vira, Viraj Giri,
Viraj.
Viraj. Oh, okay, yeah, I can hear you now. A little low though. Show me Mukherjee. Anyways, just give us 5 minutes. We'll wait till we can get back Rosie ma'am. Okay.
Ma'am is facing some technical issues. Let's just hold on for 2 minutes. She's trying to connect. Sashwati ma'am, do we have Shomi Mukherjee with us? Shomi?
No, I don't think she's joined us yet. Or
Sashwati ma'am is back online.
oh, yeah, she's here. Okay, okay, ma'am.
So we,
Over to you, ma'am.
yeah. So what do we? So this is the first technical session.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So who are the presenters? You gave me a book, no? Booklet.
Mr. Shanti Ranjan Singh, he is online and his video is on, ma'am.
Okay, Shanti Ranjan Singh. Okay, and Pratiksha Pradhan and Sangeeta Sharma are there.
Yes, ma'am.
They are here.
Viraj.
Viraj is here as well.
Shomi Mukherjee.
Shomi is not here as yet, ma'am.
Okay. So we start with Shanti Ranjan Singh, no?
Yes.
Shanti Ranjan,
ma'am.
Yes. I will just introduce Shanti. Shanti Ranjan Singh is an independent researcher and who has completed his MA from the University of Bardhaman. And Shanti will be speaking on post-humanism, the theory beyond everything. Over to you, Shanti.
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible rightly, loud and clear?
Yes, Mr. Singh.
Yeah, thank you. So thanks to Sikkim University and especially the Department of English of Sikkim University for providing me with such great opportunity to present my paper here. I am pleased to be here. I am Shanti Ranjan Singh, as I am already introduced by ma'am, an independent researcher and an alumni of the University of Bardhaman. Without spending much time in introducing myself, with due respect to Rosie ma'am, I would like to proceed. So the title of my paper is Posthumanisms, the Theory Beyond Everything. To introduce with, unlike any other critical literary And cultural theories, posthumanism is a school of thought whose philosophy is the outcome of the developments in artificial intelligence. As a theory, it seeks to blur the traditional barriers among the human, the animal, the nature, and especially the machine, I mean the technology as well. In recent years, posthumanism has found numerous aspects and point of view in literature and literary criticism as well. Defying the anthropocentric viewpoint, this establishes a new interpretation, a whole new and broadens the scope of literature for the future. This paper actually focuses on various traits of and aspects of posthumanism, its origin, its history, division, and future. Simultaneously, it tries to explore the posthumanism as a theory beyond everything else. Finally, this paper seeks to examine the connection between humanism and posthumanism and establishes the relation of posthumanism with literature. The next point that I want to highlight is what is post in posthumanism. Broadly speaking, posthumanism is a deconstructive study of humanism. Now, before you ask what posthumanism, before that we have to understand first what humanism is. There are a lot to mention about humanism, but to cut it short, humanism is a Renaissance idea which says, to the most of the extent, that the man is the center of the world. Now, that is the idea that we call anthropocentrism. I think I have used the word man knowingly and willingly, which suggests that it is suggestive of particular gender as well as particular race. That's why I have used the word man. Take the example of Leonardo da Vinci's famous drawing called the Vitruvian Man, which shows a graphic portrayal of a man of specific gender and color. The man seems to touch the circle as well as the square drawn around him. This suggests that the man in this circle, the man is the center of the universe, where the square is the physical universe and the circle suggests the spiritual eternal universe. And man is the center of both of this, the physical universe as well as the spiritual universe, eternal spiritual universe. Now, posthumanism, the topic that I would like to concern, posthumanism seems to contradict this very idea of humanism. Critical posthumanism, being a prominent aspect of posthumanism, rejects the very idea of human uniqueness. I quote, human uniqueness. It rather suggests that the natural world that is constituted by the animal, plants, and other non-human beings as well, it also a part of the world and seeks equal dignity to coexist with human beings. Now the question is, what is the relation of posthumanism and what is the relation of posthumanism with literature? According to posthumanism, the idea of human is now dismantled, and the literary text that actually dealt with the idea of humanism is also being deconstructed through the visions of posthumanism. Moreover, there are texts, on the other hand, that deals with or criticizes the idea of posthumanism and transhumanism, cyborg, and all of these ideas. Take the example of Kazuo Ishiguro's famous novel, Never Let Me Go. In an era where posthumanism and transhumanism have turned out to be the topics of philosophical and scientific inquiry, Kazuo Ishiguro's Never Let Me Go, the 2005 novel Never Let Me Go, pushed forward the conflict between critical posthumanism and transhumanism. Transhumanism, as its aims to the human enhancement through science and technology, still centers on the idea of anthropocentrism. On the other hand, critical posthumanism, rejecting the idea of human uniqueness, proposes that the human co-evolve with the other life forms, depending upon each other. Cloning being a prominent aspect of Kazuo Ishiguro's novel, in order to constitute a better futuristic society, unbeknown to them, the cloned individuals are designed who need certain organs, and in order to do that, and that has become normal in the speculative world of Kazuo Ishiguro, until one of the three main characters, Ruth, after finding the her possible, reveals that they are model upon trust. This revealing somehow questions the notion of human uniqueness. And this human uniqueness has been questioned by critical post-humanism. And this very idea of critical post-humanism, as well as the idea of transhumanism, is being conflict is being there is a clash between these two very ideas, transhumanism and post-humanism. These very ideas seems to be contradict each other, and thus the idea of post-humanism is can be connected to literature, I think. Okay, ma'am, that's that. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shanti, for your very pertinent and very, you kept to the time, within the time you've made a presentation, which is very rare these days. We will take up the questions directed to Shanti at the end of, at the end, after which, at the end of all paper, that will be presented here. So the next question of the day is, and if any of you have questions for Shanti, may please put up in the chat box so we can take up the questions at the end. Now I would like Pratiksha Pradhan and Sangeeta Sharma, MA students from the Department of English, Sikkim University. The joint paper will now talk upon cinematic world through the eco-Gothic lens. Pratiksha, are you here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, please present your paper. If you could put on your camera, we can see you. Put on your camera.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
I am Sangeeta Sharma. This paper, titled Cinematic World to the Eco-Gothic Lens, is a product of a collaboration between my co-presenter Pratiksha Pradhan and myself, and is an attempt to showcase the importance and relevance of the eco-Gothic theory within the context of today's environmental timeline. The relatively new eco-Gothic theory, which came into limelight with Andrew Smith and William Hughes' 2013 publication Eco-Gothic, effectively yokes together the ecological with the Gothic to provide a medium for the expression of the psychological constructs of fear and monstrosity in nature. In the book, Smith and Hughes define the term eco-Gothic as exploring Gothic through eco-criticism. The eco-Gothic uncovers and confronts the highly ignored visible signs of environmental degradation at the hands of the human race. The use of the eco-Gothic theory allows a voice and a form to the anxieties caused by ecological crisis on humans. Shere Decker, in Eco-Gothic in the 21st Century, befittingly remarks that eco-Gothic revolves around the uncanny manifestations of those forms of environmental violence or crisis that have been occulted. Study of art and literature as a whole through the eco-Gothic lens aids in spreading awareness about the overlooked climate change in a time when sensitization of humans towards environmental conservation is deemed a must. Given the role of multimedia as indispensable information distributors in today's world, an attempt has been made to include films to help visualize clearly the theory of the eco-Gothic. Adrian Ivakiv, in his Steering the Geopolitical Unconscious Towards a Jamesonian Eco-Criticism, which came out in 2003, puts forward the argument that the contemporary films are diffused with eco-Gothic imagery, complementing the awareness of the intersections between climatic violence, ecological catastrophe, and militarization. A 1978 film, Long Weekend, which also has a 2008 remake titled Nature's Grave, can be taken as a reflection of contemporary man-made ecological crisis and a subsequent manifestation of nature's dark side. Its 1978 poster reads, "Their crime was against nature. Nature found them guilty." And it perfectly sums up this psychological thriller's plot, wherein a married couple on a weekend camping trip intrude into and abuse the natural environment around them. Nature fights back as birds, insects, animals of all kinds and breeds, as well as wind, water, and the forest combine forces to extract revenge on humans for the disrespect they are treated with. Fire resulting from carelessly tossed cigarette butts, killing of animals for sport, and contamination of natural bodies is retaliated by the turning of every living creature against them. Eco-Gothic imageries like incarnadine river water, terror-evoking screams of the injured wilderness are used. Nature conspires against the duo and turns villainous in its vengeful ubiquity. Psychological tension and fear take center stage as Mother Nature kind of savagely toys with a human praise. Hungarian filmmaker Kornél Mundrukzó's 2015 masterpiece, White God, employs the eco-Gothic theme efficiently as the film's canine anti-hero Hagen leads a pack of mixed breeds like him into war against torturous humans. The Hungarian government brands Hagen as unfit for the society because it is of a mixed breed and is deserted on the roadside by his master. He is then sold into dog slavery where hundreds of dogs like him are mercilessly tortured. Hagen, with his pack, retaliates and attacks humans in the city. The retribution of the dogs goes to such an extent that humans are forced inside with their fears, traumatizing them. The film plays on the negative repercussions of our presumed superiority over nature as a whole by highlighting the anxieties humans experience as a result of the monstrous episodes of nature. Now, I would like to invite Pratiksha Pradhan to present the second half of the paper. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to take further the second half of the paper entitled Cinematic World Through the Eco-Gothic Lens. The films discussed by my co-partner commonly evoke ecophobia of predatory nature. The term ecophobia is used by Simon Stock in his Theorizing in a Space of Ambivalent Openness, Eco-Criticism and Ecophobia to denote contempt and fear we feel for the agency of the natural environment. Both land and waterscape, animal and plant lives take small humans back. A large-scale plague was witnessed in Africa and several eastern countries, including India, when swarm of locusts invaded and pushed agrarian community to the brink of disaster. A similar situation is explored in 1978 Mexican movie The Beast, produced and directed by Alfred Zacharias, and it champions the cause of invading environmental destruction, wherein a swarm of genetically mutated killer bees attack humans as a retribution to the abuse inflicted on their kind. Humans, drawn by the indispensable urge for economic boon, exploit the bees imported from South Africa to Brazil, which results in the evacuation of the human race, leaving the United States completely defenseless in spite of having the most sophisticated weapons and advanced defense system. Lack of control, one of the important attributes of ecogothic theory, inevitably leads to ecophobia. Humans fear what they fail to control. Such fear and anxiety is seen globally with a COVID-19 outbreak. The novel coronavirus is said to be of a zoonotic origin. This disease spillover is facilitated by our ever close contact with the animal world, which is a direct result of exploitation of wild animals. This pandemic has demonstrated how fundamentally linked human health and prosperity are with the well-being of the planet. It has caused not only a physical but also a psychological shock to the global population. It has in many ways become a pandemic of fear. We still live in a world driven by unquenchable goals of infinite growth on a finite planet, with a huge chunk of the global GDP dependent directly on nature. With an easing lockdowns, economic will leave no stone unturned
to make up for the lost time, and this desperation for economic boost may cause environmental exploitation to surge way past pre-pandemic levels. Fear is said to be the basis of human civilization. The very reputation of nature as fearful, unforgiving, and revenge seeking in an eco-gothic world could become a shield against unnecessary human encroachment. Engaging with the eco-gothic is one way to overcome low levels of awareness about this seriousness of climate change and the crisis caused by high consumption lifestyles. Considering the coronavirus pandemic as one of those historical moments that will undoubtedly alter various fundamental premises of 21st century life, the future of eco-Gothic theory looks promising as its necessity and reality is likely to attract large-scale interest in post-pandemic world. Thank you.
Thank you, Diksha, for this paper presentation. The next speaker at the end of, after everyone has presented their papers. So Veeraj Giri is a MA final semester student from Nar Bahadur Bhandari Degree College, Tadong, Sikkim, and he's going to talk on Kafka's The Trial, Prophetic Existential Trope. Veeraj, please take over, Veeraj. Veeraj, we can't hear you.
Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me, ma'am?
No, I mean, we cannot hear you properly. Please be loud enough.
Now, ma'am. Ma'am, can you hear me now?
Yeah, better.
Can the others hear it?
Yeah.
Can the others hear Veeraj?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear him, but
No,
it's
but I
very
can't
low.
hear him at all. I can't hear him.
Okay, so
Yes,
yeah,
yes, he is audible.
he's audible. Okay, Veeraj, you wanted to share your screen? Hello, Veeraj. Please join in.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, you want to share your screen?
Yes,
Then, ma'am, Dr. Kaur.
yes, ma'am. I want to share my screen and my slides.
Yeah. Dr. Kaur, he wants to share his screen.
Okay, we can do that, but we can't hear him at all.
Ma'am, I'm putting on my headphone right now. Can you hear me, ma'am? Now, ma'am.
Have you clicked on it already? Viraj, have you? We are ready here to allow it.
Okay, ma'am. So, ma'am, I'm starting now. Morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Department of English, Sikkim University for giving me the opportunity to present my paper and become productive during this time of pandemic, and for giving me this opportunity to present my paper in this national level students webinar, Interrogating Literary Theory. I would now like to present my screen with you all. Can you all see my slides, ma'am? Okay, so the title of my paper is Kafka's Works, Prophetic Existential Truth. First of all, I would like to introduce Franz Kafka, who is one of the greatest writers of the 20th century and who explores the dark side of humanity within himself and also the complexity of bureaucracy. Because most of Kafka's characters are people who works on an everyday job to earn their living. Kafka's novel and short stories also show the crisis of modern man trapped in this bureaucracy. The two novels I will basically focus on is The Trial and The Metamorphosis. The Trial is the story about Joseph K., protagonist of the story, a man who gets arrested one day without giving him any reason why he was being apprehended by the law, without giving him any reason and us readers without any reason. The other text I'll be focusing on is The Metamorphosis by Gregor Samsa, which is also a similar story where the protagonist one day wakes up to find himself transformed into a corpse. Since this webinar is basically about interrogating literary theory, these two novels are generally read with the help of theories like existentialism and absurdism. Kafka's lens of existentialism. First of all, what is existentialism? Existentialism is a philosophical movement which has penetrated into literary theories as well as philosophical traditions. The two concepts of absurdity and alienation are related to existentialism. Uh, since existentialism is a very broad term, the other meaning of existentialism can be said as it means individuals they have control over their own choices and their actions. And since human existence is determined by our actions, every activity that protagonist Joseph K. and Gregor Samsa does in their story proves their existence. Existential crisis faced by the two protagonists both internally and externally is shown in the novel. Understanding Kafkaesque. Kafkaesque is generally a term which tends to refer to the nature of capitalist bureaucratic system and the government system. As mentioned earlier, because most of Kafka's protagonists deal with their livelihood. Please give me a minute. Deals with the livelihood. To understand what makes something Kafkaesque, we must need to know the lives of both of his characters, that is Gregor Samsa and Joseph K. Kafkaesque can also be understood as unnecessary, complicated and frustrating experience that one goes through. Feeling of guilt and anxiety and feeling guilty for just existing. That type of feeling is also known as Kafkaesque. Now, addressing the prophetic elements in Kafka. As we all know, this pandemic situation has brought us all confined in a room, and during the early stages of this pandemic, it was difficult to experience a sense of claustrophobia. Confined to one room and secluded from society and family, it felt Kafkaesque. The current pandemic has parallels to Kafka's The Trial. The novel appears unstable, irrational, and incomprehensible, just like the current time. Because if we think about it, everything is uncertain right now. We are unstable about our future and our decisions and almost everything. And this can be parallel to the novel by Kafka. The other point is the unpredictability and absurdity of the novel that has been mirrored by this current pandemic. The invisible enemy, quote unquote, has immobilized our systems and threatened our ability to provide care. Just like in both of his novels, either be it The Trial or The Metamorphosis, everyone has been threatened in the health sector to provide care. This pandemic has also caused confusion and disorientation, the two most important themes of Kafka's trial. Just like in the writings of Kafka, whereby the right understanding of any matter and the misunderstanding of the same matter do not wholly exclude each other. This, in simple terms, means that whether we understand something or if we do not understand something, in the end, it doesn't really matter and it doesn't really make sense. Turmoil, upheaval, and isolation are ubiquitous throughout the writings of Kafka. As we already know, isolation is one of the key themes of Kafka. These themes are experienced by many people along with his characters and much more throughout this COVID pandemic. And even we, the common people, can relate this. Before ending this slide, I would like to quote Kafka from The Trial. The right understanding of any matter and a misunderstanding of the same matter do not wholly exclude each other. In simple terms, it means that it doesn't really make sense if we understand something or if we do not understand something. Psychosomatic conditions depicted by Kafka. Anxiety, fear, and uncertainty are the most prominent psychosomatic conditions in both of his novels, The Trial and The Metamorphosis. Similarly, we are faced with similar psychosomatic conditions in this current pandemic. Because if you look about it, most of the problems of mental health people are complaining about or we are listening in the news are anxiety, fear, uncertainty about the future, stress, and depression to a large extent. One may also have noticed that the authority of the governing bodies has increased during this pandemic, which means that the power and the authority of the government system has increased in a large extent since the starting of this pandemic. They always have the option of using this as an excuse to get their own way. An example of this would be the introduction of new education policy system, which was launched in July 29 this year during the ongoing pandemic. Everything was changed about the education policy and it has been made more vocal. So the other example also we can see as the government system having the option of using this as an excuse is the reset Hatra scheme. There were certain protocols to be followed by the government system and the common people, but since they were the people from the government, no SOPs were followed and no social isolation was done. Everybody was in a group of more than 50 without any mask or social distancing. So these are the many examples they had the option of using as an excuse to have their own way, that is the government system. The isolation felt by Gregor Samsa, the protagonist of the novel The Metamorphosis, is related to the social, social isolation caused by the pandemic. Because if we look upon it, Gregor Samsa is isolated in a room confined where nobody comes and talks to him and be isolated. Also, the quarantine process of this current ongoing pandemic is no doubt similar to the life of Gregor Samsa. For example, Gregor Samsa is given food by his family just for few seconds and they immediately close the door as soon as they put him food. So if we parallel the quarantine process and the life of Gregor Samsa in the book, we see that the ongoing pandemic victims or the quarantine patients have been going through the same situation as the life of Gregor Samsa. I would like to end this slide by quoting Kafka in his text Metamorphosis. What if I went back to sleep for a while and forgot about all this nonsense? I feel that we, all the people, have at least been through this once in our life. I would now like to end my presentation by saying that everyone feels like they are in front of a story at least once in their life, and I feel it is perfectly normal and nothing to worry about. I conclude my presentation by saying that I have used the word prophetic in my title because Kafka's works deal with everything that we are currently going through due to this pandemic. It was as if this book has predicted a situation in a way that I'm tempted to write that whereas Joseph K. ends his trial isolated and alone, our trial finds us isolated but increasingly united. Why increasingly united? Because of the various social media platforms that we have in this technological era. We are isolated in our rooms, but we are socially connected through this social media platform and we have been receiving all the news that has been going on in and around the world. These are few of the references that I have referred to for my slide. I would like to thank you all for listening to my presentation. Thank you, ma'am.
Uh, Thank you, Viraj, for presenting your paper on Kafka. Now, the other two presenters, paper presenters, have absented themselves. I think we can take up the questions, and we are we are running ahead of time, which is good. We can take a small break after the end of this discussion of this particular session. So I take up Shanti Ranjan Singh's paper, which was titled "Post-Humanism: The Theory Beyond Everything," where he takes off with the idea of how post-humanism seems to be a deconstructive study of humanism. And particularly he tries to show how post-humanism takes its philosophical support from the works of Francisco Fernando Carey Wolf and others. And his argument is that post-humanism is a theory that goes beyond everything. Now and through the course of his paper, he has tried to kind of seek a connection between humanism and post-humanism, and he has tried to figure out the relationship between post-humanism with literature. Now and how you see the new post-humanism as a theory beyond everything. It kind of defies the very anthropocentric viewpoint that we are so used to it, and it establishes, dismantling the anthropocentric viewpoint, it establishes a whole new interpretation of literature, both of the past and the present. Now, I have, in the chat box, there is a question for, this question for, yeah, the question for Shanti, and this is by, the question is by Dia.
Okay.
Question is by Dia. Dia has asked, she has put forward a question. She says, since transhumanism and posthumanism literature is a product of interdisciplinary collaboration, do you think literary criticism of the same also demands such interdisciplinary collaboration? Shanti, can you respond to this question?
Yes, I can respond. I think that's that's a very, very interesting question. Okay, now this question may lead us to a whole new aspect of literature and literary criticism, I think. And I think, yes, of course, there are already such collaborations, I think. See, literature is no more pure literature at all. No, it is not at all a pure literature anymore. Take the example of eco-criticism, I think. It questions and as well as deals with ecology and so on. I think literature is not solely the literature, the mere literature at all, and it deals with ecology and all these things. I think eco-criticism is a pure example of all this. And similarly, I think posthumanism is also already in it. Now, as I have already mentioned, the novel of Kazuo Ishiguro, The Never Let Me Go, 2005 novel Never Let Me Go, I have already mentioned about cloning and all other technological advancement in this novel. I think that's enough to mention about the collaboration, interdisciplinary collaboration, cloning and all this can elaborate all these ideas, I think. And posthumanism is paving its way through this interdisciplinary collaboration, like cloning and other technological advances.
I hope that satisfies you, Dia. Are there any other questions for Shanti from the other participants? So we don't have any more questions for Shanti. Then we move ahead with the next. Yes,
Ma'am,
yes, Sasha.
since they are done now, if anyone has questions, they can from the Google Meet. They can also unmute themselves and ask. No, for the time being.
Yeah. Yes, please do. You can put forward your questions. If you're there, you can put forward a question directly to the paper presenters. Anybody who has a question for Shanti? Okay, so I move ahead with the second paper that was presented by the MA students of the Department of English, Sikkim University, a joint paper by Pratiksha Pradhan and Sangeeta Sharma, titled Cinematic World Through the Eco-Gothic Lens. Taking up, their paper took up from Andrew Smith and William Hughes's concept of, a very new concept of eco-Gothic, and they kind of correlated it with eco-phobia. Now, there is a here. Shantini, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Would you like to put your question yourself? Put forward your question yourself? Yes, Shah.
Just a minute, ma'am. Just a minute. Yes, so I wanted to ask, first of all, it was a greatly interesting paper, and I got to know about eco Gothic for the first time, I would rather say. So, what I knew of was about eco criticism. That is why I want to know if eco Gothic stands a chance to improve upon the aspects of eco criticism, as it were. And if at all there are some shortcomings within eco criticism, if eco Gothic can address, because there is an inclusion of the Gothic element within the ecological, as I understand. So, if the prepper presenters could tell me if there's such a scope of improvement on eco criticism through the eco Gothic lens, that's my question.
Yeah. Thank you, Shantini. Sangeeta, would you like to respond? Please respond to Shantini's observation on your paper, question on your paper.
Yes, ma'am. First of all, I would like to inform that eco Gothic itself comes under the umbrella of eco criticism. And eco criticism as a whole, it includes the idea of nature as a facilitator, which I think is often due to which we humans often take nature for granted. Um, and but when we come to the eco-Gothic theory, nature, the idea of nature is such that it is to be feared. Nature is seen as fearful. So this would because of this, environmental conservation would I would like to say would gain a greater momentum, and in this way, eco-Gothic would help in filling the shortcomings which would come with eco-criticism. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Yeah. Any other question for them? Any other question for Sangeeta and Pratiksha? Are there any questions from the participants for Sangeeta and Pratiksha? Because what they have focused on their paper is how eco-Gothic allows, or rather gives a step further into giving a voice and form to the anxiety that is, to the anxiety that is caused, by ecological degradation by mankind, and how eco-Gothic basically, harnesses on the fear and anxiety by focusing on the monstrosity, the monstrous side of nature. Anybody else who would want to put forward a question to them? No one? Okay, thank you. We go ahead. Veeraj, although I say, yeah. Anybody else? No one? Okay. So then move ahead with Veeraj Giri. Veeraj, I'm sorry I could barely hear you. But then I could understand what you were talking about, because you spoke about on Kafka's trial, prophetic existential trope, okay? And, you kind of tried to relate, Kafka's works with a prophetic, futuristic, kind of a commentary for our world. Now, how Kafka's works talk about seclusion and the disorientation, disorientation of mankind. Now, you see, this psychosomatic situation that is depicted by Kafka in his works, okay, is very similar to what Veeraj has said, similar to the situation that what we are experiencing due to the pandemic, the coronavirus, what we are, the harrowing, isolation, the seclusion that that we are undergoing right now. But what I very much liked about Veeraj Giri is the kind, of ending that he uses to sum up his paper, wherein he says, how the trial ends, or most of the works of Kafka ends on a note of seclusion. Whether be it Joseph K being executed, or K not being able to reach the castle, Gregor Samsa totally being exhausted and isolated, at the end of his journey, okay, now. But then what you say here is, you talk about how the pandemic has given us a reason to unite, okay, it has given us a reason to unite amidst amidst these disorienting times. Okay, so that is what I liked, about your paper. Okay, so now, are there any, although I haven't seen any questions for you in the, in the chat box, there must be, some questions from the participants here. Veeraj's paper is under, is open for discussion. Any questions from the participants here? Any questions for Veeraj? Veeraj is all ready to take his questions. No questions for Veeraj? Okay, then we come to the end of this, of this particular first technical session. Thank you very much, Veeraj. Uh, Over to you, the anchor of the program.
Thanks a lot, ma'am, for chairing the session. And it was really all of presenters and all the virtual attendees. The session was really engaging and entertaining as well as insightful. You all have come. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, we can
Yes,
hear you.
ma'am.
Yeah.
So it's like it's really we have come with such insightful ideas and talks, and it is like now it's like we can discuss, we can have a discussion. Okay, if you want to share your ideas, those even the people those who have joined, okay, the participants, you can also tell, or we can break for a small break. We can take a small break also for tea. So it's good if you
So,
want, if you want.
Dia, if you have something to say, you can just unmute yourself and say here because we have time. We are much ahead of time, and if you want to share your views, you can just unmute yourself and share here because I saw Dia typing in the message box. I think Shell, Dia cannot hear
Okay,
hear.
she's
Oh,
some disturbance.
so
She's
she's
saying.
saying that she has some disturbance around right now, so might not prefer unmuting. But she says that she likes how Viraj has put Kafka in conversation with our contemporary situation. It's a very skilled observation.
Yes.
So, Shell, we can announce that we can just break for tea now, and I request all of the participants to join us at 12:30 for our next plenary talk and we can have a small break of 20 minutes. Okay.
Thank you all. Stay tuned. We'll connect shortly.
For the participant who just joined in, we are just going on a short break for 15 minutes. We'll be back. We'll be back at 12:30. I
Shomi
saw.
Mukherjee, Shomi Mukherjee, who had a paper in the previous session, just joined and left. Um, I don't know if she is here. Shomi Mukherjee, I saw her name just
Yeah,
now.
she had just joined. She had just joined.
Yeah, and I can also see that she left, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay, she was not here on time, no? Her session began at 11:30. She have been here at 11:30.
Ma'am,
Yes, Shell.
uh,
Uh,
just a
sh-
second.
uh, show me, show me Mukherjee. Have you joined?
Yes, ma'am. In her time slot, it's written here. Just need to
Show
see
what?
her time.
Yes, ma'am.
Show me. I think you are a little late for your session. We just. I mean, yes, your paper was from 12:10, I guess, but the session was from 11:30. But we thought that you are not joining.
No, ma'am, actually there was a technical glitch, so I was not able to join.
Okay, is it okay for you if you speak in the next technical session?
Yeah, ma'am. That's absolutely fine.
Hmm.
Okay, so we will accommodate you in the next technical session in that case.
Okay.
Okay, show me. We are on a break till 12:30. We will come back here for Professor Paramita Chakraborty's plenary talk at 12:30.
Let me send her the right Google Meet, huh? Sure. I'll try. I'll try that same link from my phone, huh? No, because they really इतना क्यों भेजा? Even I'm confused now when I'm looking at my mail. I'm very confused. I'll try. I sent mail. Use that. फोन से भी तो होता ही है ना? Yeah, just this one. Let me join this. But we can't go for a break, right? We have to sit in front of these. हम लोग के लिए no break. Yes, sir. ताकि आप शुद्ध Now it's too late to end this. It doesn't matter. Just go and do what you can. You've done your best now. Now don't think of, oh, I did this, did that, okay? Take a deep breath and wait, okay? And listen to this very speaker that we have just mentioned. Okay?
Hi, Paromita.
Hi, hello.
You've come in early.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
It's okay. We gave them a tea break.
Okay. So
Huh.
12:30 we'll start. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Where are
That's
you?
fine. That's fine. I just finished class, so that's why I just thought I'd come in.
ঠিক আছে. Okay. Nice to see you.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon, Shashwati. Yeah, I got your mail. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we'll start at 12:30. Sure, we have asked all the
Yeah, that's
participants.
fine. I mean, don't worry about me. I'm just sort of a little
I'm
early
sorry
because
to ask you to come early because although your session would have started at 12:45, but we just finished ahead of time, so we thought maybe you can start a little early.
yeah. No concerns, no worries, no problem.
Good afternoon, Professor Paramita.
Good afternoon. How are you, sir?
I'm good. Yeah. It's nice.
Thank you. I'm sorry I couldn't attend the inauguration. I had class, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Sorry about it.
Look forward to listening to you now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, Parvinder, should we just give the PowerPoint a try? I was just wondering, I mean, that if you're around.
We could do that, but just before this session, one student also had a screen share and we did it quite well.
Okay, so that's not going to be, it
That's
shouldn't
not
be a problem. I've done it before, so yeah, it's never been a problem. So how has it been going so far?
Touch wood, smooth.
Good. So where are you? This looks like a auditorium or something.
Yeah, I'm in it's called Bharat Sadan.
Okay.
It's a university building.
Okay. So you've got tech support and everything there?
I have 2 students helping me.
Okay. So that's good.
We took tutorials for the past 2 days to do all this.
Oh, okay. I know you have learned so much. I still find it quite hard to screen share on Zoom. I still find it a little awkward.
No,
I mean, Google Meet is easier.
This one was quite okay.
Yeah.
My
Google
son
Meet
told me what to do, and I think I'll manage.
Yeah. And this, so you're taking class on G Suite or Google Classroom? What platform do you use?
We're using this only.
Okay.
Google.
So Google Meet is good. Yeah. We use the same. Yeah.
Nice to see you after so long.
I know. I'm seeing you probably after 5-6 years. I don't know. I've lost count.
Me too. I know.
Yeah.
So at least we get to see one another.
I know. But this hall looks very grand behind you.
It's quite okay.
Right.
You're at home or you're at the university?
I'm at home. This is my room. I haven't been out of it for so long. I mean, I just go out, I think, once a week or something. Barely that. How about you? I mean, do you come to university at all?
For the past few days, I have been.
Okay. So, to organize all of this. But like, how are things there now?
It's people are getting sick every day. At least 40 to 50 people every day.
But people are not dying, no? Like here.
No, 2 are dying per day. I know I laughed, sorry. That's not a laughable thing, but
Yeah.
কি করা যাবে জানি না. I'm dying to come to Calcutta also.
I'm dying to come to Sikkim. We're all dying to like get out of
You
wherever
come here,
we
I'll
are.
go there.
Yeah, maybe next time we can have a physical like seminar proper,
I
and
know.
where we
I'd
can
love for that to happen. Yeah.
yeah,
I hope next year sometime.
hoping for like coming closer and going to a physical classroom.
I know. Absolutely. I really miss like proper teaching. And here now, of course, with the pujas, we don't know what's going to happen.
And there'll be a huge surge, it seems. Everybody's predicting, so I just hope people get a little more sense and don't step out now.
I really hope so, but I don't have such trust in people. People can be very crazy.
Yeah, they have already been shopping.
Yeah, I know. I mean, Goriahat, you can barely go there. So, Shashwati, where are you? Are you in Sikkim? Are you in Kolkata?
No,
Where
no,
are you?
I'm in Kolkata right now. I just
So, you
submitted
know
my
how Goriahat
thesis.
is looking now. Yeah.
I submitted my PhD thesis a month back, and I've joined, and I'm working from home right now.
Yeah, everybody's working from home. But it's good, Parvinder, that you're. No, you're not. Which is clearly, yeah. But I go to Jadavpur like once a week. Yeah, I do. Sometimes I meet my students.
I was thinking I'll go home for a bit, but I don't want to disappoint my kids.
You don't want to take your kids with you?
No, I said I thought I'll go home for a bit, but I don't want to disappoint my kids.
Why would you disappoint them?
Oh, they are having such a great time without me. You back, they'll say. I said I rest. Shashwati's got a fact. It's hot there, na Shashwati?
Yes, very hot.
It's hot. It's very hot. It's very sunny.
Very sunny.
Is it raining in Gangtok?
Humid also.
No. It's all curtained up and we've got the AC on.
Okay. But you're very
ma'am, I think
yeah.
We'll start.
Yes, Shashwati.
I think we should be getting ready, no? It's like 12:29.
Yeah, fine.
Okay,
Shell, are you here? Shell, are you here?
Yes, ma'am, I am here. Very good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Shall I start?
Just wait for 2 minutes. Just
Yeah,
12:29. 2 minutes, yeah. Just be ready.
So, Shell, where are you based?
Ma'am, I am basically from Bihar, and I have done my master's from MIT Kolkata, and then I have done my MPhil from Sikkim University, and right now I am teaching there as a guest faculty.
So you're in Gangtok now?
No, ma'am. I think away. Yeah, few days back I came to my.
You came back to Calcutta? No, to
No,
Bihar.
ma'am. To Bihar, ma'am.
You went home to Bihar. Okay.
So we are connecting from different places. It's nice.
Yeah,
but
that's why I'm asking people where they're from and where they are.
I was there locked for 6 months. Yes, ma'am. I was there in Sikkim.
In Gangtok?
Yes, ma'am. In Gangtok.
Right.
Okay, ma'am. Parvinder, ma'am, shall we start? Parvinder, ma'am.
Yes, you all can start. That's why I went mute and blank everything. I thought you all are starting.
Oh yeah, the presenters who were here since morning just left for the break, and I think They have not all joined in, but we can start all and they can come in, right? Yes, Shell, I think we should begin.
So, good afternoon to all of you. Okay, we are here for our first plenary session. We are very glad to have you, ma'am, Professor Paramita Chakrabarti from the Department of Jadavpur University, from the Department of English, Jadavpur University. It's like, ma'am, like Dr. Paramita Chakrabarti is a professor in the Department of English in the Jadavpur University, and she has been the director of School of Women's Studies in Jadavpur University itself. She has completed her doctoral studies at the University of Oxford, UK. She teaches Renaissance drama, women's writing, sexuality in film studies. She has been visiting fellows at the universities of Birmingham, Liverpool, Amsterdam, Oxford, Delhi, and Hyderabad. Her work in the School of Women's Studies, Jadavpur University, has focused on education and sexuality. She has led national and international projects on gender representation in school textbooks, sexuality education, women's higher education, homeless women in the Panchayati Raj, and in self-help groups, as well as HIV positive women and children. She has worked with the state and central governments, the Women's Commission, state and national, and government ministries of education, Panchayat and Rural Development, and HIV Control and Prevention Boards, as well with the international universities on policy related to women's education, empowerment, and health. She has been working for the last 4 years on a project on mobilizing single women in West Bengal, India. Her book, Women Contesting Culture, was published in 2012. Her book on Shakespeare and Indian cinemas was published by Routledge in 2018, and her book on Asian Shakespeare is forthcoming. So today, ma'am, her title of the session is Interrogating Literary Theory, Feminist Challenges. And before I hand over to ma'am, I would like all of you to mute yourself, and over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shali. I will I thank all of you heartily, really, for keeping alive, our culture of talking, conversations, seminars, at a time when, everything seems quite desperate and ridden with despair. So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk and think and do what the things we normally do. But haven't been able to do because of the pandemic. So thank you very much again to the VC and to Parvinder and to Shashwati who've gotten together to organize this webinar, which I believe has been oversubscribed almost, and there have been over 200 abstracts. I'm extremely happy to hear that people, even in the midst of all of this, are continuing their work and their thinking, keeping their minds alive. So thanks very much. And I'm sorry to have missed the inaugural session with all these sort of online classes now. Things are becoming a little difficult, so extremely sorry for that. I'm sure you've had very stimulating papers in the morning. I wish I had listened to them. So what I will be talking about today is basically looking at, because we often tend to lump literary theory into like one homogeneous group. But all literary theories are not similar. They use very different lenses and very different perspectives to read literature or to understand or interpret literature. So what I will be trying to do is to use a feminist lens of feminist literary theory to read other kinds of literary theory and to see what it looks like from a feminist perspective. Because feminist literary theory has, for the longest time, been discredited, and it has been discredited, interestingly, by both sides. So feminists who work on the ground say, you literary theorists, I mean, you just sit in an armchair and you know nothing about the real condition of women. You don't care about it, and what is it that you're doing with literature? It has no use on the ground. So on the one hand, you receive flack as a feminist literary theorist from activists on the ground, from activist feminists. But you also receive flack from other literary theorists who say that you don't have enough rigor, you are bringing politics into theory, that you know, all of this gender stuff is not very useful. It's something that you almost make up. So again, you know, you have this sort of unique positioning as a feminist literary theorist, which is between activism and literary theory. And then how do you negotiate that space? How do you read that space? And then what does other kinds of literary theory, which claim to have much more rigor and are much more abstract and neutral and less political, how does that look from the perspective of a feminist? So I'm really trying to interrogate different kinds of literary theory from the perspective of feminist literary theory. What does it look like from the other side? And also, therefore, to interrogate the, you know, to question the fact that all literary theory is homogeneous. It isn't. There are certain kinds of literary theory which are much more political. There are certain kinds of literary theory which are much more abstract and theoretical. And how do we make those distinctions? What are the implications of those distinctions when we apply them to literature? So this is largely the area within which I will seek to talk. I have a PowerPoint, you know, just to hold your attention, because with these online sessions, one never knows, you know, where your audience is, whether they are listening to you or not. So I'll just have these slides on board, but I will be talking all the time. And at any point, if you have a question or, you know, something that you want to clarify, just stop me and ask me that question. I don't get bothered by that. So I'm happy to clarify at the moment when you have the question, because by the time you end, you know, you're in a different place, you've forgotten your question. So it doesn't matter. Don't wait for question hour. You can stop me. You can interrupt me. This is, you know, in that sense, not a very formal session. I hope it'll be a conversation. I hope it'll be in the manner of a discussion. Okay, because I am talking to colleagues and students who are sort of, you know, MPhil or research students. So therefore, you know, I don't think we need to have it like a class or a session. It doesn't have to be like that. So let me open my PowerPoint. So if you just allow me to screen share. Shall I just open my PowerPoint now?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, sure.
Yeah. Is anything
Yes, sure.
visible on screen?
Right now, no, ma'am. Right now, it's not visible.
Okay, so I think I need to screen share as well. You just need to allow me. So, Parvinder, just let me get into presentations. Your entire screen. Okay, I've done that.
I've shared it.
Let me get into sharing. Share.
It's happening.
Yeah. Now are things visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, fine. So I'll just get into full mode. Okay, clear now? Everybody can see and hear me at the same time? I need a response. Yeah.
Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
Yeah, fine. So, interrogating literary theory, feminist challenges and questions. These are challenges from the feminist perspective directed towards the idea of literary theory. Okay, so I begin with a provocation, which is, how do we distinguish between theory and politics? Because feminism very directly sort of announces the fact that it is a literary theory, but it is based on a very specific kind of politics. So theory, when we understand what we understand by theory, it's a system of ideas used to explain something which is independent of the thing itself. So it's basically something which is assumed to be objective, to be neutral and abstract, almost like the sciences. So basically, when you do literary theory, what you're trying to do is to get the exactitude, the precision, that the lucidity that you associate with the scientific subject. You are trying to bring that into literature, a systematic way of understanding literature. That's your literary theory. So it is assumed, therefore, to be objective, neutral, and abstract. Feminism and feminist literary theory announces itself very loudly and very clearly as a politics. It is a perspective. It is a particular kind of lens. All theory are lenses of a certain kind, with which you are looking at literature or a literary text. But feminism also says at the same time that we are not just a lens. We are also a politics. And we are not neutral, because we are speaking from a particular point of view. And that point of view is that of feminist politics. And also the fact feminists announce loudly and clearly as well that we have a specific agenda. If you have an agenda, can you be neutral? Is the question that is often asked of feminists. That if you're so political, can you be, can you actually do theory as a kind of neutral, abstract pursuit? And feminists also announce right at the beginning that we are not in the business of just explaining the world or explaining a literary text, which is what literary theory does. It explains a literary text in terms of the world to us. But feminists announce that we are not just in the business of explaining things. We are actually in the business of changing things, of transforming the world, of transforming gender politics, of transforming patriarchy, of transforming the way that men and women are unequal in most parts of the world. So therefore, we have a transformative agenda, we have a political agenda, we have an announced perspective. We are looking at the world from a particular point of view, and that point of view is that of gender and gender inequity, gender inequality. So we are looking at a literary text from that particular point of view. So therefore, no feminist claims to be entirely neutral or abstract like other literary theorists often claim to be. So there is a clear difference between literary theory per se and feminist politics as we understand it, on which feminist literary theory is premised. Okay? Again, as I said, if you have any questions, please ask them. Stop me. So this is from Marx, who said the philosophers have only interpreted the world, so the theorists have only interpreted texts in various ways. So literary theorists do that. They interpret texts in various ways. The point, however, is to change it, is to change the world, is to change the ways in which texts are produced, change the ways in which people are represented, particularly women are represented in text. And that is what a feminist literary theorist often does. She takes a particular text and shows you the unequal gender relationships in the text. And she says that we need to be able to produce future texts where these inequalities will not remain. So therefore, she is really, the feminist literary theorist is talking about change. She is talking about political transformation of the ways in which we produce texts and we represent men and women in texts. So it's not just a question of interpretation. The point, however, for the feminist also is to change the text, is to change the discourse. Another provocation. Can theory be political? What happens? Because feminist literary theory is clearly political. This is what we've established so far. But a lot of literary theorists says that if you have a politics like that, if you have an agenda, if you are trying to transform the world, then you are in a different realm. You are no longer in the realm of pure literature or pure literary theory. You are already in a different space. So therefore, you can't be trusted as a theorist because you're not neutral. So, and I'm sort of quoting from Terry Eagleton, who used to be my teacher and one of my most favorite literary theorists. He talks about literary theory which claims to be political, and he says that when we say that a particular literary theory is political, we call that political or ideological with whose politics we do not agree. So basically what he's saying that all literary theory is political, except that we tend to call certain kinds of literary theory political because we don't agree with the politics of that literary theory. And feminism is one such, which is why feminism receives a lot of flack, which I said before. The question again, this is a series of questions as provocations, think about them. Is there an innocent space of abstract theory uncontaminated by politics, or is all theory political at some fundamental level? Feminist critics are accused of confusing literature with the politics of gender, yet conventional critics, and this is from Terry Eagleton, it's not an exact quote, but this is what he very often said in class. Yet conventional critics who argue that Richardson's Clarissa is responsible for her own rape are not called political. So when I make a comment which is not very gender friendly, somehow it is not seen as a political comment. It is seen as commonsensical. It is something that you derive from your experience of life. But when you say that, when you are pointing out that a certain character is being represented in a particularly weak way, a certain feminine character, then you are accused of confusing literature with the politics of gender. Because literature is defined as an academic space which is pure, which is abstract, which is not supposed to be polluted by the political. The political belongs to the everyday world, and the political belongs to partisanship. That is also, that you are not fair, that you are judgmental. You are judging characters according to a particular politics. And that is not what you should do as a theorist. That is not what you should do as a literary critic. But Eagleton, one of the things that he points out is that even when you're doing something completely, what seems like neutral, you're reading a text according to the mythology, or you're reading a text according to sort of its formal structures, according to its genre. Are you being completely non-political in that case? Because you're dealing with neutral things like form and structure and genre, etc. But as we know that being apolitical is also a politics. You are choosing not to engage in a particular kind of politics because you have a different politics. So this is again something that we need to think about. Is there something which is beyond the political, which is a free space, or this imagination of a free space beyond the political is also a form of politics? So the disavowal of politics is a politics. And the theory, the literary theory which does it most often is the liberal humanist theory, which is related to modern capitalism. It recreates bourgeois values through literature and theory. So it claims to be, and this is the kind of criticism, the kind of literary criticism that we learned, for instance, in school, where we were constantly told about the universality of humankind, that all mankind feels certain emotions which were felt by British Romantic poets. For instance, you were taught poems like, and I'm sure everybody in school has been taught poems like the Skylark or the Nightingale Ode, which are all embedded in a particular time period, in a particular historical period. They are also embedded in a particular political period of British history. Yet we were never taught that context. We were always taught that, this is a universal feeling, listening to the Skylark or listening to the Nightingale. Now, these are birds that we haven't even encountered probably in our lives as Indians, as post-colonial Indians. We haven't. So we need to imagine that somehow lying in a bower, listening to a nightingale is what everybody does. I mean, this is the general everyday routine of the average Indian. So of course it is not, but it doesn't allow us to look at difference of context, difference of history, and what it really tries to erase, this kind of literary theory, what it tries to erase are the differences which are political. So the differences of class, of location. So Keats lying in a bower and listening to a nightingale is not the same as, my sort of being in a classroom being taught Keats's poem with absolutely no idea of, how he has that kind of leisure to spend like a whole day listening to a bird song. I'm just being ironic, as you can understand. It's not. I'm a huge fan of Keats and I love his poetry, but at the same time, I feel that this underlining of universality or the unique individualism of mankind, or the eternal verities, eternal truths of life. What is the eternal truth of life? I mean, every person is positioned differently. So, what happens then to the differences of class, to the differences of caste, gender, race, etc.? We completely disavow them. We completely say that these don't exist because all mankind experiences the same kind of emotions. So this myth of a common humanity and humanism is a way of disclaiming the fact that it's mankind which has created these differences, and these differences are real because you have to live through them. And these are political differences, and people struggle against them. And to pretend that they don't exist and there is a universality beyond all of this is also a politics. It is trying to make you forget about your own political positioning. So there is a significance and there is a politics behind this supposedly apolitical disavowal of politics of liberal humanist theory. Just give me a 1 minute break. I'm just going to get a glass of water. Right, I'm back. So, yet this too is a politics to maintain bourgeois values, the elitism of literature, its exclusivity. So, the disavowal of politics is also a politics. It's something to think about. You don't need to agree with me, but as I said, this is a provocation. So, what is this pure literature or pure literary theory which is beyond politics? So, theory which transcends politics or is beyond politics. So there is an attempt by many literary theorists to set aside space of literature and literary theory as pure or abstract, uncontaminated by politics. Remember the initial slide. But even pure theory like formalism, and I spoke about, for instance, when we speak about literary structures, plots, mythography, genre, we are engaging in formalism or some kind of structuralism sometimes. And it seems as if they don't have a politics. But do they in fact have a politics? And many theorists actually say that even formalism has a politics. And we need to understand that. But except that formalism doesn't announce itself as a political literary theory in the way that feminism does. So that is the difference. So even pure theory like formalism, semiotics, structuralism, deconstruction, psychoanalysis, all involve a kind of politics. Yet only some kinds of literary theory like feminism, like Marxism, or post-colonial theory, or race theory, they actually acknowledge and foreground their politics. So it's not as if other theories don't have a politics. They don't foreground it. They don't highlight it. They subsume it, they gloss over it. Whereas certain kinds of literary theory, like Marxist literary theory or post-colonial literary theory or race theory or feminist literary theory, they announce their politics very clearly. They acknowledge their politics. So it is easier to understand them because they are very upfront about the fact that they have a political agenda. So, for instance, Marxist literary theory says very clearly that we are in the business of talking about class and class difference and changing the ways in which the classes are represented in literary texts. Or, for instance, race theory says very clearly, it announces that our politics is about achieving equality of representation of the races in literary texts. And that is what we are in the business of doing. That is the agenda we are pursuing. So they are very clearly announcing their political agenda. Other kinds of literary theory do not. So there is a distinction. How does feminism challenge other kinds of literary theory? Unlike other kinds of literary theory which focus on method. So for instance, if you look at structuralism, There are very elaborate discussions of if you're going to make a structuralist analysis of a literary text, how will you go about it? What is your theoretical method going to be? Similarly, if you want to do a semiotic analysis, Saussure, for instance, gives you very elaborate directions about the methodology, the theoretical methodology. Feminism and feminist literary theory is a theory which doesn't focus on this how. How am I going to make a theoretical literary analysis? It doesn't care how, in a certain sense. It is very eclectic. It says that use. It focuses on why we are doing this literary theory. We are doing this literary theory because we have a political agenda. The political agenda is to achieve transformation of the ways in which women are represented in literary texts. So why we are doing literary theory is something that feminist literary theory is very deeply concerned with. It is not concerned with the methodology of the criticism. In fact, feminist literary theory often borrows from other methods, other theoretical methods. So sometimes it is using psychoanalysis, sometimes it is using structuralism, sometimes it is using semiotics. So if you say what is the feminist literary theoretical method, it is difficult to pinpoint because they are, as I said, very eclectic in their use of different kinds of theoretical methods. There is no one specific feminist literary method. That is because, as I said, they're not very bothered about the methodology. They're very bothered about why they are employing literary theory. So the why question is much more important than the how question in feminist literary theory, whereas other literary theories are much more focused on how, what is the methodology of the theory. So there is this distinction. What is the subject of literary theory? Literature. Literary theory operates on literature, on literary texts. So what feminism is asking, not just why do we need literary theory, but also a much larger question, which is what is literature? So feminism is also seeking an answer, not just to the question of why do we do literary theory, but what is literature? Whereas other kinds of literary theory don't actually ask this question. They take the literary text to be a given. And then, they formulate a kind of method through which you can read that literary text. But feminism is asking this further question about canon, about poetics, about literary aesthetics, about literary taste. What do we value? What do we undervalue? Why do we undervalue certain kinds of texts? Is there a gender politics in why we undervalue certain kinds of texts? So, for instance, when Jane Austen's novels are discussed, we keep saying there is no reference to the Napoleonic Wars in these novels. These are very private novels. They're only about private lives of individuals stuck in some provincial town of England. Why do we care about it? There is no public events that are described. Now, of course, a woman who has no experience of these public events, who's never been let out of those provincial parlors of upper class houses, how is she supposed to tell you about these public events? So that kind of literary theory, which critiques the Jane Austen novel for not mentioning Napoleonic Wars, is then countered by feminist literary theory, which says that, look at the history of gender politics and then ask this question. Does this question even make any sense, given the fact that women in those days had absolutely no access to public events, especially women of their class? So you're really questioning these ideas of taste, which dictate that public events have to be mentioned in a novel for a novel to be valued. Which also means at the same time, then you can't value any of the women's novels because they are not able to mention public events. So this is how gender politics shapes taste. You will value only novels written by men because they will bring in public events in their descriptions. And therefore, automatically, all novels by women become undervalued. So how taste, literary taste, how literary aesthetics, how literary poetics, how we give literary value is constantly being shaped by a gender politics is what feminist literary theory is concerned about. So the larger question is, what do we call literature? What is literary? What is valued as literary? And does gender politics have something to do with it? So these are the questions that feminist literary theory is asking. So it's not concerned, as I said, with how we are going to do theory, the method of theory. What it is interested in is why we are doing theory. And the answer is because we want to change the way in which texts represent women and men. And it is also interested in that further question, what is it that we are looking at? What counts as literature? How does women's writing get undervalued? Because it's never counted as literature. Because the way in which we define literature already handicaps women, writers. And can we bring that to the fore? So this is again something that Eagleton used to say very much. So the question is not whether to use new criticism or deconstruction. So these are two different kinds of literary theories that we can use to study Edmund Spencer's works. But, and this has to do with the difference in methodology, difference in the how question. But we need to ask the more provocative question, why do we think Spencer is worth reading? So why do we think that he constitutes the idea of the literary? Why is literary value attributed to Spencer? Does gender politics have something to do with it? So these are questions that feminist literary theorists are asking, but not other literary theorists. So in that sense, feminist literary theorists are challenging other literary theorists by asking questions that they haven't even thought of. So feminism, in a certain sense, redefines the subject of literary theory. It does not ask questions about gender and sexuality in literature because it has a political bias, because it is only concerned about women, because it is only interested in the welfare and empowerment of women. It's not because it has a prejudice or a bias, but because it thinks that the production of literature is defined by gender relationships. And the production of what we consider valuable in literature is also defined by unequal gender relationships. So, for instance, who writes, who reads is defined by gender. Because as you know, even now in our country, 70 years of independence, still there is a literacy gap between boys and girls. There's a very high dropout rate among girls in school. It's very different in the Northeast. It's probably different in Sikkim also. I have seen most young girls going to school, but if you look at mainland India, it is all very different. It is, very few girls are allowed to go to school beyond the secondary level. The minute they hit puberty, they stay at home, and then there's early marriage and all kinds of things happen. So therefore, as a girl, you have 20% less chance to be literate, 20% less chance to be educated. How are you going to read literature? How are you going to access literature if you don't even have reading skills? So gender relationships and the inequality of gender relationships determines who readers are. And that the majority of literature readers would be male is unsurprising, given the fact that that not all women are literate, not all women get complete education, even school education. So how will they become readers of literature or people who decide, what constitutes the literary? Of course, they won't. And the possibility that they may become writers of literature is even less, even more remote, which is why there are much, much fewer women writers than men. Who gets to decide what is culture, what is high taste? Also, who has the leisure to produce literary works? I mean, imagine a situation where a woman just says, I'm not going to cook, I'm not going to clean, I'm not going to look after my children, but I will sit and write. And this is exactly what Virginia Woolf had said, that in order for a woman to become a writer, you need £500 a year and you need a room of one's own. If you are married, if you're in a domestic situation, you will never get that leisure as a woman. So how will you become a writer? So you have to ensure your own space and your own source of income if you were to become a writer. How many women have the resources to do that? So Is it surprising that women don't become writers very often? So therefore, what feminist literary critics and feminist literary theorists are saying that you have to look at literary production from the politics of gender. And then you will realize who becomes a writer, what gets defined as good writing, what gets defined as literary value. All of these things are decided by men and male writing paradigms. So if your politics is to give women space within the literary, you have to think about change, bringing about change not just in society, but also in the way that we produce literature, in the way that we characterize certain kinds of literary writing as valuable, in the way that we do our aesthetics, literary poetics. Everything has to change. Also, primarily, they talk about the canon. If you look at the English literary canon, all of you are English literature students here, many of you will know very clearly that it's only the male writers who have pride of place. There are only about 2.5 women writers. I say half because, the standard ones, the canonical ones. So you have Austen, you have the Brontes, and you have George Eliot. That's it. I mean, where are the other women writers? It's only recently that, we are revising the syllabus, we are bringing in women writers, but it is a struggle and a half. And that struggle is the struggle of feminists to change the syllabus, to change the notion of literary value, to change the notion of what counts as acceptable literary theory. All of that is part of that struggle. So the question is not whether literature should be politicized by people like, the Marxist literary critics or the feminist literary theorists. It is already political. When you are clearly, because of power inequities, you are creating a space of literature where only the powerful have space, then it is already political. You don't have to make it political. All you have to do is to see what is the politics of it. Why are women being kept out? Why are people of other races being kept out? Why is it so white dominated? Why is it dominated by the upper caste? Those are the questions you should be asking. So it is already political. It's not like you are making it political by raising a question that others are not raising. You are merely recognizing the politics, and you are also expressing your desire to change that politics. Okay, so this is that feminist literary theory also is characterized by the fact that it is questioning the space of literature, the pure space of English studies, for instance. So for instance, if you see the emergence of women's studies as a discipline, it is cross-disciplinary, it is interdisciplinary. It is moving away, and usually, and if you look at the history of the emergence of women's studies everywhere in the world, whether in the West, whether in India, whether in South Asia, the history of women's studies is that it has emerged out of English studies. Similarly, the history of cultural studies, which is also an interdisciplinary pursuit, it has emerged out of English studies. So there is a questioning of the discipline of English studies that feminist literary theory has done consistently. And by doing it, it is also raising this further question that English studies is not inviting insights from other disciplines. So disciplines like politics, like sociology, like race studies, like gender studies, like history should be a part of English studies. If you're not doing it, you are pretending that English studies exists in a kind of social vacuum, in a kind of political vacuum. Whereas any kind of literature is embedded in history, in politics, in race, in gender, in sociology, etc. So you have to rethink the space of English studies as an interdisciplinary space. And this is what feminist literary theorists have helped to do. They have redefined the space of English studies. They have questioned these disciplinary binaries, these disciplinary divisions. And they have argued for a much more holistic idea of interdisciplinary praxis, interdisciplinary literary practice. And as I said, most of the women's studies came up in India in the 1980s, late 70s. In the West, they came up in the 70s. And there is a direct reason, there is a direct relationship with politics. So in the 1960s, from the end of the 1960s, you have this hugely turbulent students' movements in all universities. And students are protesting against capitalism, but they are also protesting against things like single discipline departments, things like very exclusive subjects which don't allow political insights to contaminate them. Contaminate, again, I put within air quotes. And for instance, Paris 1968 was an enormously turbulent time when students were out in the streets. And one of the things that they were asking for is to bring the politics of the streets into their academic practice, everyday academic practice. And they were saying that you can't have an academia which is so insulated from the lives of the people. So therefore, one of the things that they were talking about is gender equality, the politics of the street. But how to bring this political ideal of gender equality into your everyday academics. And one of the ways of doing that was to set up women's studies departments. And these women's studies departments slowly started coming up. And as I said, they emerged out of English studies, and they emerged out of a frustration with single discipline English studies. This imagination of a pure literary space which is set aside from life, from politics, from history, from things that are happening in the nation. So you have to understand that this emergence of a literary theory which is so overtly political also has a kind of history, and that history is the history of the 1960s, early 70s, and the student politics and their demand for revisioning disciplines, revisioning academic practice, right? So we need to remember that history and the importance of that history. So feminism is questioning, again, just to recap, the pure space of literary studies. And what we have as a result of that is the emergence of new interdisciplinary subjects in the 70s. So you have women's studies, cultural studies, race studies, refugee studies, all kinds of interdisciplinary studies which are embedded in politics and history. Most women's studies departments emerged from English studies through a questioning of the discipline and its theoretical underpinnings. Okay? So this is just a recap of what we've been discussing. So this is just an image of a woman in a women's studies library. And, these library shelves full of books of women's studies, they were very exciting even when we were growing up because it was still a very, very new discipline. But this obviously created a crisis in English studies because, large number of professors who believed in these interdisciplinary pursuits, whether it's cultural studies or race studies or women's studies, they left the English studies departments and set up their own interdisciplinary centers. And this is the history of most women's studies centers all across the world, as I said. So the existence of English studies seemed to be threatened. And if you see, the most complicated, the most complex of literary theory really comes about in the 70s. So in a certain sense, the discipline was facing a crisis, and the way in which the discipline responded to this crisis was by saying, right, all these political people have now left us. What we are going to do is we are going to devise some kind of rationale for our existence. We will devise extremely complicated theory, and that theory will not be political. At least it will not be avowedly political. It will not declare its politics like women's studies and culture studies and race studies did. And it was a way, by developing these very complex theoretical paradigms, it was a way of making English studies still relevant, keeping it relevant, keeping it professional. and keeping it very different and distant from the social sciences. So not like women's studies. So therefore, you see this new jargonized complex literary theory, which is almost like science. You have to learn, almost a new language in order to penetrate that theory. So whether it's structuralism, post-structuralism, deconstruction, postmodernism, psychoanalysis, these extremely complex forms of theory were a way in which literature and literary studies were rejuvenated. Suddenly people started taking an interest in these non-social forms of theory. We can discuss this later if people are interested. And these kinds of theoretical paradigms were approximating the science paradigm. They were almost like science. So, for instance, if you were to look at, certain kinds of psychoanalytic theories by Lacan, you will see the Venn diagram. You will see, a lot of use of philosophical and logical paradigms. So it's really moving away from the social context of literary studies, moving into some kind of pure theory space where you have to really struggle in order to understand the theory, because it doesn't really relate to life as we know it or how we live it. You don't have to really sort of struggle so hard to understand feminist literary theory because it's so fundamentally connected with life experiences, with the experiences of your body, with the experiences of your everyday. So it is embedded in life and life practice or praxis. So this is just a sort of cartoon. Is someone you care about getting involved with post-structuralism? And so the mother reports, my son has recently been using the term knowledge in the plural. So knowledge is, should I be worried? And the response from the academic is, unfortunately, this might be a symptom of reading Foucault, refer to human nature in conversation and observe your son's reaction. So this is a joke about how people use these words which have no connection with everyday life, and people around you therefore get extremely worried for you because you seem to be wandering into a territory which has nothing to do with reality. Okay, so take on that. So breakfast theory of morning methodology. This is also something I found on the net and found very funny. So postmodern toasties, like everything you've had before, all mixed up. More than just a serial, it's a commentary on the nature of serialness, serialism, and the theory of serialativity. Free decoding ring inside. So again, it's a joke on the complexity of the theory and how it is divorced from life. Deconstruction, breakfast food, you can look at it later if you want to. I'm nearly sort of about to conclude. So feminist literary theory is very different from these other kinds of very complex literary theories, which are, almost mystical in their language because they're so dense and so difficult to understand. As I said, it's almost like having to learn a new language in order to be able to understand that theory. So unlike that, this politicalness of feminist literary theory keeps it embedded in real life practice. And it also keeps it embedded in feminist struggles all over the world. As other theories strive for greater abstraction and complexity from the 1970s onwards, feminist literary theory attempts to embed theory in life praxis, also to connect it to the political struggles of feminist activists. The unique position of feminist literary theory is that activists consider it too abstract and theorists see it as too grounded in realities. As I said, it occupies a kind of middle position between activism and literary theory, and which is why literary theorists are suspicious of it, activists are also suspicious of it. But I think it is occupying this middle ground which keeps feminist literary theory on its toes. So you have to justify yourself to people who don't quite believe you all the time, and you're constantly being attacked. And I think tiring as it is, frustrating as it is, it also keeps you alert to the need to be able to speak to the maximum number of people and to change their lives and to change the ways in which they think about gender. Okay, so women's liberation, the political struggle, it's important to connect the literary theory constantly with the idea of women's political struggles. So theorists and activists. So we had politics and theory, now we have theory and activism. Literature and activism is linked from the beginning of Western feminist theory. So if you look at the early feminist activists, people like, and I'm talking about the Western feminist literary theory here. So if you look at people like Mary Wollstonecraft, Virginia Woolf, Simone de Beauvoir, all of them are talking about women achieving equality with men, but they're talking about it through women's practices of reading and writing. So the question of literary reading as well as writing of women is constantly connected to the political question of their inequality. These are always kept linked up. So the field of activism, the field of politics is never divorced from the field of literary practice. So they are, for instance, talking about the misogyny of male authors, women's literary representation in male-authored books, women's inability to write. Virginia Woolf, Room of One's Own, is talking precisely about that. So these two fields are always connected in feminist literary theory. They should never be seen as divorced. In the second wave of feminism in the West, this linking became more intimate. So theories of patriarchy, for instance, were formulated by Kate Millett in her book, Sexual Politics, by using literary texts. So literature becomes a context through which to talk about the politics of inequality of gender. So this is just to remind you of Mary Wollstonecraft, her association with literature. She herself was a writer. She wrote 2 novels. As well as this treatise, which is better known for, A Vindication of the Rights of Women, with strictures, political and moral subjects. So this political question and her literary self were always married to each other. This is really towards the end of my talk. So this question of the third wave feminism and the questioning of woman as a category. So from the 1970s, we've had lots of political struggles which have influenced feminist literary theory. So race activism, sexualities movements, post-colonial politics has affected feminist literary theory. And we've had, therefore, the emergence of Black feminism, third world feminism, Latina feminism, lesbian feminism. All of these have really emerged in the field of literary theory because they have really come in from the field of political activism. So women trying to achieve racial equality, women trying to achieve equality on the basis of their sexual choices, all of these struggles of these women have come into literary theory. So that's why feminist literary theory is a constantly dynamic thing. It's not, you know, a kind of space which has defined itself and that is the abstract neutral space of theory. The theory is constantly responding to the politics on the street. And by doing so, it is constantly having to evolve new forms, evolve new meanings, evolve new significances. So new kinds of feminist literary theory are being formulated, therefore, because of these political struggles. And now we have this issue of transgenderism, where we are talking about the fluidity of genders. So even the category of woman itself is now being questioned. What does it mean to be a woman? You know, do you have to be a biological woman to be a woman? Or is it enough to identify yourself as a woman even if you're biologically a man? So in that case, again, we are asking a very fundamental question here, not just what counts as literature, but what counts as woman. So what I'm trying to say that feminist literary theory should be seen not just as embedded in real life practice, but also as dynamic because embedded in life, and life never sits still, it moves on. So therefore you can't have, you know, a kind of achieved meaning of feminist literary theory. The meaning is constantly changing. It is dynamic, like life itself, like praxis, like activism, like politics. So just, I'm going to end with this question that Sojourner Truth asked. Sojourner Truth was this extremely interesting Black woman who was a freed slave. She used to be a former slave, but she was freed. after the American Civil War. And she took up the case of women's rights. And she was the one who pointed out that women's rights, as it is discussed by white middle class women, has absolutely no understanding of the black slave woman, for instance. Their lives are so utterly different. They could be from different planets. So she was in 1851. Sojourner Truth this is a name that she took for herself because, the other name was what she called her slave name. Therefore, she, took her own name when she was freed. She went to this Ohio Women's Rights Conference, and there was some man who was, going on and on about the physical weakness of women, which is why they couldn't claim complete equality with men, because they would always be physically backward. They would always not be able to do physically the things that men were able to do. Sojourner Truth stands up and says, I've been a slave so many years. I can, in a jiffy, I can pick up huge bales of cotton and throw them like you would never be able to do. You might be a man, but you've never done that kind of physical labor. So does that mean that I'm not a woman, that all women are physically weak? You're only talking about white middle class women who are physically weak. What about me? And she asks that very pertinent question, ain't I a woman? So then, you have a question like that, you need to respond to it within literary theory. In the 1970s, therefore, we have a new branch of feminist literary theory being created, which is Black feminist criticism, Black feminist literary theory. And that is actually revising the canon as well. It is saying that Black women, there are so few Black women writers. So you have, one Alice Walker, you have one, what's her name? Toni Morrison. So, of course, you don't have Black women writers because they don't get access to education, literacy, anything. But does that mean that they are not cultural producers? So that is the point when feminist literary theory is bringing in Black literary theorists and Black literature by women into consideration. It is actually saying we should be considering orality because they sing all the time. They spontaneously make up poetry. And if we are not able to consider women's cultural production simply because we are only bothered with written material, then we are missing out on women as literary producers. Large number of women as literary producers. They sing, they dance, they believe, they exchange recipes, they make up ditties, they make up songs, they make up poetry instantaneously. So what about this? So the canon has to be revised. And that is when in the 70s, people started talking about orality as literature, oral communication as literature. Literature is not just things which are written down. So what I'm trying to say is that as the politics on the street changes, feminist literary theory responds to it. And by responding to it, it also revises the notion of the literary itself. Okay, so the dynamism. Here is Sojourner Truth. So yes, this is my last slide. Through its close links with activism and its political agenda, feminism needs to be dynamic, constantly redefining itself and its subject, both woman and literature. Thus, it is unlike any of the static, abstract forms of literary theory, embedded and connected in life praxis. Okay, thank you very much. Shall we just return for the questions?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Thank you so much for this and invoking lecture of yours. Indeed, this lecture is very much helpful for all of us in academics as well as its utilization in the practical life. We have questions. I would like to take the names and and the virtual attendees. They can ask questions by themselves by unmuting themselves. Okay. So the first question is by Dia Rajput. Yeah. Is there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can I check if I'm audible?
Yeah. Yes, Arjun.
Okay. Good afternoon, ma'am. This is Dia. I'm from St. Andrews College, Mumbai. I'm a student pursuing my undergrad degree. So just last year we did an entire paper on Indian writing in English, and we had an essay by Rajeshwari Sundarajan, which was titled English Literary Studies, Women's Studies, and Feminisms in India.
Yeah.
And she discussed how the dynamics of women being there are more women professors of English literature, and even there are more women students in the class. I don't know about Sikkim University, but in our class, those dynamics are very visible. We only have one male student in the class. And in that essay, she discusses the fact that this feminist pedagogy, it should lead to radicalization of its politics, of feminist politics in English literature, but instead it leads to trivialization of the politics, and we consider literature as a soft option, soft studies option. It's not really a question, I just want to hear your opinion on such a
Yeah,
concept.
absolutely. I mean, that's exactly what I was saying, that feminist literary theory always has to struggle within academia as well as in the activist circles, because activists think that we are not, we are doing, again, soft option. Um, because they don't think that we are actually taking the political struggles right into academia in the radical way that we should. Whereas within academia, we are always trying to justify ourselves and what we do as academic enough. We are always accused of not having enough rigor, because being too connected with life, not having enough abstraction, neutrality, etc. So that's exactly the point that I was also trying to address. And yeah, Rajeshwari's essay absolutely speaks to that. Yeah. Thank you, Arjun.
Okay, the next is Oishi.
No, you are Divya. Sorry, I got your name wrong. Sorry.
So next question is from Oishi Banerjee. Please unmute yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Uh, Good afternoon, ma'am. I am Oishi Banerjee, and I'm a student. I'm also an undergrad student from Bidhannagar College, Kolkata. And my question was, uh, being someone who has recently passed, just graduated from school, what you said about the fact that in school we are taught in a way, through that universal point of view. Like we start with poems of all male poets usually, and like it's after only a certain stage that we read women poets or women authors, and even then we are uh, like not taught to think through that perspective. I remember we had Kate Chopin's The Story of an Hour in our syllabus, and most of the even the girls in my class, they all were questioning that how can a woman want the death of her husband. So like we were not taught to think from that perspective. Now, do you think that this somehow contributes to the whole conditioning that makes us believe that this is a world that does not need changing and we should conform, because we are starting to think to this defined perspective from an early age? That is my question.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's why I was saying that this notion of universality, which has no difference and which has no space for difference, leads us to believe that these differences don't exist in the real world. But we constantly are negotiating differences. Differences of gender, race, caste, class, whatever. So this is how, this pure space of literature is created, by divorcing it from our real life experiences of difference, of injustice, of inequality. So yes, and it is a kind of teaching that goes back to colonial times, to colonial pedagogy. It has a whole history behind it. And I think it's time to sort of get out of that. And the only way in which we can get out of that is by being proud of the politics we pursue and foregrounding it, and saying that, yeah, this is how we read literature. This is my lens, and I'm not apologetic about it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Shall unmute yourself.
Yeah.
Shall unmute yourself.
Next is Shayantini Chaudhary. Okay, so please unmute yourself, Shayantini Chaudhary, and ask your question to ma'am.
Yes. Hello, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hi. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah. So my question was, how does canon figure within feminist studies curriculum or syllabi? And a part of it was already answered in your later part of the presentation. But to just to specify the question, I wanted to ask if can or should there be a place for supposedly universal authors like Kafka and Beckett within feminist studies, or must feminist studies exclude some out of its own syllabi? That is my question.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's a very pertinent question. So I don't think feminists or feminist literary theorists are suggesting for a minute that, throughout all the male authors, we'll have an all-female canon. You can't even have an all-female canon because you don't have that many published works by women authors from every age. In the modern age, it's different. So, classic authors, for instance, like the ones you mentioned, Beckett, Kafka, but also people like Shakespeare, for instance, and I mentioned Spencer. So, I'm not, as a feminist, or I think other feminists are not suggesting for an instant that we shouldn't read, the great works by great male authors. But maybe we should use a lens which is sensitive to the representation of gender, even while we are reading them. So it's a question of how we read the literary text rather than just what we read. So what we read is also an important question: what counts as literature, and why a certain kind of writing counts only as literature. So while we are asking that question, we are not jettisoning everything that is written by a man. Certainly not. I mean, again, feminism is not about hating men or jettisoning men or throwing men out. It's not that. It is actually looking for parity. It is actually looking for justice. It is looking for gender equality. So there should be a balance between women writers and male writers in the canon. And even when we are studying male writers, as a kind of theoretical practice, if we keep the political question of gender in mind, then it's useful, is what feminist literary theorists are basically saying. I don't know if that answers your question, Shantanu.
No, it does. I would like to return with a second question, but provided that there's time to do so. So thank you for this one.
Okay.
Now, next is Ajanta Ray. Ajanta Ray, please unmute yourself and ask question to ma'am. Ajanta Ray, are you there?
I think she put a comment in the chat box or something.
Yeah, she has put. Shall I read it out, ma'am?
Yeah,
Shall I read it
that's
out?
fine. Yeah. I think I got it. Yeah, I have some net issues. Okay, yeah, because Ajanta said something about Maya Angelou's poem, "The Caged Bird Sings." Yeah, it was a comment. Yeah.
No, ma'am, he has asked a question here. Like he has asked, ma'am, do you think that interdisciplinary studies should be incorporated from the school level for better conditioning of the minds? This is Ajanta's question to you, ma'am.
Absolutely, I completely agree with that, and I think NCERT has taken a step in that direction. Because if you look at the, I think they revised the textbooks in 2007 or something, or 2009. And if you look at the textbooks of history, geography, and social sciences, they've combined it into one subject, and it's like India and its peoples or something like that. And it's actually trying to look at history, geography, sociology, social issues, civics, all of that in one continuum. And I think, I was partly involved in that project, so that's why I know a little bit about it. And this interdisciplinarity is one of the things that they were trying to achieve by, having a common book for history, geography, and civics. Yeah. And I think it's a wonderful idea. Yeah.
Okay, Shell, we have two questions from the viewers on YouTube. One is by Himanshu Shah. Parmitadi, he's asking, can we argue that anything with a difference of perspective is political? If so, can we say that apolitical is utopian, which political is dystopian in nature?
I think so. I think that all theory has a policy.
Sorry, I read the question wrong. He's saying, if so, can we say that apolitical is utopian while political is dystopian in nature?
Yeah. I wouldn't say political is dystopian. We live in politics. I mean, if you want to think that you live in a dystopia, that's a different issue. I think being political has nothing to do with being dystopic. But being apolitical is utopian only in the sense that it is unreal. As I said, not having a politics is also politics. So I think it's utopian in the sense that it is a fantasy. It is not something that is real. But I think being political is not necessarily dystopian, unless the politics is of a terrible kind, like the one that we are living through now. That's a different thing. Yeah.
Okay, another one is by Abhinam Manger. He's asking, literature while reading through feminist lens should be looked with the idea of political thought. Would not that make us develop a very biased thought that is against the very nature of theory?
I think my entire presentation was against this idea, so I don't think I need to answer this question. You might disagree, but
Yeah,
uh,
yeah, yeah.
that's not what I believe. So I think, yeah, the presentation should have answered this question.
Right. So yeah, Shell, you can now conclude the session. Thank you, Paramitadi, for this brilliant talk.
Thank you.
And
This is
thank you for accepting our invitation.
I really enjoyed it. I enjoyed all the questions and the discussion.
Thanks a lot,
Especially
ma'am.
from young people. It's always very encouraging. Yeah.
I personally felt this was for me it was a very enriching session. Okay, so I would like to thank you personally and on behalf of from our university also. I would like to express my gratitude towards you, ma'am, for accepting our invitation. And now I would like to depart for the lunch break. Okay, we all will be breaking for lunch. And then I hope we will be joining our session again from 2 p.m. after lunch.
Sorry, just interrupting a bit. Parvinder ma'am, since we are like 15 minutes late, so can we extend our lunch break till 2:15?
Yeah, we are here. You can do it. We'll be sitting here till the end, so it's not an issue.
Yeah, so the paper presenters who will be presenting in the next session, this is an announcement for all of you. So we get back at 2:15. And also Harjeet sir will be chairing the session. So please bear with us for postponing it for 15 minutes because we'll just have a quick lunch break and come back at 2:15 then.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Paramita. See you sometime.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye.
Have a good lunch. Yeah. Bye.
उसके बाद I'll go after that or after that. I feel scared to go also.
Parvinder ma'am. Parvinder ma'am. Can you hear me?
Hello, you have called, no? Yeah. We got lunch. We went. That's why we have people. We have 2 more students who are going and doing. Who got us breakfast. Then they got us lunch. I'm talking so loudly. Again, we go again. We can't hear ना थोड़ा सा भी आवाज होने से. And I forget just now, ना. I'm sure this is also good. No, we ordered lunch, we ate, but I want to go home after some time because in the morning I have my kids without food and everything. If everything is going okay so far, by 3 I will come back. I'll stay till the next session starts and then I'll come back. Okay? I'm sure nothing will go wrong. वो जो मेरा लैपटॉप खराब हुआ था वो ठीक हो गया. So it's okay. Francis is there, Juniper is there, and there are 2 more. No, they will remain. Yeah, they have to remain. Okay. Sorry? No. But it was a good session, huh? Because, ठीक है. You also eat? No, no, I eat it. You eat. Okay. There's no job.
Oh, hello, ma'am. Just now they are on a lunch break.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's time to be back and ready for the next technical session. Uh, can all of you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everybody. I think it's time to be back.
Yes, ma'am.
Shell, I think you have to mute yourself. Yeah, something. I think the YouTube noise was coming. Okay, so do we have all the paper presenters for the next session? Ajanta, Dia, and David.
We are here, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Ankit Gandhi Das is very sadly down with COVID-19, so he will not be able to present today. So in his place, we will accommodate Shomi Mukherjee. Shomi, are you present?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Deblina Ghosh. Deblina, are you present?
Yes, ma'am. I'm present.
Okay. So yes, it's time that we should begin. So good afternoon, everyone. This is the second technical session of the day, and this session will be chaired by Dr. Harijit Goswami. He is the Associate Professor of English in Narbahadur Bhandari Degree College, Gangtok. We are very happy to have him with us. So I'm sure you are there. Harjit sir?
Yes, Ashwin, ma'am, I'm here.
Yes, sir. So, are you ready to take over start the session and take over?
Yes, ma'am, we're good to go.
Okay, sir. So you have the list of these paper presenters with you, and if there is any problem, so feel free to ask. I'm here, and we can begin now, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am Saraswati. So we are into the second technical session. We have 5 paper presenters in this session. We're going to start with the first one in the list. Just before we do that, let me tell you, probably all of you are aware of that each one of you will be given 10 minutes for the presentation. We will keep the interaction part towards the end of the presentations. Let all the papers be presented first. Those who are online, please keep a track of the things that are being presented and keep your questions ready. You can use the chat box or also unmute yourself and speak up after the end of the presentations. So we are going to start with Ajanta Rai. Ajanta is an independent scholar and she has completed her MA from Jadavpur University. Keep the time factor in mind. You have been given 10 minutes each. So Ajanta, you can start. Are you ready?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, everybody. My paper is titled Analyzing the Pleasure Component in a Text, Deconstructing the Character of Caliban and the Theory of Deformity. In Genesis chapter 1, verse 16, we are told, "And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night." The sun and the moon are pictured as 2 great lights, one each to govern or rule the day and the night. At the time Genesis was written, many cultures worshipped the sun, moon, and stars as if they themselves were gods. This verse ends with another profound understatement: God made the stars. Given what we know of the immense universe surrounding us, this is an incredible display of power. Now, when we talk about power, ability, and disability, how do we contextualize the idea of power and render the term disabled to someone who does not have the power to perform activities like normal people do? Here, I would like to analyze or deconstruct the character of Caliban and argue whether theories help to bring things to perspective, uh, bring things to perspective, or the character, or for that matter, a text can be read independently for the pleasure component to remain in place. To understand this, we will see how on several occasions Caliban has been subjected to constant abuse and the fact that Shakespeare depicted Caliban as half animal served to represent the other in an emerging colonial discourse. Now, if we are to question this idea of so called status of Caliban, then can we not say it is rather stereotypical to have tagged him as the other, monster, deformed, and an and racially oppressed? Why don't we question the characters of Stefano and Trincolo, who are themselves low and clownish characters? Why is it Caliban who has been subjugated and treated as the colonized? Why others, even if they are not perfect, their existence remain unhindered always? These questions remain unanswered, and Caliban, as always, has been critically analyzed by theorists since time immemorial. Shakespeare's Caliban does not explicitly refer to the colonized people, but Octave Manoni's Caliban referred to the colonized subjects incapable of independence. According to Manoni, Prospero suffered from an inferiority complex and states that Europeans in Madagascar exhibit the need to feel highly regarded by others. And this was stated in an article, Prospero and Caliban, the Psychology. In Shakespeare's The Tempest, we see the idea at play where Prospero needs the presence of the other to satiate the thirst for proving his superiority. Let us now look at how disability theory can be brought in to understand the character of Caliban. According to some religious models of disability, disability is seen as some punishment from God for a particular sin or sins that may have been committed by the ancestors. In the play, we have seen that Caliban is the son of a witch, Sycorax, an assumed devil. Can we now say that it is not Caliban's own deformity which is questionable, but it could also be a generational transmission of the monstrosities or bestialities that Caliban is associated with, as explained in an article titled Caliban, Shakespeare's Howling Monster? It was more because of his appearance than his actions. Let us now analyze this context in terms of certain theories on disability. From mid 1800 onwards, the medical model of disability began to replace the moral or the so called religious model. If we were to analyze the character of Calvin in terms of a medical model, where for most part of the 20th century, disability is defined as a result of physical condition within an individual. On several occasions, Caliban has been termed as animal like, beastly, and no less than a monster. In Act 1, Prospero addresses Caliban as a tortoise and he says, "Come, thou tortoise." And Caliban's fish like appearance has also been referred in the play. The medical model of disability supports the correction of the biological condition. Could we not rectify our way of seeing or projecting Caliban? Couldn't we talk about the possible ways of reformation in the character of Caliban? These questions should be posed, but unfortunately, the figure of Caliban invariably has become the subject matter of much use and abuse. Caliban isn't on insist on using his native language because Prospero's language carries with it the dynamics of assimilation, alienation, and oppression. And this again we see in César's Caliban and the discourse in post-colonialism. And Caliban in turn retaliates that understanding Prospero's language was an imposition on Caliban so that he could carry out his orders. If we contest this view and argue that Caliban did have a voice of his own, which he could use to defend himself, again in Octave Manoni talks about the dependence complex, where he says the Malagasy was described as neither inferior nor superior, but yet wholly dependent. Caliban was subjected to this dependency complex, and like the Malagasys, Caliban also did not want to feel abandoned, and that finally results in dependence. When Caliban tries to disapprove or raise his voice against imbibing Prospero's language, We cannot completely call Caliban as deformed, who is incapable of analyzing a situation or context. According to Dan Goodley, a prolific disability studies scholar, and I quote him, disableism is conceived as forms of practice and experience which excludes, eradicate, and neutralize those individuals, bodies, and minds and community practices that fail to fit the capitalist imperative. What is disableism? Disableism is the concept of disability as
I think we have lost the audio.
Yes, it seems we have lost Ajanta. Shall we? Oh, she has rejoined. Yes.
Hello, am I audible? Hello,
Yes,
am I audible?
yes, go ahead.
Yes. Yeah. What he argues further is that it is very difficult, almost impossible, to theorize disableism without interrogating ableism, which, according to Goodley, breeds paranoia, confusion, fear, and inadequacy. When we question Caliban's existence as the other, monster figure, we should also pose this question that Prospero, with no disability being identified in the text, needed someone else's presence to validate his existence. So here his disabilities are questionable and he cannot be considered as a perfect whole who legitimately can suppress the other according to his wish. In yet another occasion, Caliban claims the island to be his, where he says, "This isle is mine," shows that Caliban is not completely devoid of reasoning capacity. He is capable of thought, reasoning, but maybe to a certain extent incapable of understanding. In an article titled Disability Theory, why we need another other, Catherine J. Kudlik argues the fact that disability should not always be seen as something which involves pain, hardship, or lack, but in fact often provides much of value. Finally, we have discussed several theories in context to context of the play The Tempest, placing Caliban as a subject of discussion and deconstruction. But now it is important to question ourselves whether the character of Caliban could be read independently without any preconceived notion or theory. Could we not value or interrogate the existence of Caliban merely from the point of view of the reader? Can we not read The Tempest for pleasure? If we consider all the questions and attempt to answer holistically, we could definitely see the text from an emotional yet scientific point of view and analyze the character of Caliban by attempting to reincarnate his role without any inhibitions or duality to suit the modern stage of the 21st century with a fresh perspective. Thank you so much, and sorry for the glitch.
Thank you, Ajanta. Um, we will take the questions later on, so please be online. We will move on to the next paper presentation. This is a co-authored. This is a paper titled "The Authority of Reading Experience in the Evolution of Criticism," co-authored by Divya Rajput and David Jayaprakash. Both of them are undergraduate students from St. Andrews College, Mumbai. David, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay.
May I please also check if I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
I'll need permission to share the screen.
Sashwati ma'am, can you please look into that?
Yes, Parvinder ma'am can do it. Ma'am,
Is
Dia
my
wants to
screen
share.
visible?
Yes, yes.
All right, thank you.
Is it visible?
I think it's somebody else's screen that's visible.
Yeah, it seems YouTube glitch. It will be done. Just hold on.
I'm sharing. Arre. It's done. I've done it.
Yeah, you can now share.
Okay, I've already shared. Is it not visible? Do I do it again?
No, it's your screen is not visible here.
All right, I'll try again. Um, it still says Parvinder Kaur is presenting.
Yeah, it's actually Parvinda ma'am. Your screen is being presented.
I think
Can you try? Can you try once again?
yes, yes. I think it comes a little late.
Yes.
Uh, is my screen visible now?
No, I think it's still Parinal Core screen.
Oh no.
Hello, can you all hear me? See, I have given you the entire screen before this. All right.
Okay.
And now I give you a window, and you're still not being. I think we can see you all.
Uh, can you see it now? It says you're no longer presenting. I think now it's
Yeah.
visible. Is it?
Yeah. Can you please open? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, it's first.
All right,
Okay.
let's get started then.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is David Jayaprakash, and I'm in my second year of college. And I've co-authored this paper with Dia Rajput, who's in her third year of college, and we're both doing our undergrad degree college in St. Andrews College in Mumbai. And our research paper is called Authority of Reading Experience and the Evolution of Criticism. It is a diagnostic and argumentative paper. So we divided our paper into 4 parts. That is the introduction, the pleasure of purpose versus the purpose of pleasure, which I'll be talking about. And Dia will be explaining the other half of the presentation, that is the critical authority versus authoritarian criticism. And she'll proceed to conclude the presentation also. So we'll be discussing the authority of both the reader and the critic while addressing questions like, does theory enhance or diminish the reading experience? Or does it disregard the authority of reading experience altogether? We aim to emphasize the relevance on the evolution of criticism in an era of mass production of literature through social media caused by globalization. So now I'll start with the introduction. The argument regarding pleasure and criticism is a classical one that can be dated back to the age of antiquity. And there's two prominent philosophers who argued on this subject, that is Plato in his The Republic and Aristotle in his The Poetics. Plato emphasized the idea that these forms of expression strengthen passion and pleasure while distancing individuals from discipline and control, which are qualities that should be maintained. On the other hand, Aristotle introduced the idea of catharsis, which is the liberation and purification of pent up emotions. This not only provides pleasure, but furthermore, it provides self control, on the contrary to Plato's belief. And the concept of pleasure inspired the Romantic Age. It was a movement that turned from purpose, reasoning, and pragmatism to beauty, scientific exploration, and art. And to further this concept of pleasure, Longinus, in his On the Sublime, introduces the supremacy of ecstasy and intense experiences that produces the feeling of delight. He says, and I quote, "Sublime is always an eminence, an excellence in language. And that from this, and only this alone, the greatest poets and writers have attained the first place and have clothed their fame with immortality." This being said, one cannot offer ecstasy and pleasure without being well versed and fluent in the language. Now I'll be talking about the informed and uninformed responses. Pleasure is explained and experienced differently from critics and innocent readers, and this leads to the separation of appreciation from enjoyment. The innocent readers focus on what Northrop Frye terms as inferior aspects, which can be the content or the plot, while the informed reader focuses on more superior aspects, that is, connotations, rhythms, styles, etc. The informed critic is able to identify the reasons for the pleasure and they can verbally articulate this. But on the other hand, the reader experience, however, is mainly based on pleasure and cannot be verbally expressed as well as the informed reader. These emotions can be they can be easily altered by external conditions and cognitive influences. Therefore, critical reading combines pleasure and knowledge of formal properties, giving a fresh, unique, and reliable perspective. So, as our professor, Dr. Susan, mentions often in class, she says pleasure doesn't always describe the reading experience in many cases. And this can be seen in literature of world wars, the Holocaust literature, Dalit literature, partition literature, and more, etc., the other types of literature. And it's because it documents deep trauma and suffering for the purpose of educating and informing. Therefore, criticism can stand alone without pleasure while appreciating the writing styles or deeper connotations of the text. And this cannot be fully grasped without the prior knowledge of literary theory. And here's a quote by Maya Angelou, and she says, "I've learned that people will forget what you said, people will forget what you did, but people will never forget how you made them feel." And to further elaborate on this quote, um, here's another one by my mentor, and it's in the context of music. And he says, "It's not always about what you play, it's about how you play." And on that, I'd like Dia to continue with the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, David. May I please check if I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
All right. Talking about pleasure not describing the reading experience in many cases, I would like to discuss this anecdote by Rashmi Bhatnagar. She was a professor at the Delhi University for several years, and while teaching the poem Rape of the Lock by Alexander Pope at Delhi University, the heroine Belinda's loss of lock of hair reminded the Sikh students in her class about the destruction of sacred Sikh symbols during the 1984 Sikh massacre, especially that of kesh or hair. But Nagar is worried about such loss of context in reading. Now, a deconstructive reading of the poem would totally disregard the claims and concerns of professors like Bhatnagar that the context is destroyed in such a reading. If anything is destroyed in a deconstructive reading, it is not the text, but the claim to unequivocal domination of one mode of signifying over the other. What threat does this propose for literary theory then? Does a deconstructive reading dismiss critical intervention, in this case by the professor? No, it problematizes and threatens only the critical authority. Such a threat then becomes highly problematic, especially for pedagogy. We, for example, are learning African American or Canadian American literature in India today. One may call it the perks of globalization, but how should we teach literature in India, and in particular British literature, across a cultural divide with attention to specificities of gender, class, religious community, and caste that the teaching context demands? So, on the one hand, there's threat from the implied reader, and on the other hand, there's a threat from something like a deconstructive reading. And we sort of have to look for a balance between the two throughout. Coming to the conclusion part of our paper, I would like to discuss the urgency to adapt criticism to mass production of literature and still maintain its scope and validity. To illustrate this, I use three examples. My first example is from translational literature. The moment regional literature is translated into English, it becomes global and accessible since English is a global language. In this example, the Marathi poem by Dalit Panther Namdev Dhasar is translated by a Brahmin, Dilip Chitre. So, Sharta Vishayitsa Tarka becomes speculations on a shirt. The failure of such translation is noted by critic Yogesh Maitreya because Chitre uses heavy vocabulary, and again, who has access to understanding such languages? Clearly, only a critical intervention can address and communicate the literature that comes out of social movements and not reader response or deconstructive readings. As Northrop Frye says, critics are the cultural middlemen. My second example is from Instagram poetry, which is produced in large numbers but is still dismissed by anyone with a basic understanding of literature on the grounds that it is not high art. But what about the fact that it is already validated by so many users? We can see the number of likes on such posts. Who will address the issues of plagiarism, authenticity, and copyright of such poets? If criticism is not flexible enough to address them, how will it maintain its scope? My third example is from AI, the most dangerous threat not just to literature but to other disciplines as well. How can a strict and exhaustive model of literary criticism authentically critique interdisciplinary art like computational poetry, which is mostly generated by AI? The screenshots that I have attached here are from a talk by Eran Hadas, who is an Israeli poet. I would like to note that the crisis for generating criticism for literature produced by AI is that of a commercial nature. Since the amount of money required to produce such literature is already a lot, financing modes of production of its criticism would be even larger. To conclude, as David had previously mentioned, this paper is of a diagnostic nature. The purpose was to only address and throw light on threats to criticism and question its authority and evolution. We leave the task to provide solutions to these threats to those who are better qualified to do so. And on that note, I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya and David. With that, we move on to the third presentation. This one is um, titled The Relevance of Art for Art's Sake in Children's Literature. Um, it's the paper presenter is Dibya Subba. She is a MA final semester student from Sikkim University. Yes, Dibya, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Divya Subba, and the topic of my paper is the relevance of art for art's sake in children's literature. Just like human existence itself, the existence of literature poses a similar question. Why does a piece of literature exist? What purpose does it serve, if it has any? And what were the intentions of its creator? Many ideas have revolutionized the reading of English literature through the medium of literary theories, but a specific theory, like any other ideas, cannot be used as a solution for every problem that arises within the domain where the idea is applied. Just like literature that has evolved over a space and time, the reader also evolves over a specific space and time. The reader goes through a journey of childhood to adulthood. The reader must not always be left without supervision while doing so. Theory of art for art's sake strips the author of his responsibility, author and his work, of any possible explanation, which further leads towards the death of the author. Though this school of thought provides an immense freedom of expression to the author by shifting the responsibility from the author to the reader, whom we expect to possess an intellectual prowess to interpret and understand the text. But all readers do not start their journey with this ammunition of knowledge and information. Children, when they begin to read, need a guiding voice, that is of the narrator, to lead them towards the actual meaning that the author of the text had intended to impart. This induces the author with the responsibility of creating an art that doesn't just reflect but also speaks. If we assume that a piece of literature is written merely for the sake of writing, we also have to assume that there is a reader whom we want to read the written work. Language, which is a medium of communication in any given society, is a tool entrusted as a carrier of ideas and thoughts. The speaker trusts that when he speaks, the listener perceives what he is intending to say. Words before written are spoken. Therefore, the author also trusts the reader to perceive the message imparted by the author. Just like a person knows that there is a listener, the author also knows that there is a reader with whom he is interacting. Therefore, the role of the author cannot be ignored. It is not the tyranny of the author, but the guiding voice of the author. A reader can establish his own judgment of the text after reading it in the author's voice without trying to manipulate the shape of the text. He can both criticize and analyze the text. A writer narrates a story, but he must not be limited to the role of a narrator only. Even though it is true that a narrator sometimes isn't the author of a particular piece of literature, especially when it comes to folk tales, which has been passed on orally from one generation to another. But before the narrator was the author, who conjured up the story which would speak to the future generations. For example, the words of Bible is not just the genius of its narrator, but of those who were used as an instrument by the actual author who wanted those words written and spread into the people among the people. In the first chapter of the book of John in New Testament, it is written, "In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God." According to the book of John, John the Baptist was not the one who spoke the word, but the witness of the word, and he was sent before him to make the way for the word that became flesh, which means that John here is the narrator of the message God wanted to spread. The authentic author never really dies, and the intended meaning of the author cannot be altered. Now that we have put the author back in the scene, we also cannot strip him of his responsibility towards his work. Young readers rely on his judgment before they form any judgment of their own. Children put immense faith on written words. This innocence many times have also been proven fatal. For example, during the Second World War, the manipulated content of the geography book led the Japanese youth to believe that they indeed were chosen to guard the Asian continent, which led to their barbarism in the city of Nanking in China. A young reader must not only rely on sensation or pleasure caused by a well constructed verse or a paragraph, and it is important to ensure that the one who is causing these emotions is aware of his responsibility for momentary pleasure is not reliable source of foundation. A young reader should not divorce the pleasure with its relation to its consequences. Experience itself is not the end, because a momentary sensation of pleasure appeals to the irrational part of the mind, whereas a well mediated experience demands discipline. A person may gain a momentary pleasure by the thought of hurting an individual or a group of people, or just by the mere exposure to the thought. Such sadistic inclination to pleasure must be checked, but it cannot be done so if there is no continuum of the experience. To venture into the world of ideas without being made aware of its consequences is a dangerous business, but it does not mean that the children should be cocooned inside a false blanket of security. They must be exposed to all the desirable and undesirable in the world, and at the same time be made aware of the fact that these contrasting experiences do not lead to the same place or a dead end. Literature must mirror society as it is. But when we are exposing the good old world to young minds, it must be done with certain subtlety while remaining firm on the reality. This is where the author must recognize his responsibility and work his charm. Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens is example of such literature. It takes the reader through a terrifying yet a fascinating journey of his soul. It is evident that the author clearly has a lot to say, but he doesn't burden the reader with his ideas, but rather engages the reader, speaks to him, and leaves the reader with a warm feeling of having read a very well thought story. Even the stalwart of aesthetic like Oscar Wilde has expressed, contrary to what he has believed all of his life, in his short story for children, Happy Prince. He has portrayed the thirst to exist beyond the moment of pleasure and seek the abstract beauty of, uh, of life that exists in the territory beyond a short lived experience. Picture of Dorian Gray, a novel by Oscar Wilde, is an excellent novel, both in terms of writing and ideas. The writer lets loose the contrasting voices that resides within him through his characters and lets them contend with each other. But the writer does not just invite the reader to witness this brawl of thoughts. He leads the reader to a specific conclusion and reveals to them the continuum of of the experience which was thought to be an end in itself through the demise of Dorian Gray. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that just like we do not listen to a person merely for the sake of hearing the sound of pronounced word, but to hear what the sound means, we should also hear the author for what he wants to say. Even if literature cannot provide the children with an absolute meaning of or truth which human beings eventually search for, we can certainly nudge them towards a direction in Ret- uh, in return of the faith they place upon the work of an author, children must be introduced with the color black and gray before they learn to make gray out of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Divya. So the next paper, actually, we had Ankit Gandhi Das, but who unfortunately will not be able to present. So we have another paper presenter, Somi Mukherjee. She is a PhD scholar from Vidyasagar University, and the paper is titled "Relevance of Futuristic Scope of Literary Theories in Indian English Higher Education System." Somi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Am
Yes,
I
you can.
audible?
Yes, you're audible. You can start.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone. I am Shuman Mukherjee, and today the topic of my paper is Relevance and Futuristic Scope of Literary Theories in Indian English Higher Education System. Indian English literature has attained a steady progression since the colonial period as a deliberate outcome of political hegemony. Since literary theologians have completed their literature education before its proper expansion, several lacunae can be traced in their epistemological understanding of the subject on one hand and the process of pedagogical implementation of the theories have also been hindered. As a consequence, many countries have been formed over the passage of time regarding the perception and relevance of the literary theories. The paper deals with the risks of reading literature without the help of literary theories in India, along with its futuristic scope. The introduction of English language and literature in India has a connection with imperialism. The usage of this particular subject began as a colonial project had a strong association with the political stratagems of producing essential Western aesthetic sensibility and modernity among the natives, along with the intention of of the ruling over the minds of colonized people in the disguise of social reformation from the end of British rulers so that they can deepen their grip of governance without any sort of upheaval. It was introduced to Indian universities in 1850s when the two renowned universities in Oxford and Cambridge depicted the English language and literature as an essential part of academy. But the propagation of English language and literature as a part of humanism and progression can also not be denied since the structure of capitalist culture was full of misanthropic phenomena which urgently required reformation. Many Indian elitists, therefore, instead of taking an abortive measure towards the colonizer, helped them to westernize and modernize the Indian culture as a distaste towards the customs. By 1928, English has been accepted as the language of the elite, of the administration, and of the fan of Indian race. In addition, another phenomenon with far-reaching consequences was that of developing Indian English literature in India as cultural settings. On the contrary, this humanistic approach was not broadly disseminated to the Western English educators. Rather, new critical thoughts were demonstrated as a part of epistemological, and it was introduced in India, it was neither be appreciated nor read on a large scale because its essence somewhat alienated the humanitarian essence on one hand, and in a third country like India, many people are deprived of the foundational education and knowledge about English. But soon after, it was at the verge of almost getting isolated tendency existed in the genre, and the intellectual personalities were mesmerized with its loftiness of providing a deeper perception to understand the rhythm of the world. Now, literary theories have become a significant part of higher studies, but due to its novelty, a lot of drawbacks can be addressed. Literary theories have a large difference with scientific theories. The scientific theories are universal, objective, exploratory, and confirmatory in nature, while the literary theories are ambiguous and subjective in nature and can be contested. Literary theories are a more of
are more than a hypothesis or a proven viewpoint that works as a factor to perceive a particular subject in a particular way. Literary theory is mostly confused with the concept of theory of literature. Ben Wollek and Austin Warren published a literary masterpiece titled as Theory of Literature in the year of 1949, but their approach is very dissimilar to the concept associated with the term literary theory. However, literary theory, an organon of methods, is the great need of literary scholarship today. They imply various approaches of interpretations belong to a particular framework. Literary history and literary criticism are also divergent to the notion of literary theory. Literary criticism, along with the literary history, essentialize the idiosyncratic attributes of a particular literary work. Along with critical analysis of the author's state of mind and thoughts, it shows to which period it belongs and the coherence with that period. And the particular genre of that work. This approach definitely ignites insights and judgments in the minds of academicians and readers in order to influence them. Arnold, in his function of criticism at the present time, defines criticism as a distinguished endeavor to learn and propagate the best that is known and thought, to enhance our sense for conduct, our sense for view. So, with the critical ideas, the criticism is done in a reality, or to be more precise, while the literary criticism denotes an action, the theory, on the contrary, denotes an idea, a lens to perceive that subject. A handbook of critical approaches to literature wherein shows how the authors and educators fail to discern between the underlying connotations and wrong terms to denote meanings. For instance, perspectives, critical analysis of literature, critical techniques, interpretive approaches to literary criticism, critical interpretative perspectives, critical tools and critical approaches. Since these terms carry connotations which are very deeply interrelated, this problem occurs. So now the question arises, what is literary theory? According to Fuller, literary theory is the systematic study of the nature of literature and of the methods of for literary analysis. For example, to demonstrate the concept of unity of Oedipus, the king explicitly invokes Aristotle's theoretical statements on poetics, the aesthetic theories of philosophers from the ancient period through the 18th and 19th century are important influence on current literary study. The term theory has evolved from Greek theoria, which means the nature of theoretical approaches in literature. The term theoria also indicates a view or perspective of Greek state. The influence of literary theory has turned vivid in the 20th century, but it has its historical roots, as scholars recommend, that run far back in as ancient Greece, Aristotle's poetry, ancient India, Bharata Muni's Natya Shastra, and ancient Rome, Longinus on the supply. However, the modern sense tied with the term literary theory only has a root. Approximately in the 1950s, when the modernist approach of ordinary sources, linguistics started to highly impact the system of literary criticism. Literary theory is a transdisciplinary field created by various professionals even outside the discipline of literature like Derrida, Foucault, Lacan, and Althusser. They do not work on the interpretation of specific literary works, but with the discursive nature of life in general, and the literary works are a part of it. So, the literary theory is independent. It is not oriented with any specific text. Their interpretations are logical and engaging. Book elucidates further that the literary theory revisits everything that is at the heart of literature, reflections of God, desire, death, being, attachment, history, identity, sexuality, and romantic yearning. It questions the primordial conformist culture or what has been taken for granted for thousands of years in several ways, so it becomes unacceptable for the traditionalists. Literary theories are unorthodox in nature and even welcomes the criticism of criticism. A handbook of critical approaches to literature narrates the problems teachers face to demonstrate the literary theories, first of all, due to the terms interlinked with each other, and secondly, it is
very difficult to convey how to conceive a particular abstract in a particular notional manner. Traditionalists used to depend on the author to determine the interpretations in a particular manner, but with the emergence of literary theory, the author has died and the internal vocabulary of a reader has been emphasized in order to awaken the ambiguous ways of interpretations. The words which used to glorify the author's capacity as a portrayal of his own creation has now turned into the words borrowed from the environs, and thus the superiority of the author has been seized and the readers have been prioritized. Emphasizing the act of reading, Paul Newman points out that the reading of literature is solely dependent on two things. Literature is not a transparent message in which it can be taken for granted that the distinction between a message and the means of communication is clearly established. The grammatical decoding of a text leaves a residue of indetermination that has to be but cannot be resolved by the grammatical means, however extensively conceived. Even the singularity correlated with the term literary theory has also been criticized and debated since there is not a particular way of conceiving the work. One phrase suggests in introducing literary theories a guide and glossary, a manner of interpreting of our world and the texts which comprise that world. No single manner of reading will do so heterogeneous is the world, and so diverse are its people and culture, so different are the texts. So considering these notions, there are subgroups of a particular literary theory. For instance, if we take feminist theory in consideration, there are American feminist theory, eco-feminist theory, British feminist theory, individualist feminist theory, transgender theory, Marxist feminist theory, socialist feminist theory, anti-racist feminist theory, and so on. Keeping these factors in mind, the educators should not ignore this particular discipline, although it is extremely debatable among the scholars whether it is anti-aesthetic, anti-humanist, or anti-mimic. But academic integrity will be in serious jeopardy if academics treat this discipline as a segmental higher study course and continue to teach literature only with a traditional classical humanist approach. The former education minister Maulana Azad said, in addition, English has today become one of the major languages of the world, and Indians can neglect its study at the risk of loss to themselves. I am convinced that in future as well, the standard of English teaching should be maintained at as a high le- sorry maintained at as a high level as possible. So, thus it is associated with the soul of the age.
Somi, can you come to the conclusion now?
Yes. The scholarly and moral conditions of a theory will impact the disposition and characters since it is the play of psyche which poses the inquiries and know them. So it becomes extremely dangerous if we study literature without the literary theory. Thank you.
Okay, Somi. Now with that we will now have the last paper presentation. This is Deblina Ghosh. She is an independent scholar. She has completed MA from Bardhaman University. The title of her paper is Theory or No Theory, an analysis of the mirror. Yes, Deblina, are you there?
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
I need permission for sharing my screen.
Okay. Ma'am, can you just facilitate the screen sharing?
Yeah, Parvinder ma'am, once again, there is this request for screen sharing. Can you help?
Yes, yes.
Okay, you can start.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, Deblina, you can go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon to you all, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to present in this webinar. Without any further delay, I just want to give my presentation. And my presentation is named as Theory or No Theory, an analysis of the mirror. Uh, from the 20th century onwards, literary theory occupies a major space in the field of literature. Simply speaking, theory is a set of beliefs or ideas which are used to analyze a text or an art form from a certain perspective. Now, the question is whether we can analyze a text or an art without the help of any theory or not. When a writer writes something or an artist creates an art, he or she already has a theme in his or her mind. So he or she creates his creation based upon that theme. And the moment the reader confronts the text or the piece of art, he or she tries to decode it. And even if the reader doesn't know any particular theory, still he or she can understand in the process of decoding the text or the art that it has been presented by the author from a certain perspective. So I have here chosen an Iranian film which is named The Mirror, which is directed by the famous Iranian director Jafar Panahi, to analyze the fact that whether literary theory is really very relevant or not in interpreting in text or any artwork. So this is a little bit information about Jafar Panahi. Jafar Panahi is the disciple of the world famous director Abbas Kiarostami, and Jafar Panahi is also a giant figure in Iranian cinema. He is an Iranian post-revolutionary neorealist filmmaker, and Panahi has beautifully crafted his films with social and humanitarian issues. Some of the Panahi's most important films are The White Balloon, The Mirror, The Circle, Offside, This Is Not a Film, such and such. Our present film, The Mirror, is one of the most celebrated films by Panahi, which obviously stars the audience with a sudden surprise. Now, the film, The Mirror, starts just like a children's movie. We see the little girl, Mina, with her left arm in a cast, standing in front of her school gate, waiting for her mother to pick her up. And from that time being, the audience starts to gaze that something untoward is going to happen to her. And as per the audience's prediction, we see that her mother doesn't show up, and then Mina herself takes the initiative to go home by herself. So the film goes in this simple way up to 20 minutes, but at the 20 minutes mark, something strange happens. We suddenly hears a man's voice addressing Mina from the back of the camera. He says to Mina, Mina, don't look at the camera. And then something which was most likely unanticipated by the audience happened. And we see that here you can see in this picture that Mina gives a sharp look at the camera, and all of a sudden she just tears off the cast and gets off from the bus by saying that I don't want to act anymore. Now here, the fourth wall has been broken. From now onwards, it becomes Mina's real journey to home, not from school, but from the film shooting. In Brecht's term, this is called the Verbremsung effect, which is translated into English as estrangement effect. And Brecht's aim was to engage the audience to critically analyze the state of the society which is represented in the stage, instead of simply emotionally engrossed with the characters. Now, Panahi, by breaking the fourth wall, has blurred the line between reality and fiction. And from now, the audience is not only just focused on the little girl Veena, who was tensed for finding out her home. Now they are also focusing also in the surrounding actions. And from this time onwards, the audience can also hear the dialogues of the people in the street in the busy city of Tehran. So it is only after shifting their focus from Mina to the streets of the busy city of Tehran that they can critically analyze the other issues. The audience does this instinctively, not just guided by the theory of Brecht. Gradually, the audience focuses on the social issues that are conveyed through the speeches of the people whom Mina confronted in her real journey to home. Now, the as audience now can hear the voices of the people in the street because Mina has the mic with her,
and the audience also can hear the conversation of a couple with whom Mina was sharing a taxi in her real journey to home. From the conversation of the couple, the audience can get a clear picture of women's status in Iranian society. The audience can understand from this little conversation that women in Iran are subjugated by the men. The male agents of the patriarchal society do not allow women to work outside, and they think that even women work, they cannot earn as much as men. And even if they earn, the half of the salary will go for the babysitter. According to these male agents, if man does any domestic work or helps his wife in any household work, then it is just equal to slavery. So all these issues, such as the condition of women in Iranian society, the subjugation of women by the patriarchy, this fall into the theory of feminism. But the audience may not be familiar with this umbrella term of feminism, but there will be no problem for them to realize the condition of women or how they are treated in the Iranian society from the conversation of the couple. So we can. There are many other such small details in the film, but because of the paucity of the time, I can't elaborate here. But what I can say that theory or no theory, the audience will obviously be able to decode the meaning. Now, it's true that knowing the theory certainly enhances the analysis of the text or the artwork, but even without theory, the essence of the artwork can also be enjoyed to the fullest. The reader or the audience may not be familiar with any theory, but this does not stop them from deciphering the meaning of the text or the artwork, or appreciating the text or the piece of art for the art's sake. And I want to conclude by saying what Ishaq Ghulam Ahmed sir said, that theory must be used as a walking stick and not as a crutch. So that's that. And these are the references that I have used for this presentation. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Devlina. So we have attended 5 presentations in this session. Now the papers are open for discussions. The interactive session can be started now. We will take up the first paper for discussion. I don't actually see any questions on the chat box here, but the first paper, Ajanta Rai, that was titled Analyzing the Pleasure Component in a Text, Deconstructing the Character of Caliban and the Theory of Deformity. So in this paper, the scholar has actually questioned the way the different disability theory has evolved over time, and how we have been looking at the character of Caliban. But the paper also argues for a revision of those theories, and tries to look for alternative ways of looking at deformity. And this paper also looks into the fact of reading just for pleasure, and also looks at how Caliban in the Tempest, in Shakespeare's Tempest, has been affected or understood, or the different assumptions of deformity theory have been used understanding this particular character, and how there is a need probably to review these assumptions and question these theories and seek newer ways of looking at it. So that was the paper. Is there a question on this paper? You can unmute yourself and ask whoever are online, or also use the chat box. I don't see any question on this paper. If there is no question, then we will move on to the next paper. That was Dia and Rajput's paper. Dia and David's paper, that is the authority of reading experience in the evaluation of criticism. We have received a lot of questions here. There are a few questions that have come that has been asked in the YouTube also. I will just read this out. There's one question which says, this is from Cindy Lopez. It says, is it the author's job to monitor the balance and balance these aspects in the texts? I mean, the aspects of pleasure and reading. And there is another question which revolves around uh, texts which involve social movements and protest literature, and it says that such text actually defeats the purpose of having theory and all. So the question is, um, do you think criticism should critique structure or meter or other technical aspects of in such literature? Dia and David, can you address these two questions?
Yeah, so I think I can answer the first question. It's sort of related to my part, where uh, I think the author can have intentions and their own purpose of writing, and this is only, you can see it through the way of articulating and how well versed they are in the language to show this different balance and show pleasure or informing. And also, there is a quote by R.L. Stevenson that I've included in the paper that says, where he grants the choice between pleasing and instructing, while warning them for the difficulty to do thoroughly without the other. So I think, yes, the author has a control and a balance over pleasure and informative, but I think it's also up to the readers, where you have to see how much they understand and how much how well versed they are, and how much they know about literary theories for them to actually understand it. So I think it's a 50-50 sort of 50-50% sort of authority that a critic has over that part. And yeah, I think that should answer your question.
May I please check if I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So I think the second question was about protest literature. And if we're talking about literature that comes out of social movements or protest literature for that matter, be it Native American literature, African American, Dalit, or Adivasi literature, I think if we reject, or if we say that we shouldn't analyze these texts in terms of structure, or in, let's say for poetry in terms of meter and other technical aspects, I think it's an insult on the text, because if the literature is protest literature, I think the text demands for it to be, let's say, taken into the mainstream just as we would take any other literature. So, for example, we have Hansdas of Indrashekhar's Adivasi Will Not Dance, which is a collection of short stories. And because of its political history, the fact that the book was banned in Jharkhand, and all the other politics behind it, people usually criticize that book in terms of it related to a social movement, or it being a part of the larger Adivasi literature written in English. But the author Hansdas Savindra Shekhar has multiple times said that in the interviews, that he would like for people to uh, look at it as just another book, just another short story, and criticize it the way they would criticize other literature as well. So I think, yes, the text demands such a critical intervention. I think that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, Dia. We have also two more questions in the chat box. In Dia's and David's paper, actually, the paper itself throws a lot of interesting questions. They ask, they talk about the reliability of theory in the face of mass production of literature, and they also talk about the need to adapt to this, this kind of a situation where we see social media and various other, the paper presenters have talked about Instagram, AI, and all that. So vis-a-vis this situation, the theory also, the literary theories or the tools that we have in hand also needs a revision, and we need to adapt to this particular situation. The question that is asked in the chat box here by Oishi Banerjee is, Um, where do you think popular fiction or literature stand in the realm? Do you think theories considering readers' responses should be considered in such cases? I would also like to read out the second question as well. This is a question which starts like this by Shayantani Chaudhary. There is some festive noise around this time. Would like to ask Dia and David if they would consider a critical theory mass produced, talking about critical theory that is mass produced through, let's say, fan fictions, qualified reader response, or reception aesthetic, as it were. So, yes, over to you.
All right. So I think both of these questions, they talk about reader response and reception aesthetic in terms of popular fiction. And so I wanted to include that example uh, towards the end of my paper in the conclusion to talk about how we need to evolve criticism in that aspect as well. But fan fiction isn't really my area of interest, or rather, I would say I'm not qualified to comment there. So I refrained from commenting on that thing in the paper, but I would really like to address it now that it's come up in the questions. So we had an international conference in our college last month, which was on science fiction and fantasy literature, and the keynote speaker for that was Mimi Mondal, who's a popular fan fiction and science fiction writer. So her talk especially addressed this very particular question, and she discussed how not having a canon for Indian science fiction. She went on to talk about fan fiction in general, but especially when we don't have a canon for fan fiction and science fiction in India, what happens to critical theory in that respect? And I really think that we already have literature that is produced through fans, that is fan fiction, but we don't really have a lot of critical theory around it, or not that I'm aware of, at least. And I think fan fiction demands such a critical intervention as well. And so, when we have any popular theory, we have its own jargon and all the other things that go with it. I think if a literary theory is mass produced through, let's say, fan fictions, the way it is addressed in Say Anthony's question, I think it would be really interesting, really insightful, and it would sort of become another realm in itself, the way fan fiction is sort of getting popularized these days. I think that answers the question.
All right, thank you. With that, we will take up the third paper that was presented in this session. This was by Divya Subba, the relevance of art for art's sake in children's literature. In this particular paper, Divya actually tried to argue that just as literature evolves over time, in the same way, the reader too, in his or her lifetime evolves, right from childhood, the likes and dislikes that one person develops, the reader might take up new interest in new areas, develop. So, and in such a situation, Divya Subba argues that while it is easy to shift the onus of decoding a literary text to the reader, with all these theories like reader response theories coming up, but when it comes to children's literature, the scholar argues that probably the relevance of the author still remains, because the child would need certain, the child doesn't have all these tools of decoding a text, and therefore the author is endowed with the additional responsibility, if you like, of guiding the child and helping her to understand or decode the meaning. So the relevance of the author is still there. That's what the paper tries to argue. Do we have any questions on this paper by Divya Subba? She talks about the relevance of art for art's sake in children's literature. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question on this paper? All right. Uh, with that, we move on to the fourth paper that was by Shomi Mukherjee. She talks about different the way that literary theories have evolved over time and different ways of understanding literary theory and its applicability in her paper. Uh, so questions on that paper. The paper was titled um, yes, the paper is titled Relevance and Futuristic Scope of Literary Theories in Indian English Higher Education System. Do we have any questions on this paper? Shomi Mukherjee. All right then, since nobody, I don't see any questions on this paper in the chat box as well. We will move on to the last paper that was presented in this session. That was Deblina Ghosh. She talks about, the title of her paper is Theory or No Theory, an Analysis of the Mirror. She asks this very important question of whether we can analyze a text or an art without the help of any theory. And in this paper, she has used the Mirror, a movie, a film, as that text, and she argues that the way this movie is made, there are things like estrangement effect and breaking the fourth wall, whereby the boundaries between fiction and reality is diluted. And she says that this particular text, which is a film in this case, there are a lot of issues, theoretical issues are involved, like feminism and all that, but the film is produced in such a manner that the audience or the viewer need not necessarily have a know-how or need not be empowered with all these theoretical tools to actually appreciate the text, which is the movie here in this case. So without a knowledge of theory on the various issues that are touched upon in this movie called The Mirror, one might still be able to decode the text. And therefore, she ends her paper by quoting Irshad sir in the keynote address, where he said that theory can be our walking stick and not the crutch. Without theory also, the audience, the reader, the receptor can still be able to decode the various aspects that are inherent in the text. So that was the last paper, Theory or No Theory, by Deblina Ghosh. I would like to open this paper for discussion. Anybody here who would like to ask a question on this paper? Yes? All right, since we have not received any question on this paper, with that we come to an end of this session. Thank you to all the participants for your brilliant papers, very nice, interesting questions that you have raised in your paper, and the theme interrogating theory has been very nicely touched upon on almost all the papers that you have presented. Thank you all the participants. Thank you, Department of English, Sikkim University. Over to you.
Okay.
Ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot. Now moving towards our third technical session, I would like to invite Dr. Ram, who is an assistant professor in the Department of English, Sikkim University, to chair this session. Sir, please.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello, Shal. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible perfectly, sir.
Okay. So, good afternoon, everyone. Let me, in the beginning of this session, welcome all the participants who are connected with us currently. In this session, there are 5 paper presenters from Jadavpur University, Sri University, Odisha, Kalyani University, West Bengal, and from Sikkim University. The first presenter is Abu Sufyan Mandal. He is from Jadavpur University and he currently is doing his BA. The title of his paper is Rethinking Marxist Literary Criticism and an Understanding of Aesthetics. May I now invite Abu Sufyan Mandal for his presentation. Abu, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Please, yeah, you are audible. Please make your presentation.
First of all, thanks to Department of English, Sikkim University, for giving me this opportunity to present a paper. I am Abu Sufyan Mandal, pursuing my undergraduate comparative literature degree from Jadavpur University. Without further ado, I start my paper. My paper is titled Rethinking Marxist Literary Criticism and an Understanding of Aesthetics. Marxism emerged as the process of teachings of greatest representatives of philosophy and political economy. Kant, Hegel, and Ricardo were those key intellectual figures of German tradition. They played an important role to create the holistic systems of their own, which aimed at covering all aspects of the nature and human activity. Marx had a very open-minded approach towards previous literary work without any favoritism. He critically read authors like Goethe, Schiller, and Herder of the pre-capitalist period. Marx's view of history is the history of class struggle. Hegel has initiated the idea of dialectic that tried to see historical events through reason. Conflict is reasonable in the Hegelian dialectic. There is always a conflict between thesis and antithesis. The conflict leads to synthesis, and synthesis acts as thesis again, another antithesis comes. This is a continuous process of conflict. Marx was very much influenced by the Hegelian dialectic and he materialized it. In an interview with New Left Review, Lucas, another Marxist critic, said that Marx had started materialization of Hegel. Hegel and Kant had talked plenty on aesthetics as on ethics, logic, and metaphysics. Marx did not intervene much on aesthetics as an inheritor of German tradition. His idea of architecture of society at any given political space based on a base and superstructure. Material condition shapes the life of a human being. There are several Marxist critics who talks about Marxian aesthetics. The popular notion of aesthetics of Marxism is very much rigid in nature. They insist that aesthetic sense can only be explained on a materialistic basis. The exaggeration of importance of content over form and ignoring the aspect of pleasure or aesthetic appeal, quote unquote, vulgarizes the Marxism as a literary theory. Marx's attitude is dialectical. Dialectical model of history is one of the central concept of Marxism. The superstructure is not unmoving and it does interact with base. The economic base is also modified by consensus. The base represents the being and the superstructure reflects as consciousness. Those critics who blindly follow the dialectical consciousness between being and consciousness, will find a contradiction in the Marxist approach to literature. Both Engels and Marx had a great respect for art. They believed that the art created and developed especially for common people. They valued the freshness and character and events. The epoch-making revelations of two letters of Marx and Engels they had written to Ferdinand, a playwright, provides a rudimentary scheme of Marxian aesthetics. They had judged his play on the basis of history and aesthetics. Marx himself writes in this letter, "It greatly excites me on first reading and it will therefore produce this effect in a still higher degree on readers who are governed more by the feelings." Marx did not see any problem in the emotional excitement produced by the play. It is rather a natural reaction to be expected. On the other hand, Engels pointed out its deficiency in terms of history and aesthetics. In the essay called "The Three Sources and Three Components Parts of Marxism," Lenin emphasized that Marxism is not a hidebound, petrified doctrine, but it's a war outlook. In 1895, Engels' letter addressing to German economist Werner Sombart wrote, "This is a very interesting point, about which Marx himself does not say much. But this way of viewing things is not a doctrine but a method. It does not provide any ready-made dogmas, but criteria for further research and the method of this research." Sombart had asked Engels that Marxism is a system or a method, and Engels has replied to this letter, and that has never been properly accepted in the mainstream Marxist tradition. Marx did not write any separate volume on aesthetics or literary criticism. Marxist modus operandi or approach to literature can be found from remarks, letters, or casual comments on some literary works. The Marxist literary theory begins with George Lucas, extends to various literary critics like Terry Eagleton. Lucas' idea of Marxism is quite distinct from others. He comprehends Marxism as a method, not a system. The USSR, the Soviet Union, and the People's Republic of China generally have, and in the opinion of Marx, the production relation form the structure of society. Marxist philosophers recognize economic structure as the basis of any structure. The base is economic system on which the superstructure stands. Indian critic Seturaman said, early Marxists used the term base to refer the economic system prevailing in a given society at a given time, and the term superstructure refers to its politics, religion, art, and philosophy. Eagleton insists, unlike Seturaman, that superstructure has more pillars. He had opposed the popular notion of superstructure relation. In base includes certain concepts such as aesthetics. He taught, but the superstructure constrains more than this. It also consists of certain definite forms of social consciousness, political, religious, ethical, aesthetics, and so on, which is what Marxism designated as ideology. And there has always been a Eurocentrism in Marxism. We can see the narrow tradition of Marxism in terms of social, economical, and political space. They neglected the impression of emotional and instinctive kinds of reason that comes in a human way. Marx even the individual to get an overall picture of Marx has always insisted on neutrality to get a holistic view.
Hello.
Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible now. Yes, please conclude your paper.
This represents a flexible view of the role of ideology. According to him, each great work of literature creates its own world which is unique and seemingly different from everyday reality. Some novelists like Jack and Tolstoy become successful in producing a fictional world which is reflection of life. They often produce in opposition to the author's own conscious theory. They were also harmonious with Marx's conception of real world, which is formulated by class conflict, economic and social contradiction. In this regard, we can talk about a letter written by Engels to the feminist Margaret Harkness. They are they were also harmonious with the Marxist conception of real world, which is formulated by the class conflicts, economic and social contradiction. In this regard, we can talk about a letter written by Engels to author Margaret Harkness. Engels wrote, "The more opinions of the author remain hidden, the better for work of art." He refers to Balzac's human comedy as a perfect example of realism, where the author's opinion is omitted. The question of ideology can also be alienated from someone's works. Marx himself likes Balzac's works and his politically correct idea, and intention and performance dichotomy or anomaly is most prominent in Balzac's work. Engels marked it as a triumph of realism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mondal, for your presentation. We will take questions at the end of the session. Now I invite Rahitma Bashak. She is from. Hello. Am I audible? Shashwati ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible. Ritama, are you present?
Okay. Rahitma Bashak.
Ritama?
Hello? Hello?
Yes,
Yeah, I'm
Rahitma is
here.
there.
Ritama, are
Yeah.
you present? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, just wait. Let me introduce the presenter. She is Rahitma is from Jadavpur University. She is currently doing her master's in English. The title of her paper is The Cultural Turn and the Literary Theoretical Spaces in South Asian Studies. Rahitma, now you can present your paper. Rahitma Bashak.
I would like to ask for permission to share the screen.
Shashwati ma'am, can you please? इसे बंद करो। Hello.
Hello.
Shashwati ma'am, she wants to present her screen.
Yeah.
Can you help her, please?
Parvinder ma'am, Francis, can please, yes, Francis is ready. He can help Ritama to present her screen. You have to send a request.
Okay. Hello.
Francis, are you there?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please help Rahitma to present her screen.
Yes. Sir, she has to send a request, then I'll accept the request.
Yeah. Right now, we are waiting for your request for the screen presentation. Please send the request.
I guess I have been trying to send. If this doesn't work, I guess I'll just start. Good afternoon, everyone. Did it work? I have just sent it.
No, I haven't received any request.
Uh, okay, so I'll just start. Mm, So, in this paper, I am talking about the much discussed cultural turn in the domain of theoretical studies, and I will be locating the significance of this cultural, quote unquote, cultural turn for the context of South Asia. So, we have been seeing this trend of, not trend, but this certain point of arrival at taking cognizance of a certain culture specificity while reading certain texts via theory or via theoretical understanding. And in this case, we are also locating points of intersectionality. Now, the question over here is that the cultural turn, quote unquote cultural turn, which emerged as integral within the body of West, quote unquote Western, that is West European or North American modes of looking at theory and theoretical study, what does this particular approach towards theory would mean for other contexts? Now, when I say other, then I both arrive and depart from a certain notion of other that emerged in the like following the 60s, 70s as a counter narrative to the quote unquote Eurocentric discourse. Within the Scythian paradigm, the idea of the other we have seen is a spatial other, which is non-Europe, a non-European spatial other. And in this context, when we talk about the so-called cultural turn, or when we talk about taking cognizance of culture specificity, we find a certain kind of binary, and the later theoreticians would arrive and depart from this binary making, which, according to Said, is a European project, a West European colonial project. Now, looking at the South Asian context, where do we locate South Asia? And its quote unquote many margins, if we can use the term, to understand this center margin dynamic. Foucault would say that power flows from center to the margin, and that is how discourse is formed. And then we have the claim of the author being dead. Now the question is, when is the author dead? Uh, the idea of looking at the text as a sole area of study, a sole domain of research, and diminishing the significance of the personal, individual, historical, post-Enlightenment I in Barth's author is dead is challenged or countered by Linda Anderson, and also within the body of feminist criticism, that if the author is dead, then what happens to the woman writer, or to the black writer, or for South Asia, the Dalit writer or narrator, who has been able to speak up, claiming a certain identity claim, claiming a certain individual historical I. So these are the questions that have been dominating the field of narratives and counter narratives within the domain of theoretical study. Now, it is also claimed, I'll be quoting bell hooks here from the Choosing the Margin as a space of radical openness. It is also claimed that the margin is a space for a certain kind of radicalism. However, bell hooks states that it is not that the margin is the space of radicalism, but it is by being, or by the virtue of being on the margin, that a certain kind of radicalism or radicality can be attained. I quote, "For me, the space of radical openness is a margin, a profound edge. Locating oneself there is difficult yet necessary." And she says, it says that it is not a safe place. One is always at risk, and one needs a community of resistance. Now, here it is being referred to a particular kind of community building, a particular kind of resistance, a particular kind of claim of resistance. Now, what happens when we locate this resistance for the South Asian context? Dilip Chitre, renowned Marathi poet, and who also translated Namdev Dhasal, he claims that, he says that South Asia is not about a majority and a minority. So the entire idea of colonial versus ideal notion of majority minority, the spatial dynamic in terms of a particular binary, collapses when we locate it within the South Asian paradigm. Dilip Chitra says that it is about many minorities. It is not a unilinear majority minority dynamic, but a space marked by many minorities. So this quote-unquote new theoretical approaches, how do we look at these new theoretical approaches which are all set to locate a certain space of intersectionality, locate certain cultural specificity? How do we look at this in understanding the idea of the many margins for South Asia? I'll very briefly try to explain my point here with a particular example. And the example that I have chosen is a particular case of reception for a particular Nazm of Faiz. Faiz Ahmed Faiz, who composes the particular Nazm called Hum Dekhenge, which literally translates into "we will see," and then the series of continuous debate and discussion that has been going on till date. That will be my case study to understand the many margins and the possible, probable, or impossible approaches, theoretical approaches to understand this trajectory. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yeah. Okay, so to understand this particular trajectory, Aga Shahid Ali, while translating Faiz, he names the volume "The Rebel's Silhouettes." So the rebel's silhouette, Faiz is being termed the rebel. It is very important to note, since we talked about the relationship of the margin and radicalism, it's very important to note how Faiz looks at radicalism and what are the imageries that Faiz receives. In this Nazm Hum Dekhenge, he is receiving Mansoor Hallaj. Mansoor Hallaj, an 11th century, if I'm not wrong, Sufi poet who was beheaded for claiming "I am the God," Anal Haq. So it says "Uthega Anal Haq ka nara," and then he goes on to a very Marxist analysis of class struggle. He talks about Taj and Takht being overthrown, crown and the throne being overthrown by the proletariat, but he doesn't use the term. He's sort of contextualizing class struggle, contextualizing radicalism within South Asia, and in doing so, he's recalling a certain pre-colonial moment of radicalization during the Sufi Bhakti period, when Hallaj had claimed, "I am Allah, I am God, and the God is within us." So how do we locate it? We cannot locate it only via post-colonial studies or the Saidian notion of looking at post-colonial resistance, but there is a certain pre-colonial reference. So these are the problematics that we constantly engage with. And then when we look at Aga Shahid Ali as a diasporic writer in the Americas, being from Kashmir, a land which is constantly in search of home, being in home. So this constant search, when he translates Faiz, he chooses particular imageries and he transfuses those imageries with his eternal quest for home, with his eternal notion of exile. So that's a different kind of, theoretical approach to understanding the many margins. And in this case, we are looking at a particular reception through remembrance of things past, and also certain resistance claim palpable over here. So we have been talking about a poem being translated, and it is still within the quote unquote accepted domain of literary as of now. But then when Noor Jahan performs this particular nazm, the entire auditorium in Lahore starts chanting slogans of Azadi, and this performance becomes a public act. So a nazm, which is, in spite of this thematic element being very political, very public, but a nazm is supposedly a private, is generally related to a private act. But this becomes a public act when Noor Jahan performs it, and Faiz says that this text, he doesn't use the term text, says that this nazm doesn't belong to me anymore, it has become Noor Jahan's. So here is a quote unquote newness of the text, a text being revisited and reread in more ways than one. So now the pre-existing modes of looking, or theoretical ways of looking at a poem, at a written text, that is to be expanded over here. And now we come to another very important point. I'll try to be very brief. Another very important point is that when Faiz Ahmed Faiz's this nazm is being performed by Iqbal Bano in a black sari in Lahore, it is being banned because everything about this song was banned for this being anti-Islamic under the Zia al-Haq era in post-partition geopolitical area of Pakistan. It is very interesting to know that this very nazm, when it is being translated, prolific translations of this nazm has been noted in the past few months across South Asia, protesting the quasi-fascist tendencies of contemporary government. So when that is being done, then this very nazm, which was once banned for being anti-Islamic, is being attacked by is becoming a target of Islamophobia. So the margin is not a countertight, unlike this Idean idea of the center margin. The margin for South Asia, the margins for South Asia are not countertight compartments, but these are also in flux. These are also constantly changing, intermingling, and these can be located at various points of intersectionality. I'm not even going into Dalit studies, a question of women's representation. I'm just looking at this particular nazm and trying to unpack the problematics of any kind of theoretical approach, any unilinear kind of approach for the South Asian context. So how does South Asian scholarship take from this quote-unquote cultural turn in exploring texts at intersectional and interdisciplinary junctures? Also, the term interdisciplinary is very interesting. So I had chosen this particular case study to show how interdisciplinary this idea itself is very fluid, especially for South Asia and also for other cases, and especially for the lyric mode. And talking of the lyric mode, this reminds me something that I would like to conclude with. Amir Dev, in this particular book called The Renewal of Song, in its introduction, says that he actually not counters but suggests a parallel or a different narrative, alternative narrative from this idea and discourse of looking at the center and the margin. He says that reception, that it is not about influence but about reception, and reception comes with hospitality, comes with moments of remembering and forgetting, and it is through this reception that resistance could be claimed. So it is an understanding of any theoretical approach from below, from within the context. So it is not a point of arrival that I would like to end my paper with, but a question like what are we supposed to take from this cultural turn, from this prolific engagement across the globe with this idea of taking note of cultural, socio-cultural particularities, and what would that mean for a quote-unquote multicultural, multilingual space like South Asia? So that is something that, and I'm focusing on South Asia because when this song was being this nazm was being translated, it was transformed into slogans, posters. It was becoming something to be exhibited within the public domain. It was being retextualized in more ways than one, and a certain degree of re-readability was being claimed. The understanding of text, understanding of literary was being extended through this entire period of this song being repopularized. So this is the particular case study that I chose. So yeah, probably this is the question that we need to arrive at. What do we take as South Asians within the domain of South Asian scholarship from the idea of cultural turn? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahitma, for your wonderful presentation in very peculiar kind of condition. You are sitting in car, I think.
I'm sorry, I've been traveling.
And
I'm really
fine.
sorry
It
about
was
that.
very, very good presentation. We will take questions on your presentation at the end of the session. Now I will invite Sama Kadri Khan. Sama Kadri Khan, he is from Sri Sri University, Orissa, and the title of his paper is Reading Jane Eyre Without the Lenses of Feminism. May I invite Sama Kadri Khan for his presentation?
Thank you so much, sir. I'm grateful for this opportunity from Sikkim University. My topic is reading Jane Eyre without the lenses of feminism. So, literature reflects the way society sees itself. While reading a literary text, two things are to be kept in mind: literary criticism and literary theory. Literary theory offers various ways to understand the role of the context upon which a text has been written, while literary criticism tells us what a book or a text is saying us. Literary criticism is completely subjective. You and I may have completely different interpretation of a story. Literary criticism can be measured both practically or philosophically. Practically criticizing a text, we can find out what a literature is saying or trying to teach us. While on philosophical way, we get inside a text and see how other people see the world both in the past and present to understand the text more clearly. Literary theory, on the other side, is far more philosophical. It is about using a standpoint on which will support our point of view, using it in literature to explain others. This standpoint can be further understood as lenses, like feminist, Marxist, liberal, conservative, colonial, postcolonial, etc. While reading a novel, we come across the plot, character, theme, imagery, etc. Literary theory helps us to organize the plot and talk about it. It helps to decide whether the character is round or flat, along with our like or dislike of this text. In other way, literary theory provides us ready-made set of value judgments which we use for a text. The critic will apply it without giving it a deep thought. This becomes a barrier to our analysis. We are bound to follow the fixed lens given by our teachers or the society. We might get up to date, but we may miss the point visible through our lenses. Charlotte Bronte, in all her works, tries to show the heroine's self development and romantic yearning to be lost in love. Her heroines are emotional and uh, her heroines are emotional and sensitive in one hand, mature and realistic in other. It tries to portray the relationship of a woman in the world of 19th century. While coming to Jane Eyre, in this text, Bronte has created a story on the authority of myth. It shows the traumatic situation of the heroine who has faced rejection, victimization, and loneliness. As Simone de Beauvoir wrote in her second sex, that one is not born woman, one becomes one. Similarly, the literary texts decide the position of the female characters. As Charlotte Bronte has portrayed Jane with bravery, resolve, persistence that are usually suppressed in women. We may find Jane as a revolting character, but her feminist aspect is still missing. Jane is presented more as feminine than a feminist. While referring to the text, we find Jane with a sharp personality on which no one has the authority or the right to command. For instance, when she says to Rochester, quoted, "Do you think because I am poor, obscure, plain, and little, I am soulless and heartless?" Bronte has shown all the vital qualities of a woman that the reader are not used to see in any other female character. However, Jane's accents are limited to a weaker feminine category. Throughout the novel, Jane never stands for gender inequality, nor does she try to change the woman's role in her society. For example, her dialogue with Rochester when she says, "If God has gifted me with some beauty and much wealth, I should have made it as hard for you to leave me as it is now for you to leave me." Such dialogue shows the writer's assumption about women's weaker roles in society. Another such instance which moistens our lenses is the power balance between Jane and Rochester, which is achieved only when Jane inherits money and Rochester becomes blind. Jane's bravery, persistence, and independence do not make her feminist because her thinking is limited to a feminine category. However, her personal qualities make her an outstanding female fictional character, but she is yet to progress herself in the gender inequality. In today's world, the knowledge and complexity of literature functions differently. Back in our grandparents' time, men were men and women were women. For them, truth and justice were the main ideologies. But the ideology of the cultural understanding is fractured now. Today's notion says literature cannot be read in the same unidirectional light of the past. It must reflect the society. So while reading Jane Eyre from a modern standard, we consider it as not progressive enough. However, if taken in the context of the 19th century England, Bronte's rightly tried to show the revolting, independent, and brave young protagonist. It all depends upon the lens we use. For example, if somebody asks me to, for example, if somebody asks me for a book, suggestion of book, and I will suggest them Jane Eyre without explaining them that which theory it has. I will just suggest that read Jane Eyre. It's a good book. It's a nice book. They will read it and find out various perspectives of their own. They might find out Marxist theory or any other theory of their own view from their own lenses. If I'll tell them read Jane Eyre, it is of a feminist perspective. You will learn a lot about female struggle and all. So they will go through the book with only a single lens. They won't uh, break that boundary. So it all depends upon the lens. Uh, as we have taught that Jane Eyre is a feminist. Jane Eyre is a feminist book, so we are going through it. But the title also doesn't suggest that whether Jane is a heroine or a villain. We may consider her as a villain. So that is how it depends upon all. It all depends upon our lens, the lens which we use to see a text. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Kadri Khan, for your presentation. We will have questions, if any, on your paper at the end of this session. Now I invite Suparna Roy. She is from Kalyani University, West Bengal. Suparna is currently doing her master's in English literature from Kalyani University. The topic of her presentation is relevance of literary theory today. The topic of her presentation is relevance of literary theory today. Yes, you are audible.
Thank you.
You can proceed to make your presentation. Yes, Suparna.
Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to begin. Sarah Rush in her works Know Like Ashes that's why literature is so fascinating. It's always up for interpretation and could be 100 different things to 100 different people. It's never the same thing twice. Literary theories add up to this one evented. Relevance clearly means how closely appropriate something is. Literary theory, in its interestingly fluid usage in literary text even till date, has made the field of literary theory has made the field of literature intersectional, reflective, integrative, and hence a spectrum, a sequence of thought, a journey through which the reader is able to make the elusive world associated with reality. A practical yet evolving reading of literature is something that a literary theory provides. Literary theories do not work to find what a literary text means, rather what a literary text can mean. The possible interpretations, applications, potential meanings beyond just the stated one. A literary text is a product of its time and culture, and often the literary theorists provided by prominent personalities has helped literature of all the ages to deconstruct rippling of culture, social, political, gender, class, and racial power dynamics that has only worked towards creating an authentic center by excluding individualism. Therefore, my paper would focus by choosing gender and queer theory from the spectrum of literary theories to show its relevance and importance in few of the 20th and 21st century texts like Charlotte Perkins' Hillman Horler 1915, Bombay Brides by Esther Davis 2018, Paulo Coelho's Venus Standalone 2008, and Chinua Achebe's Things Fall Apart 1958, which has reflected over time how the gender, that is female or women, characters are made to couple up with a male or man, presenting in the inherent, coherent, compulsory relation between one's gender and sexuality, obliterating any possibility of queer relationships. Now, gender and sexuality are two most complexly designed, culturally constructed, and ambiguously interrelated terms used within the spectrum of feminism that considers quote-unquote sex as an operative term to theorize a deconstructive cultural perspective. As Stevie Jackson and Jackie Jones regarded in their article, contemporary
Devinda,
feminists.
can you slow down? Can you
Hello?
slow down a little? It's talking too fast. Can you slow down a little? Can
Yes,
you
ma'am.
hear me? Slow down a little, please.
Okay. As Stevie Jackson and Jackie Jones regarded in their article, Contemporary Feminist Theory, that, and I quote, the concept of gender and sexuality has a highly ambiguous term as a point of reference. One needs to stop thinking gender as inherently linked to one's sex, and that is natural. To say that nothing is natural, body is just a word, as Judith Butler regarded in her book Gender Trouble, that is strategically used under artificial rules for the convenience of power to operate. Now, it has been a quote unquote norm to connect one's sexuality with their gender and establish that as quote unquote naturally built. Gender is a complex operative spectrum in a society that functions in accordance to the numerous power dynamics operating with hunger of establishing themselves, of which patriarchy and feminism are two powers that deals intensively with gender. Patriarchy, if regarded as a constantly mutating dog-resistant virus, then feminism is an antidote to it. Gender is nothing but a set of rules according to which bodies defined and categorized under various headings, men, women, LGBTQ, Dalits, sex workers, etc., are exposed to function. Now, sexuality, on the other hand, is not with whom we have sex, rather, it demands towards whom we are sexually attracted. However, sexuality becomes more complex because it draws the desire of a human body into consideration, and when it does so, it establishes an inherent link between sex and gender and desire. But as Judith Butler said in Gender Trouble 1990, sex is not natural. Sex that is male or female is seen to cause gender that is masculine or feminine, which then is seen as a kind of continuum. Butler emphasizes the fact that identity is free floating and not connected to one's essence, rather performance. As Mary McIntosh, even in her article, said the same, that is gender trouble, feminism, and subversion of identity. And I quote from her article, the way forward instead involves recognizing that gender attributes are performative rather than expressive. Now, Butler deconstructs this inherent connection and the compulsory order of sex gender desire by stating that it is not sex that leads to gender and that leads to desire, rather, it is a misunderstanding which originates from one's quote unquote normative desire. Meaning, heterosexuality is quote unquote a norm, so a man has to have quote unquote natural failures, stating that it is desire that leads to gender, that leads to sex. And I quote from Butler, if the immutable character of sex is contested, perhaps this construct called sex is culturally constructed as gender. Indeed, perhaps it was always already gender, with the consequence that the distinction between sex and gender turns out to be no distinction at all. Now, relevance of this quote theory gets reflected first in Charlotte Perkins' Hillman Horler 1915, which assists me in understanding that how sex gender are essentialized in women. That is how the females considers that is how bodies with vaginas are generalized to have similar experiences in terms of identity, desire. Gilman's Herland aims towards creating such an ideal pairings of male and female, but the female considers sex as only an ideal process to have a child and not for pleasure, which then makes the novel adhere to what Michel Foucault said in History of Sexuality in 1976, that the legitimate couple with a regular sexuality had more right to discretion. It tended to function as a norm, one that was stricter, perhaps weighty. Gilman too perhaps moves in the vicious circle of patriarchy when she obliterates the queer aspect and ignores any possible lesbian relationship in her novel Herland by establishing only two possible aspects of this womanland, that is mother love and sister love. However, she tried to cover up that women can also be sexually attracted to another woman. We can refer to Adriana Rich's essay, Compulsory Heterosexuality and Lesbian Existence, where she mentions how lesbians were obliterated from literature, even from the mainstream feminist movement. Therefore, next focusing into Esther David's book, Bombay Brides, 2018, we found how this mandatory coupling of the female or the women with the male or the man is indeed All the characters and partners, particularly women, only delves into the complex web of marriage, motherhood, wifehood, family, and sacrifices of the selfhood, while the men, as usually presented, very much adulterers prone to domestic violence, justifying their behavior under the pretext of situations, and the center of all, where only the male-female pairings are presented as the ideal, quote-unquote ideal. Emphasizing this inherent link between one's gender and sexuality, Paulo Coelho, in his internationally best-selling work, The Winner Stands Alone, portrays the mandatory nature of a woman to win a relationship with man, adhering to the maintenance of this norm of quote-unquote ideal couple, considering of heterosexuality as the ideal, perfect form and norm of the social order, and the very remaining sexualities of the derogatory ones represent the assumption of the gender. Man must have a sexual desire for the gender women. The naturalization, the quote-unquote naturalization of this created norm gets prominently depicted in the relationship of Igor, a psychopath Russian mobile phone mogul, and Eva, his former wife, who left Igor to marry only another man hermit. Now, Chris Evany, in his interview with Yogita Goel, which Goel published as an article, A Deep Humanness, A Deep Grace, interview with Chris Evany, pointed out the cultural complexities of the Igbo community, the struggles through the trajectory story of Okonkwo, which is much more than just a response to Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness 1902. But culture and presentation of women dices each other into a complex fabricated network of tension that portrays incomplete and inaccurate female characters in the early African world. Hence, Achebe's Things Fall Apart is a novel that presents women with a sense of lack, dilemma, a product of polygamy, the childbearer, wife, and household maid for the husband, and the child's educator. The construction of the image of women in Achebe's work is nothing but more than their relationship to men. The inherent of the compulsory link is established when Achebe obliterated any possibility beyond the heterosexual marriage, and the source of which lies in the understanding of the male within his masculinity and the females with the femininity for continuing the community. Now, as I quote from the novel, she was about 16 and ripe for marriage. Her suitor and his relatives surveyed a young body with expertise, as if to assure themselves that she was beautiful and ripe enough. Marriage in the Igbo community was nothing beyond a game, where women were sold as brides with bride prices. And I quote, marriage should be a play. In this way, a purpose bride price was finally settled at 20 bag of cowries. The two parties came to this agreement. Therefore, I would like to conclude saying that without literary theories, maybe literary text would remain as what a text meant and not what it can possibly mean, and preventing from unleashing its ambiguity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Suparna, for your presentation. We will take questions, after last presentation is done. Now I invite Dakshina Bajgai. Dakshina is from Nar Bahadur Bhandari Degree College, affiliated to Sikkim University. She is master student, and the topic of her presentation is Negotiating Theories of the Self, a select reading of Northeastern poetry. Dakshina, are you there? Hello.
Yes, sir. Sir?
Yes.
Hello,
yes,
sir.
Yes. Yeah, you are audible.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dakshina Bajgai, a postgraduate student. First of all, I would very quickly like to thank the Department of English, Sikkim University, all the professors and the entire organizing team for giving us this opportunity to present our thoughts and ideas through our paper. Before I start, I would like to share my screen with everybody so that it is easier for everyone to understand. I will be sharing my screen right now. Okay, is my screen... Okay, the title of my paper is Negotiating Theories of the Self, a select reading of Northeastern literature. I would like to say something that evokes our thought processes, affective conscience, and give rise to our concerns. If isn't art, then what is art? Other than the perceived or limited or given representative state Art should aim to shock, stir, interrupt, and most importantly, make us think and feel at the same time. To bring forth the expressive, flexible, and profound to the extreme, one must venture into a vast analytical discourse. Um, and I, through the aid of literary theory, will be exploring the works of Northeastern poets Robin S. Nangom and Mamangdai, mm, challenging the mainstream anthology. Uh, Prasanta Das in his journal article, Anthology Making, The Nation and the Shillong Poets, has commented on the issue of the language usage and limited themes of the Northeastern poets, regardless of how vocal their poems are. Um, okay, sorry. Language usage and limited themes of the Northeastern poets. So, regardless of how vocal their poems are, they have still, many of the Northeastern poets have been kept aloof from the national view of poetics. So, um, he Prasanta Das, he kind of acknowledges phase amid phase poetry Mujhse Pehli Si Mohabbat in his article for its personal yet universal appeal, which the Northeastern poets or poetry may be lacking of. So, for they tend to stick to very common issues and themes of terror and violence that's happening in and around their surroundings. But here, what we can what we can understand through his article is that what is written or what is visible is receiving more attention, or like it's receiving more attention from the readers than what the words are trying to signify. Aptly what Derrida marks through his idea of absence presence in his work of grammatology. This notion of binary opposition that Derrida has created, it kind of controls and limits the free play of any concept associated with it. And so, putting a concise thought to this theory, I would putting a concise thought to this theory, it is very uh, keenly understood that despite of the subject matter that is seen as very limited um, mm, to their surroundings, they also tend to evoke the consciousness of the people around the world, and their poetries can also reflect various realities through just one subject matter. Uh, so through this idea that I'm trying to bring out, an idea of entangled agency, we can see the agency of the poet is not only of the self but also of the other voices that is lurking within their poetry. So, this is next slide. Violence, trauma, and the failure of mobilization of memory pervades Robin's poetry and his poetical stance. Yet, it would be, very inaccurate to classify poet as him merely as a terror poet, as he himself warns us against doing so. As I quote him, to be a very tenacious witness, sensationalizing it, is also a risk the poet have to often take. It will be mistake to typecast them on the basis of these themes alone. So, it is in this very piecemeal of thought harbors the idea of entangled agency, uh, entangled narratological voices that are uh, that that composes itself through this narratological voices. It kind of composes itself in decomposing its own self and for the germination of the latent others. So, one of the another slide. Oh, poetics of pervasion. One of the fundamental aspects that is present in Robin's poetry is the creation of certain chronotopes and their apt presentations. The variant chronotopes that is present in his poetry, that is present throughout his poetry, are socio-politically and historically charged. Yeah. So, drawing his poetry is drawing on from both individual memory as well as collective conscience. Um, uh, collective conscience rather than the very lack of the two. Robin, via his poetics, often lashes out the slumbering masses, common masses that unflinchingly traded the glorious past, since past is very kind of important for every Northeastern poets. Glorious past for a cumbersome present. So the land he mirrors in his poetry is what he would wish it was not. At least, certainly not the one that he would have produced in his imaginations. So there's one of his poem, 15 August 2008, Northeast India. In this poem, he reads out the state's manipulative power over innocent individuals who have been nothing but mere objects in the hands of absolute power. When Robin's poems are read with Althusserian standpoint, we see the perilous nature of state apparatus. State apparatus. Uh, the poem reflects state apparatus that is where individuals, all the common masses, they are kind of interpellated, and they are being seen as a kind of an other in their own region, and they have a very uncertain history. So people are, in this poem he's saying that people are fed with ideologies that they do not require. This thing is evident in the line, in one of the line, or backward, or if government is serving rats on its menu. In another poem, The Land of Half Human, it delineates the collapse of government and its effect on the minds of the people. He very subtly challenges the democracy of his own region, and he uses a very mockery kind of tone, subtle mockery to uh, reflect his idea. Now, to move on to Mamangdai, Mamangdai's poetry, it captures the dialectics of the inside-outside voices. It is also a sort of entangled agency, but here she is kind of incorporating the dialectics of both inside and the outside voices. She not only records the voice of the other, but also what it means to be recording and rendering the other through the self. So some of her poetry, it penetrates deep amidst the obscure or spaces of obscurity, trauma, which is imbued within textual as well as lived experience of the poet as well as the people of the region. Um, there's one scene, but okay, she also talks about the fears of the tribal people, and she questions their existence in such a chaotic period of transition. Their existing identity, it runs parallel to their past. Their identity, it runs parallel to the past, so they have to keep a very important hold of it, because through their past they have to identify their identity. So there is one particular scene from Harold Pinter's existential play, Birthday Party, where we see the character Meg always fantasizing about her lovely room, and as she steps She thinks about her room as a place where she can thrive. But as she steps into her current present room, that room, according to her, automatically turns into a pigsty. So Mamangdai also, she voices out the, a similar kind of empty grief that her people, of a people who have become the victim of this changed world order, whilst and for them the present situation is, present situation is more uh, uh, present situation for them is more better. It is more better and a place. Oh no, I'm so sorry. This present situation for the people is, a kind of obscure place where, and past is something that provides a kind of solace to them. So that is how this Mamangdai's poetry, some of the poetries, it intermingles with how the Harold Pinter has, talked about a transition towards modernization, how the people have to talk about, and how the people are engrossed with grief in the present. Now, I would like to conclude. So, a poem or any work of art is stitched together with many perspectives, molded with voices from ephemeral identities and spaces. Not every work is restricted to one time and space. For example, while reading the poems closely, one witnesses simultaneous presence of utopia and dystopia. Usually, while reading, usually we associate terror with dark, gruesome, and claustrophobic spaces, but here, in their poem specifically, violence takes place in the open, in mountainous terrains and wide picturesque lakes. So this shatters our expectations and probably widens our aesthetic associations. So, um, ranging from ancient themes of myth and tradition, Northeastern poetry also covers contemporary matters of capitalism and absurdity. So, therefore, the release of multiple artistic stands as a mode of representation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dakshina, for your presentation. Now we will move to the first presentation, and I will try to make a brief observation on the presentation, and after that we will have questions. So this the uh, first presentation was done by Abu Sufyan Mandal. The title of his presentation was Rethinking Marxist Literary Criticism and an Understanding of Aesthetics. His paper actually attempted to rethink the idea of Marxist literary criticism. It shows how in Marxism, the ways or economic structure and superstructure or consciousness keeps on moving and how they interact with each other. Through his paper, he also attempted to tell us that if anyone wants to analyze a work of art from conjectural historical view, then it goes against Marxist aesthetics. His paper highlights the idea of Marxist critic George Lucas, who represents the flexible view of Marx ideology and the recreation of harmonious totality of life by the artist. Now, this paper, a paper presentation by Mandal, is open for the questions and answer session. I would request participant to ask their question directly to Mandal. Mandal, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mandal is there. Any question to Mandal? Yes.
Any question to Mandal? Okay, so I think there is no question. So now I will move to the second presentation that was presented by Rahitma Basat, and the title of her presentation was Cultural Turn and the Literary Theoretical Spaces in South Asian Studies. By her presentation, she attempted to explore the meanings of cultural turn in theoretical study from the silenced and peripheral spaces within South Asia, with particular focus on reimagining the literary in the context. Her paper also, we can say that her paper also attempted to interrogate the role of literary theory in acknowledging cultural values in reading resistance poetry and first person narratives from the margins of South Asia. Now, this paper is open for the questions and answer. I hope that Rahitma is there. Rahitma, are you there? Yes, she is there. I have received the questions from Dia Rajput.
Hello, I'm here. Am I?
Yes, yes. I have received a question from Dia Rajput. Her question is to Rahitma. Do you think that all subaltern literature should be propaganda? I will repeat this question again. Do you think that all subaltern literature should be propaganda, it's or rather is it subaltern if it is not propaganda?
Firstly, I would like to address the two terms used here, subaltern and propaganda. Subaltern because we are talking within an academic space, within the space of academia. What we consider as subaltern is very much like it directly relates to the space or location from where we call anything subaltern. So whether it is the perspectives about subaltern being shared as subaltern, or whether it is a particular socio-cultural, socio-economic space that is being referred to, that I'm not sure, because that, the term is very dicey. And secondly, about the term propaganda both can mean both the things. Propaganda is not necessarily, often associated with a certain degree.
Hello? Hello, Rahitma, you are not audible right now.
I think she's traveling, so her voice is not clear.
What should we do? Should I move to the next presentation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually,
So,
even I wanted to comment something on her paper, but I don't think she's there.
okay, ma'am, then let us move to the next presentation. The third presentation was on Jane Eyre, Without the Lenses of Feminism by Kadri Khan from Sri Sri University, Orissa. By her paper, she attempted to show how the use of a particular theory while analyzing a particular text prevents the reader from getting a wide range of perspective on the text. Her paper also focused on the idea taking from the various aspects of social and political context while rejecting the feminist approach to the text. Now this paper is open for the questions and answer. Kadri Khan, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Any question to to Shaima Kadri Khan by any participant? Yeah, I think there is no question. So I will move to the next presentation, fourth presentation, that was done by Suparna Roy. She presented on the topic relevance of literary theory today. And by her presentation, she attempted to show that how components of literary theories in literature enables the readers to make elusive world associated with reality. By taking up gender and queer theory into account, she attempted to show its relevance in 20th and 21st century literary text. This is just brief observation on our presentation by Suparna Roy. Now this is open for the questions. I think there is no question for Suparna Roy. So now I will move to the final presentation that was done by Dakshina from Tadung Government College, Sikkim. The title of her presentation was Negotiating Theories of the Self, a select reading of Northeastern poetry. Her paper has taken up some poems of Robin and Mamang Dai from Northeast region, and she has attempted to deconstructs author's voice, highlighting the mainstream anthology of current readings to create a free play of interpretations. To create a free play of interpretation, she has also attempted to present that how multi-dimensional perspective can be utilized while examining the poems from Northeast regions. This was the last presentation. Now this is open for the question and answer. Any question to Dakshina?
If I may, I would like to ask a question. Hello.
I hope that there is no question to Dakshina also.
Hello.
So I will yes. Now Rahitma is there to answer Divya Rajput's question. Yes, Rahitma,
I have a question for Dakshina, if I may.
Okay. Please ask your question to Dakshina.
Hello, Dakshina. You mentioned the term tribal, and you also talked about a certain kind of association with the past. So I'm just curious, do you see any possibility of establishing or maybe exploring the particular area that you've explored in your paper in relation to indigenous studies elsewhere? Do you see any point of contact or, any kind of comparative possibility of locating indigeneity or locating the case that you have taken up within global notion of indigeneity or departing parts from that notion of indigeneity? Do you see a possibility of that kind of thing?
I couldn't get the question. Could you please pardon me?
Yes. I was wondering that you mentioned the term tribal and you talked about past, a certain kind of association with the past, which has been an integral part of indigenous poetry across spaces. So do you see a possibility of a comparative study, or do you see a possibility of exploring or departing ways, both, maybe arriving at or departing from indigenous studies elsewhere? The case that you looked at, is there a possibility of locating that in relation to other indigenous spaces of poetic expression?
I couldn't very well understand your question, but as far as I've understood, you're talking about implementing theories into other indigenous subjects, I think. But I, uh, for now, I am only sticking to the northeastern poets, uh, and I'm trying to study more of it and study more to it and try to implement more theories to it, and that's all I could give information.
Thank you so much. It was really a very informative paper for me to listen to. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much, all the presenters, for your wonderful and
Sir,
insightful
if
presentation.
Ritama would like to answer to Divya's question because she got disconnected. Ritama, would you like to answer? Because I think
Yes,
you took a...
yes. As far
Yeah,
as I
and
remember,
Ramsar, will you please mute your microphone because it's echoing Ritama's voice, also Dakshina.
as far as I remember, what the question was, I guess I was interested in the two terms used in the question. First being subaltern and the second being propaganda. So the question of whether it is subaltern or whether it is. Can you please repeat it one time? I guess I'm messing it up. It's been quite some time.
Okay, I'm repeating the question again. The question is like this: do you think that all subaltern literature should be propaganda, or rather, is it subaltern if it is not propaganda?
Yes. So all subaltern literature. So it is very, since we are talking within an academic space, I think the first question over here that is being raised even by not being spelled out is what is subaltern literature and who decides what is subaltern literature. That's a very interesting area that I would like to look more into. That whether who is deciding from which location that what it will be subaltern and what will not be considered as subaltern. And also at the margins is not necessarily subaltern as we all understand by now. So over here, what I talked about might not be, in my paper, what I've discussed might not be a case of quote unquote subaltern literature, or in some lenses they might be. I don't know of it. So yeah, a margin can be of various types. Margin is not necessarily always labeled as subaltern, but then again, who gets to decide what is subaltern? That's a different debate. And about being propaganda, well, the term propaganda is also very interesting because a lot of negativity has been associated with the term propaganda over the years. Propaganda, not necessarily. Is negative. We all perform political propaganda at every point. Resistance is a propaganda. Even memory, an act of memory act can be political act of propaganda. So I think it is at these junctures that we need to continue this discussion forward. And these are maybe questions that cannot be answered in a very compartmentalized way. I hope I got around what the question was about. Thank you.
Ramsar, with your due permission, can I ask Ritama something? A question?
Yes.
You can ask a question.
Ritama, as far as I understood your paper, you began with giving importance to the voice of the marginal authors, whose voice becomes a weapon of resistance, and therefore, in such a case, we cannot use Burt's idea of death of the author. And you related this to the cultural turn in the theoretical spaces in South Asia. But the example you took is that of translation and how a nazm is translated and is presented as a resistance poetry. Now, here again, aren't you stressing on reading itself if we consider translation as an intimate act of reading, or that a translator is a reader first and then a translator?
There were two sections to the paper that I tried to, very shortly, briefly put together. Firstly, is the moments when West European theoretical approaches, white male made theoretical approaches become inadequate or insufficient to understand the scenario. And in that case, I cited the example of when do we call the author dead? Whether Faiz Ahmed Faiz as an author be dead or not, that's a different debate that I did not much get into. From there, I shifted to the South Asian case, which is far more unique and deserves special attention in exploring the problematics of a unilinear theoretical approach. And about translation, translation was one of the examples that I cited, that it was being it underwent prolific translation in the past few months across borders, across South Asia, being performed in Tamil, Malayalam, and every other language. But it was also about being sung, it was also about being performed, being written on posters. So it is about the different ways in which a text escapes its predefined boundaries, and it escapes literary borders. So I tried to locate many ways, and in some of those it can be only about reading, in others it can be about the performative aspect. So I tried to focus on that, and I was very brief, so I was just trying to put things together. Does that answer the question?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Ram sir, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Okay. Just I congratulate all the presenters for their wonderful presentation in this session. And now I hand over this responsibility to you, ma'am, Shashwati Shah, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you. I hope that we had all of us, we enjoyed the day thoroughly. We had very stimulating, intellectually stimulating talks. We had a very, enriching experience through the keynote and the plenary. And I really thank the paper presenters. You actually gifted us a wonderful day in this pandemic situation. And I'm very happy about the kind of discussions we had here today. Tomorrow we'll have the second day of the seminar. We'll have two plenary talks tomorrow, one by Professor Sachin Sikeskar and another one by Dr. Ram Bhavan Yadav. So we again begin at 10 tomorrow sharp, 10 a.m. So I would request all the paper presenters and participants to join us at least 10 minutes before the time so that we can begin on time. Thank you once again. Thank you very much and good night.